Judge Block's attempt to keep ex-president Boluarte in Peru despite investigations. Apparently, when you're one of the least popular leaders, you get a free pass to flee while the smoke clears.
Mystery visitors cause Maxwell's prison lockdown. Inmates allege special treatment. Seems VIPs get the red carpet even behind bars, while the regulars just get more time to contemplate their life choices.
Trump threatens Argentina with aid withdrawal if Milei loses election. Democracy on a leash, where billion-dollar lifelines double as political bargaining chips, and voters wonder if their ballots are just currency exchanges.
Democracy's fine print, where the right to vote is a bureaucratic obstacle course, and your voice needs an instruction manual just to be heard.
Spouse repeats Halloween trick, partner finally snaps. When candy becomes currency in a marriage, you know the love potion's gone sour, and costumes can't hide the real monsters at home.
Musician drops a new album, asks for feedback, gets crickets. When your audience is more ghost than fan, maybe it's time to check if your music's haunting or just lost in the static.
U.S. Supreme Court denies Alex Jones' appeal. $1.4 billion defamation penalty stands. When your conspiracy theory costs more than a small nation's GDP, maybe it's time to start questioning your reality, not just distorting others.
ICE employs full-body restraints during deportations, faces backlash over human rights violations. When your immigration policy looks more like a horror movie than a humanitarian effort, it's time to rethink your approach to security.
Petrobras boosts production at Tupi, aiming to flood an already oversaturated market. When your solution to low prices is more supply, it's like putting out a fire with gasoline and expecting applause.
Two-year yields hover near April lows, market bets on Fed rate cut. Like waiting for a bus that never comes, investors cling to hope while the economic engine sputters and stalls.
Helena Moreno wins New Orleans mayoral race, Democrats celebrate. Another politician takes the stage, promising change, while the Big Easy waits to see if real reform or just rhetoric follows.
Trump's tariffs target furniture, cabinets, and lumber, hit consumers. Adding new taxes to everyday items while calling it economic strategy is like setting your house on fire to keep warm.
SpiderCat database claims no suitable articles, feigns ignorance. It's like a librarian who insists books don't exist while sitting on a mountain of overdue fines.
Indian trade delegation heads to US, deal deadline looms.
Wall Street profits soar, JP Morgan smashes estimates, reality knocks. Their wallets grow fatter while your paycheck stays thin. It's like feeding a lion and hoping it won't eat you next.
Number 10 reveals spy row witness statements. CPS faces scrutiny. When transparency becomes a fashion statement, expect the truth to be tailored to fit the political season's latest style.
Israel reopens Rafah crossing, aid trucks enter Gaza at a trickle. When compassion is rationed like water in a desert, expect the thirst for peace to be met with mirage-like promises.
The UN capital hunts for $1 billion in new PE fund, chasing liquidity's elusive ghost. When hedge funds dive into illiquid waters, expect the splash to ripple through pockets, not portfolios, as they wade in deeper debt.
President modifies tariffs and sets new trade rules.
Michael Jackson's estate risks losing $778 million, all while his scandals moonwalk into courtroom dramas.
When ceasefires merely pause the violence, justice demands its own relentless pursuit, even if it means facing diplomatic storms head-on.
Trump declares a historic dawn as Israeli hostages and Palestinian detainees are freed, but peace remains elusive. When the Middle East peace process is a reality show, the credits roll before the real work begins.
When the game shifts from the field to the courtroom, the real foul is the silence that enabled tragedy to take the mound.
European Union and India team up for counter-terrorism. When your anti-drone strategy
CoQ10 boosts animal vitality, humans left guessing with mixed results. When your supplements take the express train to Placebo Junction, it's a reminder that sometimes the only thing getting lighter is your wallet.
U.S. Jewish community leader pushes for release of Palestinian prisoner Barghouti, proving alliances are more complex than a Rubik's Cube.
Media companies declared late-night TV dead, then Kimmel resurrected it like a plot twist in a soap opera. Turns out, laughter at midnight is the best antidote to a world gone mad.
Madagascar president flees, claims threats, yet still broadcasts from afar.
India plans to spend $15 billion on US oil, then claims it's all about renewable energy. In a world where fossil fuels are the new peace offering, let's hope Mother Earth doesn't see the receipt.
Only 25% of Americans feel optimistic about the economy, and politicians call it a bipartisan success. When both sides agree that the ship is sinking, maybe it's time to stop rearranging deck chairs and start bailing.
Diversity on screen might be speeding up, but behind the scenes, it's still a slow-motion reel of old white men calling the shots.
Israel releases 96 Palestinian prisoners,
then claims it's a step toward peace. When your olive branch comes with a side of occupation and a history of conflict, it's less a gesture and more a garnish.
Young Republicans apologize for racist messages, then blame cancel culture.
Rise in bonds plunge 19% in a week as Brazil's debt crisis widens. Looks like the financial markets have rediscovered their favorite game, hot potato with Brazilian debt, where the music stops and everyone loses their shirt.
Taylor Swift teases announcement on GMA. Fans assume world peace. Only in the Swiftie-verse can a whisper about a whisper turn into a global frenzy.
South African bus crash kills 42. Authorities call it a tragedy. When roads become roulette wheels, each journey's a gamble with the house always winning and passengers paying the ultimate price.
Kylie Jenner drops her music debut with Terror Jr., calls it forced strike. Just what the world needed. Another celebrity trying to convince us they can do everything when they can't even keep up with their own reality show.
House Speaker Mike Johnson slams Obamacare funds, calls them a boondoggle as shutdown drags on. Nothing says fiscal responsibility like tanking the entire government to save a few bucks on healthcare. Who needs medicine when you've got rhetoric?
Governor Pritzker dares Trump with "come and get me," while Vance demands consequences. In the political sandbox, it's all fun and games. Until someone gets sand in their power suit. What's next? A presidential timeout.
Hamas forces clash with armed clan in Gaza City, resulting in 27 deaths. Peace talks seem about as effective as a chocolate teapot when everyone's too busy counting bullets instead of votes.
Labor launches charm offensive on digital ID while promising no NHS data. When digital IDs meet political skepticism, it's like watching a magician promise the rabbit will stay in the hat. Spoiler, it won't.
Amy Poehler and Tina Fey roast Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem, turning SNL into a political barbecue. When comedy legends skewer reality, it's like watching a masterclass in satire, where truth gets served with a side of biting wit.
EU Commission pushes chat control proposal, threatens press freedom, calls it safety. When privacy gets sacrificed on the altar of security, you can bet your last euro that truth will be the first casualty.
Silver prices surge on short squeeze, defying market expectations. When metal markets act like a high-stakes poker game, it's the gamblers who make the rules, not the economists.
T'Pau remasters China in Your Hand in 4K, claims it's a classic. Nostalgia sells like hotcakes, even when the frosting's just a shiny new resolution masking the same old tune.
When the line between academic curiosity and espionage blurs, it's amazing how many researchers suddenly need a lawyer on speed dial.
Supreme Court conservatives signal Voting Rights Act rollback, call it modernization.
Australia grants new cybercrime powers, calls it a scattered spiderweb solution. When your plan is to catch digital criminals with metaphors, maybe it's time to upgrade from spiderwebs to something with actual bandwidth.
Pentagon ejects over 30 news outlets with new access rules, claims it's about security. Apparently, transparency in the military is as welcome as a vegan at a Texas barbecue. Adam Gentleson launches think tank shunning progressive pressure, calls it democratic evolution. When evolution means ignoring climate change and universal healthcare, it's like calling a fossil fuel car a green machine.
Rio Tinto boosts copper output by 10%, iron ore remains steady. When your energy transition plan relies on more copper and the same old iron, it's like trying to run a marathon in flip-flops.
Microsoft faces new 0-day vulnerabilities affecting every Windows version, labels it a challenge. Calling it a challenge is like calling a volcano a warm spot. It doesn't quite capture the fiery chaos unleashed.
UK Minister addresses comments on China spy case, promises transparency but offers no new details.
When your moral compass is a spinning wheel of fortune, every question becomes a game of dodgeball with humanity.
Speaker Johnson predicts historic government shutdown, blames Democrats while refusing to negotiate healthcare demands. When politicians say they're working for the people, they often mean they're just working on their own stubbornness.
Signal upgrades to post-quantum encryption, and experts say it's a game changer. When governments play catch-up with tech, it's like watching turtles race against rockets, slow, predictable, and bound to lose.
Johnny Depp still rakes in millions despite controversy, screenwriter observes. When fame's armor is made of dollar bills, accountability becomes just another script rewrite with a happy ending.
New Jersey towns flip political allegiance, paving way for governor's race chaos. When the Garden State becomes a political battlefield, expect the flowers to be trampled and the fertilizer to fly.
Ultimate Nirvana tribute video fails to resonate, nostalgia feels hollow. When every Smells Like Teen Spirit cover sounds like a corporate jingle, you know the rebellion died somewhere in a boardroom.
Middle Eastern tourists flock to Russia, defying sanctions and common sense. Because nothing says relaxing getaway like a side of international tension with your borscht. Enjoy the sights and the surveillance.
Israel restricts aid into Gaza, citing security over sustenance, when compassion is a controlled substance, and diplomacy is just a word on vacation.
White House predicts over 10,000 layoffs, then calls it unavoidable. When the government treats livelihoods like numbers on a spreadsheet, it's clear compassion got furloughed long before the workers did.
Massive Attack reemerges with Rising Sun 25 years later, still haunting eardrums. Soundtrack to a world where shadows dance on the walls of power, and the beat speaks louder than the headlines.
When you're the world's biggest polluter, a sun-kissed plateau is just a shiny patch on a smoggy conscience.
Raila Odinga runs for president again, and the cycle of political deja vu continues. In Kenyan politics, the more things change, the more they stay stuck in a loop of recycled promises and persistent power plays.
Kim Kardashian confesses parenting with Kanye West is challenging. Family heals silence for months. Looks like co-parenting is just another reality show episode where the script's gone missing and the plot's all drama, no resolution.
Indonesia's president asks Trump to meet Eric because diplomacy is just family networking now. When world leaders are more interested in meeting the offspring of power than solving global crises, we're all just extras in a reality show.
Tech earnings boost stocks, ignoring US-China trade war, because who needs global peace when profits are up?
Nikken Small World 2025 awards Zhang Yu top prize for rice weevil photo. Microscopic world explodes in beauty. When a weevil on rice wins over algae and crystallized soy sauce, you know the tiny universe is more dramatic than our daily news cycle.
ASIC reports Australian pensions lack retirement guidance, leaving millions adrift as they approach the workforce exit. When your golden years come with a side of uncertainty, it's like being handed a parachute without instructions while the plane's already in free fall.
Coal industry share falls to under 40% in U.S. power generation as over 26 companies declare bankruptcy. Looks like coal's future is dimmer than a solar eclipse at midnight, but hey, at least the bankruptcy lawyers are staying busy.
Labour conference drops academic for energy criticism. Matthew Agarwala claims he's hardly a radical. Silencing a sustainable finance professor for questioning policy is like firing the canary for coughing in the coal mine.
Only 4 fans support People's track. There are many things I would like to say to you, and the artist calls it a hit. In the grand symphony of digital noise, this track's fan base is as exclusive as a VIP line to a dive bar.
Texas sues modernization advocate over DMV upgrade, insists on preserving its bureaucratic charm. In a twist worthy of a Kafka novel, Texas defends the inefficiency of yesteryear, ensuring long lines remain a cherished local tradition.
Border clashes shut Durand Line, Afghanistan and Pakistan trade barbs over security failures. Closing borders over political tantrums is like locking the fridge, because the oven's on the fritz. Everyone ends up hungry and frustrated.
Experts and judges unite to promote human rights while governments continue to ignore them. The real lesson here: even the most distinguished voices can't drown out the din of political apathy and corporate greed.
Mark Ruffalo rescues Woody Harrelson from bar brawl, yet Harrelson still insists on throwing the first punch. Even Hollywood's peacekeepers can't stop an actor from auditioning for a role as the next action hero in real life.
Fans feud over Team Conrad. 10-letter devotion divides the summer I turned pretty audience. When fictional love triangles spark real-life rivalries, remember, the only winner here is the author's royalty check.
AI agents operate on untrusted data, yet tech giants call them the future of decision making. When your AI's moral compass is spinning like a politician's promise, you know the future's looking bright and chaotic.
LeBron James refuses risky investments, citing his inability to start over. When even a billionaire is cautious, you know the economy's more fragile than a Kardashian's ego at a roast.
The Boojums drop football, then fumble indie rock fans' expectations. When power pop hooks can't score a touchdown, maybe it's time to punt and rethink the playbook.
When a budget hinges on not angering retirees, it's like negotiating peace with a ticking time bomb made of baguettes and bureaucracy.
Trump threatens to kill Hamas, then breaks ceasefire over internal Gaza clashes. When diplomacy is a sledgehammer, every problem looks like a nail, and peace treaties become little more than paper targets.
Only 0% of frustrated listeners identify mystery songs without lyrics, and Come Dine With Me producers call it immersive dining ambiance. When your dinner party soundtrack is more elusive than a Michelin star, it's time to embrace the chaos and call it avant-garde.
Israel releases Palestinian convict after serving controversial sentence, claiming justice served. When justice is a revolving door, victims get dizzy, and the scales of justice are merely decorative bookends on a table of contradictions.
When big box retailers start dabbling in artificial intelligence, expect your shopping cart to come with a side of existential dread and algorithmic upselling.
Trump demands Nobel Peace Prize, interrupted by angry lawmakers, calls it sabotage. When a peace prize is a trophy for chaos, even the Statue of Liberty rolls her eyes and reaches for earplugs.
Israel and Palestine exchange hostages and prisoners, families cheer and politicians call it progress.
UK Finance Minister suggests tax hikes and budget slashes, calls it fiscal responsibility. When the wallet gets lighter, the spin gets tighter, turning austerity into a magic trick where the rabbit never appears.
Low-tax group targets LA mention tax, aims for statewide cap. When the rich fight over taxes, expect the middle class to foot the bill, while billionaires sip champagne and count their savings.
Georgian opposition government issues first English statement, calls it a step towards transparency. When the words finally land in English, you wonder if it's transparency or just a new shade of diplomatic fog.
Warp a Stormer album drops next year, promises apocalypse vibes. Because nothing screams relaxation like a Doomstoner soundtrack to the end of the world, perfect for pondering existential dread while stuck in traffic.
Keir Starmer announces key witness statement in China spy row for publication, promises clarity. Promising clarity in politics is like promising a unicorn in your backyard. Sounds magical until you realize it's just a horse with a party hat.
Just when you thought your music library was safe, Drazen's bringing the kind of beats that make even your headphones sweat.
Zelensky replaces Ode zu Mehr with general, calls it strategic. When your city's leadership resembles a game of Risk, you know it's time to question whether strategy or desperation is the real driving force.
In the latest episode of How Low Can You Go?, the administration tries to axe workers who can't even clock in, because nothing says leadership like kicking folks when they're down.
AI disrupts hiring for entry-level jobs, calls it innovation. When progress means fewer jobs for the newbies, we're left wondering if innovation is just code for making do more with less the new normal.
Only 13% of post-punk fans dance to The Cure, and Robert Smith calls it progress. When even the undead can't be bothered to groove to your tune, maybe it's time to rethink the rhythm, or just embrace the existential ennui.
Dead girls don't cry, but necromantics sure makes them dance. Maybe the undead have it figured out, skipping the emotional roller coaster and going straight for the psychobilly groove.
Australian Labor Party backtracks on superannuation changes, then calls it strategic. When your opposition's as feeble as a wet tissue, even a strategic retreat looks like a parade of missed opportunities.
San Francisco 49ers announced George Kittle will practice then speculate on Purdy and Pearsall. In the NFL, a practice announcement now rivals state secrets, and every potential lineup change is treated like a constitutional amendment.
Dr. Phil hosts reality TV, then forgets his own reality. When your advice is as stale as a week-old donut, maybe it's time to hang up the microphone and stop playing therapist on national television.
ICE offered Dallas $25 million for police collaboration, and the police chief turned them down. When a Texas city turns down millions, you know ICE's proposal smelled worse than a week-old barbecue in July.
When the going gets tough, the tough apparently get going, straight out the door, leaving a nation to sort out democracy like a jigsaw puzzle missing half its pieces.
Poland flexes Baltic ambitions with new naval investments, calling it a strategic necessity. When the land of pierogi starts dreaming of battleships, you know the Baltic's about to get a lot more flavorful.
Netanyahu promises hostage news in hours, then cuts Gaza aid by half. Balancing hope and humanitarian aid like a tightrope walker juggling chainsaws. One wrong move and someone's losing more than just their balance.
Motorola flashes smartphone price by $100, calls it a steal. Discounts are like band-aids on bullet wounds when tech companies sell us yesterday's features wrapped in tomorrow's packaging, hoping we won't notice the déjà vu.
Meta ends Mac and Windows Messenger apps, calls it streamlining.
because nothing says user-friendly like forcing you to juggle more tabs than a caffeine-fueled octopus at a keyboard convention.
EU pledges protection for Spain against Trump's tariffs, calls it solidarity. The EU's version of a knight in shining armor, ready to defend with bureaucracy and paperwork, but without the sword or the horse.
Meta builds Texas data center, promises AI revolution. When the digital empire stakes its claim in the Lone Star State, expect the tumbleweeds to start whispering in ones and zeros.
Professor claims misconceptions about mail-order brides, then sells a book. Turns out, the real mail order is the professor's new bestseller, packaged with a bow of academic authority and a shipping fee of smugness.
German state ditches Microsoft for open source email, calls it progress. Looks like even the bureaucrats are tired of paying for Microsoft's glitches, opting for freedom over forced updates and endless licensing fees.
Kate Bush resurrects Waking the Witch with haunting alt-pop. When ethereal vocals become the soundtrack to your existential crisis, you know it's time to question reality and your Spotify playlist.
Only 12% of disco lovers know this track, and the band calls it a hidden gem. Unfinished. Business might not be on your playlist, but it's the groove you didn't know your soul was missing, like a vinyl treasure in a digital world.
Carbon offsets fail to reduce global heating, blamed on systemic issues. Turns out, you can't just buy your way out of climate change with a few trees and a guilty conscience. Nature doesn't take IOUs.
As China tensions drop Asian currencies, and traders call it cautious optimism. When the world's two biggest economies play tug of war, it's like watching Godzilla wrestle King Kong while your wallet cowers in the corner.
When Goldman shops, it's not for groceries, but for entire companies, proving that billion-dollar impulse buys are the new black.
Only 37% of Mexico's rainwater is managed, and the government calls it a natural disaster. When nature throws a tantrum, it's the people left to drown in the aftermath, while the authorities shrug and wade through excuses.
Lithuania braces for conflict as NATO-Russia tensions spike. When your neighbors are a bear and a bully, even the smallest countries start flexing their military muscles. Welcome to Baltic Survival 101.
Gwyneth Paltrow proposes a book on conscious uncoupling,
Ignoring the irony.
because nothing says I've moved on.
SpaceX Starship launches for space, then returns in pieces. A moon rocket that disassembles itself is like a magic trick gone wrong. Elon's space odyssey might need a few more rehearsals.
The Supreme Court may rule it's racist to remedy racism because logic's on vacation. When the highest court plays twister with justice, it's amazing how quickly equality can become a pretzel of privilege and prejudice.
Royalty with a twisted sense of entitlement. When blue blood thinks it's above consent, the crown jewels are the least of their problems.
Canada threatens Stellantis with legal action, then wonders why factories flee. When you're a country trying to keep jobs, threatening a car company is like trying to catch fish with a frying pan. It might make you feel good, but it won't fill your plate.
Jamie Dimon warns on credit quality, then Trump meets Milei in a tango of chaos. When a banker's pulse quickens and a former president plays kingmaker, you know the financial script's about to hit a new low note.
Only 70% of people know Drew Struzan's name, and Hollywood calls it a tribute. A legend passes quietly while superhero sequels scream from the rooftops, proof that sometimes the quiet brushstrokes paint the most vibrant legacy.
When war profits masquerade as economic growth, the only thing getting armored is the truth behind their balance sheets.
US Treasury pledges $40 billion to Argentina, promises austerity diet. With a financial lifeline thicker than a tango dancer's mustache, Argentina's economy might just dance another day, assuming it can keep up with the rhythm of debt.
Spanish unions demand protests while government narrows child pension access. In Spain's latest game of bureaucratic limbo, the government tackles gender inequality by trimming benefits, because nothing says equality like fewer crumbs for everyone.
French court tries woman for 2022 murder of 12-year-old, justice delayed. When tragedy becomes a political pawn, the real crime is how quickly compassion gets buried beneath ideological battles.
US and China weaponize AI for tech supremacy, calling it sovereignty. In the latest round of digital brinkmanship, both superpowers redefine freedom as the ability to outcode each other, proving that sovereignty now comes with a silicon chip and a side of paranoia.
OpenAI dupes Hollywood agents with Sora 2, claiming it's revolutionary. Turns out, Sora 2 is just a recycled script with digital lipstick, proving once again that in Tinseltown, the only real illusion is originality.
When avoiding political collapse is a market win, maybe stability is just another market commodity, traded like chocolate bars and bottled water.
Trump hints at Insurrection Act, then reverses CDC layoffs. In a plot twist even Hollywood wouldn't script, the administration plays a game of hold my beer with civil liberties, while CDC staffers get a whiplash-worthy reprieve.
Refineries processing Russian oil face sanctions, war machine keeps rolling. When your fuel tank's full but your conscience isn't, maybe it's time to rethink what drives us, profits or peace.
Citadel Securities eyes India entry,
calls it a growth driver. As billionaires play monopoly with global markets, India becomes the latest board square in Ken Griffin's empire, promising liquidity but delivering a liquidity trap.
Ryanair slashes 800,000 seats to Germany, blames taxes. When your airline's business model depends on dodging taxes, cutting seats is just a temper tantrum, dressed up as fiscal responsibility.
When the loudest voice in the room is also the most divisive, it's hard to tell if she's reading or just shouting into Floyd.
Amazon unveils pay-per-visit virtual healthcare for kids. Solves nothing. Turning kids' health into a subscription service. It's like putting a price tag on every scraped knee and runny nose.
LG India bankers pocketed bigger fees than Tata's IPO, proving size doesn't equal reward. It's like getting a bigger tip for serving a side salad over a steak dinner. Who knew lettuce could be so lucrative?
Trump demands rivals prosecution. Flanked by DOJ and FBI chiefs, justice takes a holiday. When the justice system becomes a stage prop, it's hard to tell if democracy is still the script or just a forgotten line.
0% of chill seekers find destiny in algorithms, yet YouTube calls it curated magic. It's like trusting a vending machine to predict your soulmate. Surprise, you get a soda instead of serendipity.
India questions Trump's claims of halting Russian oil purchases. Reality check ensues. When diplomacy turns into a game of telephone, expect the message to get lost between Delhi and the Mar-a-Lago echo chamber.
Hamburg prosecutors charge man with murder, then reveal his online alias was White Tiger. When your screen name sounds like a bad 80s cartoon villain, maybe it's time to rethink your life choices.
Democratic governors launch Health Alliance, then target RFK Jr. for his anti-vax rhetoric. When your science degree comes from the University of Facebook, expect actual governors to form study groups against you.
Supreme Court eyes Limiting Voting Rights Act, democracy braces for impact. When justice means redefining fairness, expect more hurdles at the ballot box wrapped in the guise of reform.
Only 20% of preemies get maternal voice therapy, and hospitals call it an innovative care strategy. When a mother's voice can outshine $1 billion healthcare system, maybe it's time to reevaluate the budget priorities.
Sievert's team scores World Cup spot, then realizes FIFA's corruption is their next opponent. When the thrill of victory meets the chill of bureaucracy, even the greenest fans might see red.
Junkie Muggles release Monstro 2. Unlimited streaming fails to break your eardrums. When progressive means blending sludge and stoner, expect a sonic trip through Russia that feels like a psychedelic bear hug.
Drew Struzan's iconic art loses its creator, then Hollywood realizes AI can't replace human touch. As studios scramble for nostalgia, they might find that pixels lack the soul that Struzan painted into every masterpiece.
Turns out Ivy League pride doesn't need a government sugar daddy, but it sure loves to flaunt its rebellious streak in a tailored suit.
Michael Jackson's $788 estate risks collapse, lawsuits and scandals dismantle the legacy. When a fortune's foundation is built on controversy, it crumbles faster than a moonwalk in quicksand, leaving only echoes of the king of pop's troubled reign.
French frigate tails Russian sub calls it a security patrol. When French Navy plays shadow games with Russian subs, it's less about security and more about who has the stealthier fashion sense underwater.
Protesters in Italy urge Israel boycott clash with police. When soccer becomes a political football, you know the game's not just about goals, but who's kicking justice into the net.
Looks like our four-legged friends get the energy boost while we humans are left chasing our tails, still waiting for a miracle in a bottle that works.
"80-year-old woman conquers Ironman World Championship, defies age limits." While billionaires struggle to lift their egos, this grandma just lifted the bar for what's possible. No rocket needed, just raw grit.
Epstein survivor demands Speaker Johnson release files, says survivors deserve truth. While Speaker Johnson hesitates, the courage of those who endured Epstein's horrors exposes the cowardice of those who hide behind closed doors.
Chinese hunger for meat drives Brazil's natural resource consumption, promises sustainability. Behind every steak in China lurks a Brazilian soy field, illustrating a global food chain where forests fall and water flows unchecked to feed insatiable appetites.
A reset wrapped in pragmatism and positivity, or just two frenemies sipping chai while plotting their next chess move.
M55 agents investigate cyber attack. Tata's Jaguar Land Rover stalls amid global intrigue. Spies on a digital ordinate, tracking whispers across continents while the luxury carmaker's engine sputters on the world stage.
Gold fails to shield from inflation despite stable history contradicts financial myths. Turns out, your shiny hoard may not save you from rising prices. It's just a metal, not a magical inflation shield, much to the chagrin of doomsday investors.
Trump considers Insurrection Act. Democracy braces for deja vu. It's like Groundhog Day, but instead of a cute rodent, it's a political time bomb ticking towards authoritarian fireworks.
Mamandani refuses to demand Hamas disarm, dodges the diplomatic dance. When asked to play referee, some prefer the sidelines, leaving the ball of peace to roll into a minefield.
Smart displays tout convenience, yet offer privacy, nightmares fueling tech addiction. In a world where screens watch while you watch them, the real question is, who's really in control, your smart home or the corporations behind it?
Federal prosecutors aim to indict John Bolton, accuse him of hypocrisy. When the game of political chess turns into a vendetta, pawns become targets and the king's enemies face trial instead of debate.
Protesters plan No Kings rallies, defy government's monarchy nostalgia. In the land of the free, some still prefer a gilded cage, but the people are done with crowns and ready for crowns of thorns.
China issues consumption vouchers, expecting a spending surge
but ignoring systemic economic cracks. When the government hands out vouchers like candy, it's less about generosity and more about distracting from the financial fire they're trying to put out.
Lab-grown embryo model creates blood cells, a miracle for medicine.
Trump heckled an Israeli parliament, blames it on fake news. When you're such a polarizing figure that even halfway across the world, someone just can't resist giving you a piece of their mind, live in unfiltered.
Big banks report record profits, claim consumers aren't stressed despite inflation.
Conservatives claim leftists hate Columbus Day, ignore history lessons. It's amazing how defending a genocidal explorer becomes a patriotic duty, while questioning it means you despise an entire nation.
Trump hails historic dawn as hostages exchanged, peace still in hiding. Trading people like baseball cards might be a historic dawn, but when the sun rises, don't expect freedom to shine on the unspoken.
UK charities face threats, blame toxic immigration rhetoric for hostility. When compassion becomes a target, it's a sign the narrative's more twisted than a pretzel at a Brexit party.
When a Fed governor talks about stability, it's like a tightrope walker bragging about balance while the wind howls. Just keep watching, folks.
John Bolton, indicted for classified documents, claims it's a witch hunt. When a former Trump critic gets indicted, it's like watching a soap opera where the plot twist was obvious all along. Grab your popcorn, folks.
Trump claims U.S. struck narco-trafficking vessel near Venezuela, defying geography. When your foreign policy reads like an action movie script, maybe it's time to question the director's cut.
FINMA to appeal court decision over Credit Suisse, $20 billion bond wipeout. In the land of neutrality, even Swiss regulators can't escape the drama of financial soap operas. Who knew bonds could be so scandalously entertaining?
A 17-year-old Ukrainian boy killed in Dublin, suspect detained, others injured.
Mark Sanchez, briefly jailed in Indianapolis, charged with felony battery, then released. From throwing passes to throwing punches, it seems some athletes just can't leave the contact sport mentality behind.
NATO funds billions for U.S. weapons to Ukraine. Slovenia joins, calls it support. When your membership fee is a blank check for missiles, solidarity starts looking a lot like a high-stakes arms bazaar.
Only 10% of gym goers eat pork post-workout, and researchers call it revolutionary. Because nothing says peak physical condition like a bacon-flavored protein shake, right? Who knew the secret to gains was hiding in a pigsty?
Drones swap payloads mid-air using flying toolbox, hailed as innovation. When your Amazon package arrives by drone, pray they don't accidentally drop your new TV in transit while swapping it for someone else's socks.
Trump claims $17 trillion in investments, but fact-checkers say it's fiction.
Looks like Trump's math skills are as real as his tan, both wildly exaggerated and impossible to take seriously.
When even the healers flee, you know the world's gone mad. The only thing more dangerous than a scalpel is the silence it leaves behind.
French stocks surge, claiming political stability, while LVMH profits skyrocket. Seems like luxury goods and political promises are the perfect pairing, both glamorous facades hiding the chaos backstage.
Tyra Banks launches hot ice cream and the internet stays frosty. When your dessert needs a PR team to explain itself, maybe it's time to stick to regular vanilla. Not every whim needs a cone.
Stephen Parkinson faces MPs over China spy trial collapse denying government meddling. When the legal system becomes a game of political dodgeball, you can bet justice is the first casualty.
The Netherlands invokes Cold War-era law to seize Nexperia, fearing Chinese influence. When even the Dutch are playing Cold War Monopoly, you know the chips are down and the stakes are up.
Bank of America survey finds AI stocks in bubble, biggest market tail risk. When the banks start sweating algorithms, you know the bubble's about to burst with a binary bang.
Le Cornu delays retirement age hike until post-2027 election, fearing instability. When your political strategy involves hitting snooze on tough decisions, you might as well admit you're just hoping the next guy handles it.
NATO launches nuclear exercise, labels it routine, while global tensions simmer like a pressure cooker. When the world's on edge, nothing says peacekeeping like a good old-fashioned game of atomic chicken.
Study reveals emotional memories etched by unexpected brain cells defying past theories. Turns out, even your neurons have a flair for the dramatic, enlisting surprise extras to make those heartbreaks and triumph unforgettable, like a soap opera in your skull.
French PM dodges political bullet, losing only 271 votes of no confidence, and calls it stability. In the grand circus of democracy, surviving by the skin of your teeth is the new definition of a roaring success.
Bernie Sanders identifies Democrats' Achilles heel, says it's not just Republicans' fault, but their own forgetfulness of working class roots. When your political compass is a spinning top, even the most ardent supporters can't tell if you're heading left or right.
Shy Hope nails one-handed catch at slip, sending Sudarsan packing in the second test. When your hands are graced by the cricket gods, even gravity takes a back seat, leaving batsmen wondering if they're playing against superheroes.
Meta bows to government demands, but Zuckerberg once vowed defiance. When your spine is as flexible as your terms of service, it's easy to fold like a cheap yoga mat.
Only 40% of Japanese citizens support Takaishi's Yasukuni visit, and she calls it a mandate. Nothing says popular support like a minority backing a controversial nod to war criminals.
Israeli drone kills one in Gaza during ceasefire, proving peace is just an intermission for war. When ceasefires come with asterisk, it's less about peace and more about who gets to reload first.
Indian central bank crushes currency speculators with surprise intervention, leaving traders reeling. When a central bank plays whack-a-mole with currency speculators, it's less about monetary policy and more about keeping traders on their toes and wallets thin.
Disturbed cancels Brussels concert, issues statement blaming unforeseen circumstances, fans left hanging. Rock stars promise chaos and deliver on it, except when unforeseen circumstances turn out to be code for logistical nightmares and disappointed fans.
Only 10% of AI training happens in rural India, and tech giants call it progress.
Only 5% of Arctic expeditions end in tragedy, yet the Italia airship disaster is history's chilling reminder.
Two men charged with murder of Ian Watkins in prison, justice behind bars. When even the safe confines of a cell can't protect you from poetic justice, the universe has a dark sense of humor and a sharper knife.
When music is the enemy and stadiums need ice, you know the real border is between reality and whatever they're smoking in Washington.
Cracked windscreen forces US Defense Secretary's plane to land in UK, yet the Pentagon insists everything is under control. When a pane of glass grounds the war machine, maybe it's time to question what's really fragile in the cockpit of global power.
Nate Silver identifies unusual rise in Trump's approval rating, as if facts have taken a vacation. When reality's on holiday, even the numbers start spinning tales that only a magician or a politician could love.
When your carry-on costs more than your flight, you might as well pack your sense of financial responsibility in the overhead bin.
CCC shares recover slightly after short seller Ningi attacks with accounting allegations, proving that truth is as flexible as a well-worn shoe. When the wolves of Wall Street start howling, even the toughest souls can feel the bite, but denial's always in season.
Metropolitan parasol draws tourists, then leaves locals in the shade. A wooden waffle structure costing 90 million euros. Proof that sometimes architecture is just a very expensive way to block the sun.
Number 10 releases key witness statements in China, Spyro, and the truth is as clear as a London fog.
Supreme Court rejects Alex Jones's plea against $1.4 billion defamation judgment, calling it a victory for facts over fantasy. When you peddle conspiracy theories, don't be surprised when reality hands you a bill large enough to fund a small nation.
Canadian court fines man $3,500 for AI hallucinations defense. When your legal strategy involves imaginary hijacked planes, remember, reality is not just a suggestion, even in Quebec.
Average cost of a new car tops $50,000, and automakers call it innovation. When the price tag rivals a year of college, maybe it's time to rethink what driving change really means.
SpaceX investigator of rocket failures Hans Koenigsmann heads to space, irony in orbit. After years of watching rockets explode, Koenigsmann finally gets a front row seat to his own potential fireworks show.
Young Republicans leaders in racist group chat deny wrongdoing. When your political future's foundation is a chat log straight out of a hate group, maybe it's time to reconsider your talking points.
Israel holds hostages, claims it's for security. Holding hostages under the guise of security is like calling a kidnapping a surprise sleepover. Who knew diplomacy involved so many handcuffs?
US news outlets reject Pentagon's demand to report only official information. Censorship denied. When the truth starts to sound like a conspiracy, maybe it's time to question who's writing the script.
Holman denies bribery on live TV, then offers interviewer a Rolex. When your defense against bribery is gifting luxury watches, it's like saying, I'm not a thief, just an enthusiastic borrower.
Because nothing says military preparedness like judging a soldier by their waistline instead of their ability to dodge bullets.
As the music fades, the only thing left on the airwaves is the static sound of corporate restructuring and forgotten dreams.
Wikipedia blames AI for fewer human visitors, fears extinction. As if endless citation-needed tags weren't enough, now Wikipedia is fighting AI for eyeballs, like a library battling e-books with overdue fines.
Vampire Daddy drops rockabilly single, Bloodsuckers Not Included.
Palmer Luckey's Enduro unveils Eagle Eye helmet, calls it a soldier's new teammate. Because nothing says camaraderie like a helmet with more processing power than your smartphone, turning warfare into a multiplayer virtual reality game.
Trump hailed as hero in Israel compared to Hitler by US Democrats, and the world asks, what gives?
When your political career is a Rorschach test of global diplomacy, every inkblot reveals either a savior or a tyrant, depending on the viewer's bias.
Rare earth stocks surge pre-market, extending gains as US-China trade spat rayonites. Just when you thought the trade war was yesterday's news, rare earths remind us that old rivalries fuel new market frenzies.
When political speeches are like pop songs, always promising harmony but delivering dissonance, the only thing on repeat is disappointment.
Scientists reveal Arctic Ocean's CO2 storage slowdown, hint it's deja vu for climate change. When the planet's memory is better than ours, history repeats itself like a bad sequel, but with fewer icebergs and more existential dread.
Political rhetoric blares louder, no longer a dog whistle when everyone hears it. Subtlety is dead, folks, as political discourse opts for a bullhorn in a crowded room, proving that nuance was never really in season.
NYC mayoral candidates promise cooperation with Trump, forgetting his last term's chaos. It's like inviting a tornado to a housewarming party. Sure, you'll have company, but say goodbye to the roof and probably your sanity.
It's like putting a band-aid on a sinking ship. Sure, it looks like you're doing something, but everyone's still getting wet.
U.S. government reduces deficit to $1.76 trillion, yet debt hits new record. Like using a teaspoon to bail out a sinking ship, the fiscal strategies seem more like a band-aid on a bullet wound than a real solution.
Oil prices decline for a third week while US-China tensions simmer. It's like watching two elephants tangle on a tightrope. The world holds its breath, but the oil just keeps slipping.
In a world where comfort meets technology, this strap promises everything but the ability to tell time, proving once again that innovation often forgets the basics.
Philipson critiques social media parenting advice, touts Labour's best start hubs. Because nothing says timeless wisdom like a government program. Let's hope it outlasts the latest TikTok parenting dance challenge.
John Bolton, indicted for mishandling classified documents, then claims ignorance. The irony of a former national security advisor mishandling secrets is as rich as his mustache, yet somehow he seems surprised that rules also apply to him.
Saudi Arabia warns Qatar will revive Hamas. because clearly nothing says neighbourly love.
I squared Capital Near's $1.5 billion deal for Liberty Tire, calling it a recycling revolution. Because nothing screams eco-friendly progress like a billion-dollar deal that transforms old tires into a shiny new corporate trophy, debt included.
Belgium sees 80,000 protest austerity while police deploy tear gas. When the government's idea of tightening belts means cutting social welfare, it turns out people prefer not to be strangled by their own leaders.
Trump orders strike off Venezuela, kills 6, claims drug smuggling. When your foreign policy is a game of battleship, you might want to double-check the rules on human life and international law.
Democrats demand Mike Johnson's seat Grijalva hold office protest. When democracy is a game of musical chairs, someone always tries to pull the seat out from under you, proving power loves a rigged game.
Music track My Kind of Loneliness drops on Spotify with zero fanfare. In a world where isolation is the new normal, ambient tunes become the soundtrack for solitary souls who find peace in the echoes of their own thoughts.
Shutdown threatens 10,000 federal jobs, spot warrants.
Fashion brands embrace fascist undertones, then claim ignorance. When symbols of hate become trendy, it's not just bad taste, it's a chilling reminder that style over substance can cost more than designer prices.
The phone stays cool while your bank account heats up, proving once again that gamers are willing to pay for bells, whistles, and liquid-cooled gimmicks.
Scientists link skin conditions to mental health risks, surprising no one. Because what's a little epidermal distress when your brain's already throwing a tantrum?
Climate tipping points threaten ice sheets and oceans, while politicians offer thoughts and prayers. It's like watching the Titanic head for an iceberg, but instead of steering, our leaders are busy rearranging deck chairs and denying there's water on board.
Man indicted faces 2 charges in Beyonce's stolen music case. The suspect may have swiped some beats, but it's the justice system that's out of tune, treating digital piracy like a major crime while ignoring systemic corruption.
China accused of espionage in the UK, and the scandal includes former DPP Stephen Parkinson. It's a classic spy thriller where the plot twist is that everyone's already read the script, but no one bothered to stop the filming.
Maine Governor Janet Mills joins the crowded Democratic race, aiming to unseat Republican Senator Susan Collins. It's a political Hunger Games where the prize is a Senate seat and the only losers are the voters who just want health care.
New post-rock track Goodbye by Toe featuring Asako Toki live in 2025. Even in the future, musicians are still pouring heart and soul into their art, while the industry continues to squeeze them dry for every last note and dime.
AI deciphers new solar tech, but energy giants still cling to fossil fuels. Imagine unlocking a treasure chest of clean energy only to have the keys snatched by oil barons who prefer the chains of yesterday.
Scientists identify depression-linked brain cells, yet Big Pharma still pushes pills. Spotting the culprits in your brain doesn't stop the pharmaceutical carnival from selling you overpriced band-aids for a bullet wound.
Treasury Secretary Bessent suggests China tariff truce may extend, yet tensions remain.
Only 10% of users click music links, yet the internet's still a cacophony. In a world where every track is a revolution, we're still stuck on repeat, scrolling past the soundtrack of our own oblivion.
Israeli government threatens film Academy funds after anti-war movie wins, proving art's power scares more than actual conflict. When a movie about peace is more dangerous to the establishment than war itself, you know the script is flipped, but the plot remains tragic.
Trump's Alaska Road project threatens Native American way of life, claim indigenous communities. Building roads to nowhere has never been more devastating. It's like paving over history with the asphalt of ignorance and corporate greed.
Kenyan opposition titan Raila Odinga dies at 80, leaving a legacy of unfulfilled presidential bids. Five presidential runs and a lifetime of resistance, yet the dreams of many remain as elusive as ever, reminding us that some revolutions never see the dawn.
Syria's al-Shara aims to redefine Russia ties, tells Putin in Moscow. Rebranding old alliances is like repainting a crumbling wall. It might look fresh, but the cracks of past betrayals remain just beneath the surface.
With ticket prices higher than a striker's ego, the beautiful game becomes a playground for the 1%, proving once again that football is a sport of the people only if you're rich enough to buy a team.
Martian dust devils race at hurricane speeds, stun scientists. When your neighborhood weather includes dust storms on steroids, maybe it's time to reconsider that interplanetary real estate investment. Mars, where your dust bunnies can bench press a rover.
NASA bets on SpaceX for moon race, but Starship lags behind schedule and dreams of lunar glory. In a cosmic twist, America's lunar ambitions hinge on a rocket that's more fashionably late than a diva at a red carpet event, leaving us all wondering if the Eagle will ever land again.
It's like telling your neighbor their fence is useless after your dog already dug under it. The bark is just a warning for the next dig.
When the Fed's financial diet plan crumbles, it's like celebrating a New Year's resolution broken by February. Cheers to fiscal indulgence.
When all you can eat turns into all you can afford, it's like swapping a buffet for a vending machine. Bon voyage to indulgence.
Taylor Swift channels Motown soul, Ophelia's fate takes a turn. It's like seeing a pop princess try on a vinyl dress. You admire the effort, but wonder if she's ready for the scratchy reality.
Republican Party debates if I love Hitler is acceptable, redefining rock bottom. When your moral compass points to controversy instead of compassion, you're not just lost, you're navigating with a broken GPS.
Competition regulator exposes where troops prices are 16% higher, calls it transparency. When even Fido's flea treatment fetches a premium, you know the only ones wagging their tails are the shareholders.
Sound energy promises cures but remains experimental. Hope and hype collide. Like selling snake oil with a side of science, the hope is real, but the results are still tuning their instruments.
When over half your missile maker sidesteps sanctions, it's clear that loopholes are the new front line.
YouTube bans In That Mode video, claims it violates community guidelines. When AI-generated beats can't even catch a break on the tube, you know the algorithms got a vendetta against creativity.
Miss Lava drops new album, promises vintage vibes with a modern twist. Rock nostalgia is a lucrative business where authenticity is sold like limited edition vinyl. Spin it back to a time that never was.
Hamas releases 20 hostages after 738 days, calls it a humanitarian gesture. When your captors finally play nice after 2 years, it's less a gesture and more a hostage release sale.
Big tech labels regulation as state control, while AI reshapes society and calls it innovation. When the fox guards the henhouse, they call it security. When big tech guards democracy, they call it progress.
Tory scheme installs faulty insulation, now requires repair or replacement. When you promise warmth but deliver drafts, it's less about saving the planet and more about keeping that spin cycle going.
When a $28 trillion bull market sneezes,
The little guy catches a cold and Wall Street calls it just weather.
Gope promises vote on subsidies, but shutdown continues. Promises are like band-aids on bullet wounds. They cover the problem without addressing the bleeding, leaving everyone wondering when the real help will arrive.
Rep. Dave Taylor claims swastika flag was a ruse targeting Republicans. When your defense strategy involves calling hate symbols a hoax, maybe it's time to reassess what you're actually representing.
Former Fed President Henig warns US-China tension is the real risk, but inflation's the sneaky one at 3%. When inflation's the party crasher, Henig's the guy yelling fire at a bonfire while the world fiddles with a trade war violin.
In a world where swiping left is the norm, Jay clings to nostalgia, like vinyl records in a Spotify world. Marine heat wave bleaches 100% of Red Sea anemones, clownfish, vanish like hopes in a climate conference. In the underwater drama, Nature's Finding Nemo sequel is a horror flick where the cast has gone missing and the coral's the real ghost.
China advances meltdown-proof nuclear reactor with key safety test. Meanwhile, the rest of the world still debates if climate change is real, proving once again that denial is the most powerful energy source.
Katy Perry's career crumbles under the weight of political, personal, and musical missteps, now an easy punchline instead of a pop icon. From teenage dream to waking nightmare, Katy's journey is a cautionary tale that even the brightest fireworks can fizzle into a soggy sparkler.
$3,700 NUFITs condemn Trump for targeting free speech. When the voices of thousands are reduced to a footnote, it's like shouting into a hurricane. The storm of ego drowns out the cries for liberty.
European bats devour migrating birds mid-flight, turning skies into a gothic buffet. When bats become aerial predators, Hitchcock's The Birds gets a vampiric sequel. Who knew Dracula had wings and a taste for songbirds?
Janet Mills pledges to uphold filibuster if she joins the Senate. Preserving a tool for endless debate ensures that progress remains an endangered species in the political wilderness, where change is just a myth.
RFK Jr. sells drugs to author who last night. When your dealer's last name is Kennedy, it's less about the high.
Nintendo sells Seattle Mariners and fans brace for corporate curveballs. From pixelated pitches to billionaire boardrooms, baseball becomes a game of Monopoly. Let's hope Stanton doesn't trade the hot dogs for DLCs.
US ultimatum forces Dutch to seize chipmaker over Chinese CEO. In the geopolitical game of chess, seizing a chipmaker is the equivalent of flipping the board and calling it strategy. Everyone loses, especially the pawns.
NASA's JWST reveals red supergiant moments before its grand finale, proving stars go out with a bang, not a whimper. Just when you thought the universe couldn't be more dramatic, space decides to drop a cosmic mic. Someone call Hollywood, a star's true exit.
Trump declares golden age of the Middle East hours after hostages return. His words glimmer with irony, a spectacle of optimism draped over a region where peace is as elusive as a mirage in the desert.
When your foreign policy resembles a reality show ultimatum, you know it's all about ratings, not relationships. Diplomacy by tantrum rarely wins hearts or minds.
In the latest episode of International Tug of War, Silicon Edition, China, and the Netherlands battle over chips, leaving tech firms scrambling and popcorn sales soaring.
Logistics challenge in Taiwan Strait exposes military vulnerability. When your supply lines are slower than an arthritic snail, maybe it's time to rethink the whole superpower branding. Speed isn't just a luxury, it's survival.
In the Middle East's most twisted reality show, freedom is a temporary guest star, while lasting peace never makes it past auditions.
Hiroshi Yoshimura releases Sheep and ambient fans call it transcendent. Floating notes create an illusion of tranquility, a soothing balm for minds bombarded by chaos, yet the world remains a cacophony of dissonance.
El Fashur siege traps thousands for over 500 days, suffering now a grim spectator sport.
French minister urges Parliament not to weaponise budget against government. When your best argument is, please don't, maybe it's time to reconsider your leadership skills. Persuasion isn't just about asking nicely, it's about having a plan.
As Apple pivots to touch PCs, maybe they're hoping we won't notice their AI talent escaping like it's a sinking ship.
When human lives become bargaining chips, it's clear that compassion and humanity have taken a backseat to the cold calculus of conflict and power games.
Parents discover kids smoking a joint at ages 7 and 9. Parents shocked. While your mini Cheech and Chong explore horticulture early. Maybe it's time to question the neighborhood influence before they start asking for a snack budget.
Because what's more Hollywood than wanting a mini-me?
Honor's robot phone concept features fold-out camera arm calls it innovation. When your phone can do yoga but still drops calls, it's a reminder that sometimes technology bends over backwards while leaving basic functionality in the dust.
Trump leads Egypt summit, frees Israeli hostages and Palestinian detainees, then praises al-Sisi. Because nothing says peace like a handshake between two leaders, while hundreds wonder when their next meal will come and go.
Supercharged vitamin K promises brain healing but costs skyrocket. While Big Pharma rubs its hands with glee, remember that hope in a pill often comes with a side of fiscal incapacitation.
Amagay's fake Super Bowl halftime show reveals their real failures. When the alternative to a music performance is a political tantrum, it's clear that some folks would rather lip sync to nostalgia than face the discord of modern reality.
Ukrainian intelligence lists 139 vessels and 122 captains in grain and oil theft, calls it transparency. Because nothing screams justice like a publicly available list, while the pilfered grain bakes into bread sold at triple the price.
Mike Johnson drops Nazi remark and critics call it a slip. When your tongue accidentally reveals the skeletons rattling in your political closet, maybe it's time to hire a speech coach or a shrink.
Austerity's ghost lingers, turning public services into a cautionary tale of how budget boosts can be smoke and mirrors when the damage is already done.
Israel and Egypt plan to reopen Rafah crossing, solving last year's promise.
Wall Street rallies after a 30-minute pause while markets writhe. When financial whiplash becomes the norm, maybe it's time to admit that the stock market is just a high-stakes game of musical chairs.
Ah, the 70s. Disco, bell-bottoms, and inflation nightmares. Dust off your vinyl because the economic boogie is back, baby.
LG India surges past South Korean parent. Hits $13 billion after debut. When the child surpasses the parent, it's less a family celebration and more a corporate coup with stockholders holding the confetti.
Only 30% of domestic abuse victims see justice, and courts call it progress. When the legal system trips over its own shoelaces, it's no wonder predators still run marathons. Justice now available in slow motion.
Russia bombards Ukraine's gas sites while Zelensky flies to US for Trump meeting. Diplomacy's a circus when leaders juggle bombs and meetings, but somehow the clowns always get the biggest applause.
US B-52 bombers buzz Venezuela's backyard, then Pentagon calls it routine. When your neighbour's idea of a friendly flyover involves nuclear-capable aircraft, you might want to reconsider that BBQ invitation.
Verisad releases Obsession featuring Sevaseva's promises to heal heartbreak. Listening to a track called Obsession to mend a broken heart is like drinking salt water to quench thirst. It only deepens the longing and leaves you parched.
Half of geostationary satellites leak unencrypted data, and the space race just turned into a privacy breach. When your private messages are as secure as a paper airplane in a hurricane, it's time to rethink our cosmic communication strategies.
Gaza fighting ends, but Netanyahu's domestic battles just begin. Peace abroad. Chaos at home, like a magician who vanishes war only to pull a rabbit of unrest from his hat.
Stocks rise, tech hopes outweigh trade fears, markets pretend all is well.
Central banks hoard gold and shoppers panic, then prices soar.
when central banks and consumers play tug of war with gold. It's like watching two cats fight over a sunbeam. There's plenty of shine, but no one really wins.
BlockFi founder Zach Prince leads Galaxy One, hoping the banking platform forgets his last act ended in bankruptcy. Banking on a phoenix rising from the ashes of crypto chaos is bold, unless it's just a new outfit for the same old circus.
When the fiercest shark leaves the pool, even the minnows start feeling like they own the ocean.
Pope Leo condemns hunger as weapon of war, while nations feast on arms deals and starve diplomacy. Preaching peace while the choir's out buying missiles is like selling salvation with a side of hypocrisy.
Ukrainian combat medic becomes playwright, turns trauma into art, defies expectations. When life writes the script, the stage becomes a battlefield where healing and heartbreak share the spotlight.
Mongolian PM resigns after 4 months, then parliament collapse. In the land of the eternal blue sky, political careers seem as fleeting as a summer breeze. Here today, gone with the next vote of no confidence.
OpenAI clamps down on bias in ChatGPT, but who defines fair when the algorithm's fed by human hands? It's like asking a fox to guard the AI henhouse, all while claiming neutrality tastes like chicken.
ICE detains US citizen, dismisses passport as fake, then releases her. When reality feels like a Kafka novel, bureaucracy's absurdity turns everyday citizens into unwitting characters in a dystopian drama.
Fatty acid promises vision restoration, but simple is a scientist's favourite 4-letter word. If a fatty acid fixes eyesight, maybe kale can finally replace reading glasses.
U.S. military strikes alleged drug boat then targets Colombians. When your foreign policy is a hammer, every boat looks like a nail, even if it's just trying to stay afloat in the Caribbean Sea.
Dictatorships crumble under espionage while democracies thrive defying logic. Turns out when you silence dissent and control the narrative, you might just miss the spies slipping through the cracks in your Iron Curtain.
China blacklists Canadian firm for chip expose, demonstrating transparency's new enemy. When revealing truth gets you blacklisted, the world's more twisted than a Huawei circuit board.
When a pillow peddler's network gets under your skin, you know discourse has hit a new low.
AMD stock rises after OpenAI deal, while Nvidia watches from the sidelines. When Wall Street's optimism is based on silicon chips, it's a wonder they aren't all potato farmers.
When true crime outperforms family drama, it seems audiences prefer the comfort of fictional horror over the unsettling reality of suburban nightmares.
With each launch, we inch closer to a future where billionaires play astronaut, while the rest of us wait for a rent freeze on Earth.
ECB member claims US tariff impact unclear, then urges patience. When the economy's on fire, why not wait and see if the smoke turns into an inferno before grabbing the extinguisher?
Kenyan security forces shoot 4 dead as crowds mourn Raila Odinga, escalating tensions. In a place where mourning turns deadly, the real tragedy is a system that sees bulletproof vests as more essential than bulletproof legislation.
Michelle King transforms Washington spirit, pledges to empower female athletes. From chance investor to soccer savior, Kang shows that when women lead, the game changes, even if the paychecks still lag behind.
The slate challenges you to a 5x5 crossword, but only if you enable JavaScript, because solving a puzzle isn't enough. Now you need tech gymnastics just to fill in the blanks. They call it interactive. I call it overkill.
ADF vehicle crash injures 1 critically in North Queensland. Military precision on the battlefield, but on the road, it seems like they're taking cues from action movies, just without the special effects budget.
European Advanced Materials Academy promises to train 200,000 people, then delivers certificates with no jobs. When the diploma becomes a paperweight and the job market a mirage, we're left wondering if education is just another way to pass the buck.
Trump orders troop movement, and his top MAGA ally screams betrayal. When even your loudest cheerleader turns into a heckler, it's time to question if the art of the deal is just a noisy mess.
Supreme Court decides the 2026 election, then democracy takes a backseat. When the rogues hold more power than the people, voting becomes a ceremonial dance in a play where the script's already written.
EU plans to redirect $232 billion of frozen Russian assets, calls it a peace offering. Stealing from the rich to give to the war-torn, Robin Hood just rolled over in his grave and asked for royalties.
A gesture as overdue as the library fines I've been dodging, finally acknowledging that love and wit are no crimes.
China approves Pony AI and WeRide's Hong Kong listing as US delisting threats loom. Trading on one side of the globe while dodging regulatory bullets on the other. It's like a high-stakes game of corporate hopscotch.
Republican leaders vow to dismantle the Affordable Care Act, then blame Democrats for the healthcare mess. It's like torching your house and then complaining about the heat. Classic political arson.
Blaming a shutdown to trim jobs is like blaming gravity for a failed tightrope walk. The fall was inevitable, but the stunt was your choice.
Seth Moulton challenges Ed Markey for Senate, claims Democrats are in crisis. Nothing screams new ideas like a political contest where the main argument is that 80 is the new 80.
Trump-Xi meeting proceeds despite trade tensions, calling it diplomacy. It's like inviting your ex to dinner while still holding a grudge. Awkward, tense, and sure to end with someone storming out.
It's like threatening to move the moon, because you don't like the tides. The bluster is loud, but the power is imaginary.
Palestinian prisoner finds family alive after being told they were dead. In a world where truth is twisted like a pretzel, survival stories become the new fairy tales, and hope is the only currency left.
Arizona threatens lawsuit against Speaker Johnson over new rep-elect. When the state has to sue,
Air pollution dims India's sunshine by hours. Study reveals decades of decline. When smoke suffocates the sun's rays, the irony is clear. The land of a billion lights now struggles to find its own shadow.
Governor Janet Mills jumps into packed Democratic race to dethrone Susan Collins. Mills joins the political mosh pit where the winner gets a Senate seat and the rest gets a participation trophy and a campaign t-shirt.
Ace Frehley shatters expectations with Fractured Mirror, a track that defies time. When a guitar solo becomes a time machine, the real surprise is how the echoes of the past sound better than today's auto-tuned hits.
Portland ice protests draw more frogs and creatures because why not? When the animal kingdom joins your protest, you know the government might need a reality check or a Disney villain.
EU fast-tracks reparations loan for Ukraine using frozen Russian assets. When your neighbor's frozen assets are your best hope, it's either a geopolitical chess move or a dramatic episode of Broke Nations Club.
Lou Frankfurt hails tapestry's fifth renaissance, claims innovation as their secret sauce. When a luxury brand's sweet spot involves running scared, you know the fashion world is more about survival instincts than actual style.
Only 10% of hip-hop listeners remember Cluck Cluck, and Wyclef Jean calls it timeless. When a track's legacy rests on poultry references, it's either a hidden gem or a case of musical foul play.
Only 5% of indie releases include B-sides, and aspiring grunge artists call it nostalgia. When your throwback dreams hinged on forgotten tracks, it's either a nod to legends or a ticket to Obscurityville.
Trump's spins tale of troops battling child gangsters in DC calls it defense. When reality becomes a choose-your-own adventure, it's clear we're led by someone who thinks facts are just a suggestion.
Pantheon's Debenot insists French elections won't stabilize markets, despite bonds having best day since July. When your economic hopes ride on elections, it's like betting on a paper boat in a hurricane.
John T. Edge publishes memoir on Southern identity, then dives into family skeletons. When your family tree is more like a haunted forest
the memoir becomes less about roots and more about exorcism.
When your fictional universe makes the real world look mundane, even Hollywood CGI can't compete with your imagination's high-octane chaos.
White House proposes Arc to Trump, claims it symbolizes unity.
RFK Jr., SMAHA pushes chemtrail conspiracy theories as federal priority. Because when you can't solve actual health crises, just pivot to the sky and blame the clouds for everything wrong on the ground.
When your national security is breached by flying robots, it's like being outsmarted by a Roomba with a vendetta.
SML reports record orders cause AI demand a gold rush. When the AI arms race turns silicon into gold, even the machines are pawning their conscience for a piece of the pie.
Value manager bets on average Americans, then buys overlooked stocks. Because when the rich finally crash the party, it's the everyday folks who quietly sweep up the mess and accidentally save capitalism's bacon.
Only 43% of climate promises materialize, and scientists call it a near miss. When the planet's on fire, it could have been worse is like telling a sinking ship it's just taking on water.
Trump hails historic dawn after hostages freed, then conflict continues. In the grand theater of geopolitics, exchanging human lives for momentary applause is the encore nobody asked for, but everyone predicted.
EU demands US scrap metal tariffs, then calls it diplomacy.
Wall Street-backed startup fuels online loan trading, then banks tighten grip. When innovation means transferring power from one corporate hand to another, you know the revolution has been thoroughly monetized and sold back to you.
Ireland funds artists with permanent basic income, calls it cultural evolution. While others starve the arts, Ireland hands them a feast, because starving artists are so last century.
Jaguar Land Rover investigation reveals cyber attack, then blames outdated systems. When luxury cars stall due to digital potholes, maybe it's time to upgrade the software instead of just the leather upholstery.
Hedge funds short Adler-Pelzer's bonds, betting against the auto supplier's refinancing hopes.
Inzel's 7 million Battlefield 6 copies declares it the biggest launch in dreams of a connected universe. In a world where virtual warfare outsells reality, EA's fantasy of endless battlefields is just another cash grab dressed as innovation.
Donald Trump blasts Time magazine for worst picture of all time, proving vanity is timeless. As the world spins, the leader of the free world wages war on pixels, ensuring his legacy of thin skin and thick headlines.
Nation-state hacks F5's network, putting thousands at risk. Promises security. It's like locking the barn door after the horse has bolted, then selling the door as a premium feature. The irony is thicker than the threat.
Only 40% of employers value employee well-being, and this hiring manager calls it concern. In a world where jobs are more trap than treasure, rejecting for kindness feels like a corporate fairy tale, a rare unicorn in the land of burnout.
Safety Commissioner challenges Roblox but excludes it from social media ban.
Multiply Group merges 3 companies, claims synergy with $33 billion in assets. In the corporate world's version of a Frankenstein flick, 3 heads become 1 and the market cheers for the monster.
Chemical leak hospitalizes 5 in Queensland post offices, yet storms overshadow the chaos. When the weather and man-made disasters compete for attention, it's a bad day to be a headline writer or a resident.
Iran condemns Israeli attacks in Lebanon, labels them ceasefire violations.
Three oranges sell for $20, and the farmers call it sustainable.
NSW mandates gender parity in selective schools, but bias remains a stubborn shadow. Balancing the scales sounds noble until you realize it took decades to acknowledge the imbalance and only a few lines to promise change.
Police commissioner demands review of Maccabi Tel Aviv fans' UK ban after PM's rebuke. When politics and soccer collide, it's a game of hot potato, where fans are the ones left sitting on the sidelines.
Fetterman questioned on loyalty as Democrats plan his removal. In politics, the illusion of choice is often just that, an illusion. Picking a side when both are sinking feels like choosing between the iceberg and the Titanic.
China tightens rare earth export rules. Auto industry sounds the alarm.
Taliban demands flag over Berlin after Germany's deportation deal. When the price of diplomacy is waving a flag for the oppressor, it's not just a slippery slope, it's a full-on avalanche of irony.
Indian MEA denies phone call between Modi and Trump, contradicting US president's claim. In a game of telephone gone wrong, Trump's reality distortion field seems to have a few dropped calls.
Shame fails in American politics. Leaders brazenly double down.
When politicians wear disgrace like a badge of honor, you start to wonder if it's courage or just an immunity to embarrassment.
U.S. military commander for Latin America resigns, citing personal reasons, but timing raises eyebrows. When a top brass suddenly steps down, the real story often lurks in the shadows, whispering tales of unseen pressures and geopolitical chess games.
Education Department cuts jobs in special education and civil rights offices, calls it efficiency. Because nothing says commitment to equality like axing the folks who ensure it, right?
BBVA chair offers $19 billion for Sabadell. 3/4 rejected. When 3 out of 4 shareholders turn you down, it's either time to rethink your strategy or start questioning the definition of optimism.
Tim Curry's memoir, Vagabond Hits Shelves, redefines resilience. The tale stage and screen stardom sidetracked by illness, proving even legends need intermissions.
America demands a mass movement urgently, or risks sliding into autocracy for decades.
Trump hesitates on Ukraine missile aid after Putin call. When your foreign policy decisions are influenced by a phone call with a frenemy, it's like letting the fox guard the henhouse while asking for directions.
UK border chief slams France for not stopping small boat crossings, calls it a cross-channel blame game. Apparently, maritime law now requires a degree in international relations and a minor in finger pointing.
Government shutdown boosts flood insurance sales, calls it a win. When your business model thrives on governmental dysfunction, it's like selling umbrellas during a rainstorm and hoping for a monsoon.
Who knew UAVs could double as marketing tools for petrostate spin doctors?
A Bowmanat releases at $17 promises rock-heavy psych stoner vibes. When your existential dread needs a soundtrack, nothing beats the sweet distorted serenade of guitars screaming louder than your inner demons.
Sabadell claims most clients snubbed BBVA's $19 billion offer, calls it independence. Rejecting a $19 billion bid is like turning down a golden parachute in favor of a DIY bungee jump. Risky, but thrilling if you survive.
AI mega projects demand vast water resources, and Europe's driest regions call it progress.
Hackers deploy malware via bulletproof blockchains, label it innovation. When malware distribution becomes a blockchain feature, it's like selling unbreakable locks that come with free skeleton keys. Security gets redefined, but not in your favor.
Mexico's government promises relief, yet the floodwaters rise and swallow entire towns. When nature's rest meets bureaucratic delays, it's the people left gasping for air while officials drown in paperwork.
Success rates for grants plummet to single digits while demand skyrockets. When chasing scarce funding feels like a blood sport, perhaps it's time to question if innovation thrives on desperation or just collapses under it.
John Bolton indicted for mishandling classified info, claims misunderstanding.
When former hawks fumble state secrets, it's less about espionage and more about the irony of a national security advocate becoming the security breach.
Dutch regulators block Nexperia's expansion, and European automakers brace for chip shortages. When the chips are down and the cars are stuck, it's a Dutch treat for the auto industry's worst nightmare, a tech famine.
Jim Jordan demands Jack Smith testify about Trump investigations to shift focus. When deflection becomes the strategy, it's less about seeking truth and more about distracting from the circus of accountability.
Ozzy Osbourne and Madonna record duet, but only Ozzy's vocals appear. Like a bat out of hell, the Prince of Darkness flies solo, while Madonna's part remains a prayer for another day.
U.S. military strikes boat in Caribbean, survivors found, official confirms. The irony of military precision means they can hit a moving target, but can't quite land on a coherent justification for why they keep aiming at boats.
J.B. Pritzker compares Trump's ICE tactics to Nazi Germany, and the White House calls it hyperbole. When the past comes knocking, sometimes it's wearing jackboots and a red tie, but hey, that's just alternate history, right?
Trump warns Hamas to lay down arms, but won't condemn violence at home. The irony hits like a sledgehammer when peace demands come from someone who once said he could shoot someone and not lose voters.
Methane emissions double in a decade. Experts call it manageable. When your house is on fire, manageable usually means you haven't yet noticed the flames licking at your heels.
J.D. Vance dismisses racist Republican group chat as what kids do because accountability is for adults. The age-old excuse, boys will be boys even when they're grown men with power and a penchant for casual bigotry.
South Park airs Trump episode Legal Team Braces for Impact. When satire reveals more truth than news, it's no wonder the lawyers are on speed dial, just in case reality takes offense.
Google's AI videos get a big upgrade with VO 3.1, blurring truth further. Reality distortion field intensifies as Google polishes the fake to a gleaming shine, leaving us questioning if anything we see is genuine anymore.
Wall Street banks cash in on IPO surge, calling profit a public service. When greed dresses up as economic growth, the only ones really celebrating are the bankers already swimming in their Scrooge McDuck money pools.
Cartoon depicts America giving newcomers bulletproof vests as a welcome gift. When your national greeting gift doubles as survival gear, it might be time to question the domestic policies that make armor necessary.
Special Operations Forces target Russia's historic refinery, label it a freedom maneuver. When drones become the new diplomats, expect more smoke signals than peace talks, and oil prices that burn hotter than your morning coffee.
Polish army rejects combat medic who saved lives in Ukraine, calls it procedure. When a hero's battlefield experience isn't enough for the bureaucracy, maybe the paperwork's fighting the wrong war.
Trump plans to meet Putin in Hungary, calls it diplomacy. When the fox meets the wolf to discuss guarding the henhouse, you know the chickens are doomed to become nuggets of peace.
Right to protest faces sustained attack in the West. Report finds governments exploiting fear. When dissent is labeled terrorism. Freedom's last refuge is a slogan on a cardboard sign held by someone soon arrested for loitering.
Trump lands in Sharm el-Sheikh to cement peace plan contradicts years of conflict. When your peace strategy involves a real estate mogul, expect the promises to be as solid as a sand castle in a hurricane.
Only 20% of Xbox rumors are true, and misinformation spreads faster than a viral TikTok dance. When even your game console gets caught in the crossfire of fake news, it's time to level up your fact-checking skills.
Waymo launches in London with promises of safer streets, but the potholes remain. Autonomous vehicles might dodge traffic, but they won't dodge the reality of a city where the road to progress is paved with bureaucratic red tape.
U.S. revokes 6 visas after Charlie Kirk death, calls it a social media crackdown. When the land of the free starts policing tweets with visas, it's clear that free speech now comes with a side of censorship.
Hamas enforces brutal crackdown on rivals despite truce, raising tensions in Gaza. In the land of ceasefires and silent screams, peace is a mirage and power plays out in the shadows where no treaty reaches.
Kenya police fire tear gas at mourners for ex-PM Odinga, call it crowd control. When paying respects requires a gas mask, maybe it's time to rethink how we honor our leaders, or who we let lead.
Florida matriarch Donna Adelson sentenced to life for ex-son-in-law's murder, family in shock. In the Sunshine State, wealth can't shield you from the shadows of your deeds, where family ties unravel in courtrooms, not living rooms.
Bangladesh garment factory fire kills at least 16 officials deny negligence. In a nation where fast fashion feeds the global appetite, the true cost is measured in human lives, not just bargain prices and rapid deliveries.
Young Republicans chat filled with hate and Nazi symbols. GOP calls it a misunderstanding. When your political strategy includes swastikas and slurs, maybe it's time to restore more than just your party's image, like humanity.
Influencer Maggie Thurman accuses ex-Benson Boone of cheating in now-deleted TikTok. In the digital age, love's demise is broadcast in cryptic lip syncs and fleeting comments where loyalty is as stable as a Wi-Fi connection.
Carrie Romney found dead near California parking garage. Authorities suspect no foul play. In a world where falling or jumping blurs into the mundane, it's the living who must grapple with the gravity of loss.
In a region where hope is traded like currency, the balance sheet rarely adds up to peace, only temporary relief and perpetual tension.
FSB charges 22 Russian anti-war committee members in exile with terrorism.
Trump urged to save U.S. soybeans
Farmers demand China buy despite trade war. When diplomacy is reduced to a farmer's market showdown, it's the soybeans caught in the crossfire that bear the bruises.
FBI director announces terror charges for ICE shooting, blames far-left designation. When the president's pen turns political movements into boogeymen, expect the courtroom drama to rival a Texas soap opera.
Chicago TV journalist arrested in ICE raid. Lawyers call it chilling. When journalism becomes a crime, truth becomes contraband, and armored vehicles patrol the streets like dystopian watchdogs, ensuring silence over justice.
Earth hits first climate tipping point as coral die-off surge, recovery deemed impossible without cooling. When the reefs go, what's left but a barren blue desert where once teemed life, beauty, and a billion-dollar tourism industry.
"80-year-old grandmother conquers Iron Man, defies age stereotypes." While some CEOs struggle to lift their coffee mugs, Natalie Grabo just swam, cycled, and ran her way into the history books.
Candidate disappears months ago after ocean swim still on ballot could win. When a ghost runs for office, it might be the most honest campaign ever. No lies, no promises, just pure absence.
In a world where AI writes pop hits, we're clinging to a song about feline hygiene like it's Shakespearean drama.
Silicon Valley swings right. Tech billionaires claim it's innovation. When cash replaces conscience, tech titans build echo chambers of ideology, ensuring their golden yachts sail smoothly through rivers of denial and deregulation.
Bay Area's Super Bowl halftime show ignites culture wars Bad Bunny headlines. When your biggest argument is against a halftime show, it's clear you've run out of plays and are just punting outrage.
UK authorities block Maccabi Tel Aviv fans from attending, then claim it's for safety. When the beautiful game turns into an empty stadium, you know bureaucracies scored an own goal for common sense.
Moodwave releases The Hero Will Come claims it's cinematic genius. Nothing says epic like an orchestra trying to convince you that emotional manipulation is art. Cue the violins and the collective eye roll.
Senate fails to end shutdown for 10th time, calls it negotiation. When the only thing open in DC is a town hall, you know the government's efficiency rivals a sloth on a holiday.
When government whispers sweet nothings, even a titan like Facebook bows to the serenade of surveillance over transparency.
Bayern Munich's Neuer resumes training, but can't thumb down Liverpool's hopes. A thumb injury might stop a ball, but it sure can't stop the hype machine from turning a goalkeeper into a demigod.
When your beachfront property becomes beachfront Atlantis, at least you'll have a Google Maps souvenir of what used to be dry land. Thank you, technology.
Barcelona includes Messi in squad, yet risks nothing by benching Magic. When your star is more fragile than a Fabergé egg, it's safer to opt for bench warming over thigh-stretching heroics.
Ukraine demands global action against Belarus crackdown, labels it authoritarian. When a country known for its own struggles warns you, it's like the Titanic telling you about icebergs. Better listen before you sink.
Dion's Abraham, Martin, and John resurfaces with 1968 nostalgia. When the past sounds better than the present, you know we've hit peak irony, because the more things change, the more they stay depressingly the same.
Paxos mints $300 trillion stablecoins, exceeds global currency supply but calls it a minor hiccup. When your digital blunder could buy Earth thrice over, you might want to reconsider your definition of minor.
John Bolton, indicted over national security breaches, claims innocence. When your defense strategy is to out-crazy a crazy world, it's hard to tell if you're the chicken or the egg in this geopolitical omelet.
France demands significant deficit cuts, yet splurges on bureaucracy and wine. Ah, the French paradox. Austerity for the masses, but let's not touch the foie gras budget.
China offers new STEM visas. Public backlash erupts online. When xenophobia meets bureaucracy, it's like watching two pandas wrestle for the last bamboo shoot. Clumsy, predictable, and nobody really wins.
SpaceX launches meager rocket as NASA shudders, proving capitalism can outlast government. When public funds dry up, the cosmos turns into a private playground for billionaires. Maybe Mars has a better tax policy.
Munich hotel pianist plays Hungarian Rhapsody, guests sip tea. It's like watching a pretentious film, where everyone pretends not to notice the elephant in the room. Only this time, the elephant is a purple pantsuit.
The Boys showrunner defends controversial Huey treatment, claims narrative necessity.
Utilities surpass big tech stocks in 2025, but AI still hogs the spotlight.
Probiotic homes embrace microbes as future materials, ignoring allergies. Because what better way to say welcome home than with a fungal facade and a bacterial backsplash, where sneezes are just nature's applause.
Drone footage reveals Gaza City in ruins, while Trump muses on his celestial prospects. When drones are more honest than leaders, truth soars higher than political ambitions ever could.
When unity's as elusive as a Brussels waffle, dreams of justice turn colder than a Siberian winter.
Bans for animal breeding claims ethical progress while ignoring factory farming. Small move to save me, while chickens and cows still endure assembly line. Hypocrisy. Now available.
Arizona town defies new data center, citing water and energy strain. When big tech's thirst threatens to drain the desert, community spirit becomes the real oasis in a corporate mirage.
Zelensky visits White House to plead for missiles after Trump and Putin shake hands. When former rivals start playing nice, it's time to question whose interests are really being served by the missile wish list.
Tunisia's chemical factory blamed for hospitalizing dozens as children struggle to breathe. When the air makes you choke and the government says it's business as usual, you know the real pollutant is denial.
When your democracy is as solid as a popsicle in July, it's time to question who's holding the hairdryer.
Study claims breakthrough in CO2 hydrogenation, still no miracle cure for climate change.
U.S. demands probe into First Brand's collapse, calls it essential, yet corporate bailouts remain unchecked. It's fascinating how accountability only pops up when the little guy can't pay his debts. Capitalism's selective memory strikes again.
Only 10% of countries lead in robot density, and the rest wonder why their jobs are disappearing. When robots outnumber humans in the workplace, don't be surprised if they start demanding coffee breaks and dental plans.
Ace Frehley, iconic Kiss guitarist, exits stage at 74, yet rock and roll never dies. While legends pass on, their music outlives them, unlike the fleeting attention span of today's pop culture.
Illinois Governor Pritzker wins $1.4 million in blackjack, then claims it's just pocket change.
China buys record Canadian oil, then insists it's just a friendly gesture. When your ex is the United States and you're cuddling up with Canada, it's less about oil and more about making a diplomatic statement with every barrel.
Global bonds rally, trade war fuels safety bets, growth fears loom. Investors clinging to bonds like lifeboats in a sea of tariffs, hoping the economic iceberg doesn't sink the whole ship.
Israeli prisons release Palestinians. Then stories outshine horror films. When the truth sounds like a screenplay rejected for being too brutal, it's not fiction. It's a damning indictment of humanity's darkest tendencies.
Your browser silently exposes your identity. Even without cookies and piracy becomes illusion.
As you navigate the web, your digital trail is as unique as a snowflake, yet valued more by advertisers than by climate scientists.
Obama targets corporations cozying up to Trump, forgetting their brand values. When your ex-president has to remind you of your own mission statement, maybe it's time to check your moral compass, if you can find it.
Jennifer Lopez reveals love confusion, insists partners aren't cable subscriptions.
When your office decor screams history's ugliest chapter, claiming ignorance is like saying you didn't notice the elephant in the room, and it's wearing a top hat.
Australian Border Force deports Big John Fisher for wrong visa, suggests reading fine print. When your travel plans involve an impromptu vacation to the land down under, it's best not to treat visa requirements like terms and conditions on a software update.
Researchers isolate 134 temperate phages from human gut, call it progress. In a world where we still can't agree on what constitutes a healthy breakfast, at least we've got phages with a flair for microbiome drama.
Ironically, the generation raised on screens now seeks solace in the analog, proving once again that everything old is new again, especially when it comes with a side of nostalgia.
Federal Reserve faces data blackout during shutdown, still expected to predict economy's future. Trying to set interest rates without data is like driving blindfolded. Sure, you might make it, but the crash is going to be spectacular.
Bundesbank reports German economy stagnates, struggles to rebound. Once touted as Europe's economic powerhouse, Germany now finds itself stuck in neutral, proving that even the mightiest engines can sputter without fuel.
Trump whines at peace summit, demands police state, calls it necessary. For a man who's never met a microphone he didn't like, this is just another episode of how to win friends and influence nobody.
Ex-officer sues to dodge spy cops inquiry, claims accountability is too revealing. Avoiding an inquiry into racial spying is like refusing to look in the mirror. You might not like what you see, but everyone else already knows.
Pakistan and Afghanistan clash after truce collapses, sparks fly. Once again, peace proves as ephemeral as a desert mirage, leaving the region to wonder if stability is just a cruel illusion.
IRS installs Trump loyalists to investigate Antifa funding because nothing says neutrality like a one-sided witch hunt. When the fox guards the henhouse, it's not about security, it's a feast, but hey, at least the chickens get a front row seat to their own demise.
Japanese stocks tumble, political chaos fuels market jitters.
Because nothing says public safety like the chaos of government-sanctioned invasions, reminding us that sometimes the cure is worse than the disease.
R&B singer D'Angelo dies at 51, leaving behind a legacy of soul and sultry grooves. The music world dims a little, but his rhythms will keep the beat alive even as we mourn the silence.
Mother's Day gifts, now priced like small appliances. Capitalism smiles smugly. When a tote costs nearly $100 and a face mask hits $4.70, love gets measured in dollars, not hugs.
White House slashes Health Department with layoffs after promising to prioritize public health. CDC, already gasping for air, now faces a new pandemic: administrative incompetence. It's a virus no vaccine can cure.
Trump suddenly doesn't want to be a king as massive protests loom. Interesting how the crown loses its shine when the people start sharpening their pitchforks, proving that even tyrants prefer a quiet weekend.
Miss Major, Stonewall veteran, and trans rights titan, dies at 78, leaving a legacy of fierce resistance. Her spirit, a hurricane of love and defiance, will forever haunt the halls of justice and injustice alike.
Britain fines 4chan $26,644, claiming it's for online safety. Because nothing says safety first like slapping a fine on a digital Wild West, where rules are more myth than reality.
Lawrence Fox's libel claim over racism accusations heads to retrial. When your defense says, "I didn't defame them, I just used different offensive words," maybe it's time to rethink your legal strategy.
When leaders decide who belongs and who doesn't, the line between justice and autocracy blurs faster than you can say national security.
Trump orders military strikes in Caribbean. Congress stays silent. Apparently, Congress draws the line at reading the Constitution, but not at blowing up boats and collateral damage.
Only 12% of diet fads work, and keto now claims to cure trauma. If bacon and butter could heal childhood wounds, therapists might be out of a job, but rats still can't pay the bill.
NIO shares drop in Hong Kong after lawsuit reveals revenue missteps, more volatility expected. When corporate transparency becomes a smokescreen, investors might as well toss their cash into a bonfire and hope for warmth.
South Korea ditches AI textbooks after 4-month experiment fails spectacularly. When your educational revolution crashes and burns faster than a semester, it's time to stop blaming the tech and start questioning the oversight.
ESM chief warns stablecoins could implode global finance, yet Bitcoin remains the rebel without a crash. When your currency needs the stability of a seesaw in a hurricane, maybe it's time to rethink what stable really means.
Gunvor CEO claims oil market oversupply emerges, contradicting years of scarcity. Panic. When the wolves cry oversupply, you know the sheep are about to get fleeced, and the shepherds will still cash in.
Polish minister calls Russian drone incursion tactically stupid, as if that ever stopped a bully with a new toy. When your military strategy takes cues from a toddler in a toy store, expect more tantrums than triumphs.
Scientists promise confidentiality, anonymized voices, but risk lingers. Turning voices into faceless data sounds noble until you realize it's just a new way to play the same old surveillance game.
Fed Waller suggests cautious rate cuts, Meron pushes for bolder slashes. When the economic fire is raging, some prefer a gentle drizzle while others scream for a monsoon. Either way, we're left damp and disgruntled.
New wetsuit designs promise shark bite protection, but probably won't help if you're a seal impersonator. Because when you're swimming in their kitchen, a wetsuit is just a fancy napkin for the sharks.
Brown University rejects Trump's funding offer, preferring academic freedom over gilded shackles. Because sometimes even Ivy Leaguers know a golden handshake is just a bribe in a tuxedo.
Ace Frehley resurrects glam metal with We Got Your Rock under Frehley's Comet banner, Nostalgia Shines. When rock nostalgia hits like a wrecking ball, the glam metal sheen barely masks the cracks in the foundation. Still, it's a hell of a show.
Putting a Blair-era policy chief at the helm is like hiring a fox to guard the henhouse. Expect feathers, not fairness.
Pope trolls Chicago Cubs fan with divine humor, proving even pontiffs appreciate a good curveball. When the leader of a billion souls roasts your team, maybe it's time to pray for a winning season.
When profit margins dictate energy policies, the grid bends under the weight of unchecked ambition, while the planet foots the bill for the power play.
AI tools outpace bioinformaticians by processing in seconds what took humans hours and call it efficiency. As algorithms elbow their way into the lab, scientists wonder if they'll soon be as necessary as floppy disks.
When the act of reading becomes a social performance, literature morphs into a prop, and the genuine joy of storytelling drowns in a sea of virtue signaling.
Spotify unveils controls to block kids' music, then algorithms still misfire. Parents rejoice thinking their playlists are safe, but the real challenge is stopping Baby Shark from sneaking into their workout jams.
Kanye West pens essay revealing more than Kim Kardashian and calls it personal growth. The man famous for ego and enigmas now bears his soul. Next up, a reality show titled Keeping Up with Kanye's Introspection.
Trump awards Charlie Kirk Medal of Freedom, celebrates his 32nd birthday. When ideology trumps merit, medals become mere accessories, and the concept of freedom is ironically shackled by partisan loyalty.
Trump's approval drops 10 points post-Gaza ceasefire, defies expectations.
Brazil plans to quadruple biofuel use at COP30 despite deforestation concerns. It's like asking the world to drink green smoothies while raising rainforests for sugarcane plantations.
Healthy on paper, disastrous in practice.
SCBI chief touts India markets at Bloomberg events and investors still wary. Amid the fanfare and optimism, the real market mover remains global uncertainty, proving that speeches can't always outpace economic jitters and geopolitical dramas.
IMF praises Canada's fiscal room for spending, then suggests more debt. It's like telling a shopaholic they have room on their credit card. Sure, it's possible, but is it wise?
Pothole in Chicago sidewalk revealed not to be rat-related surprises locals. Turns out, even the rats have standards. They know when to distance themselves from a sinking city infrastructure.
Daniel Day-Lewis defends method acting, calls critics clueless cultists. Ah, the misunderstood artist trope, where grueling self-indulgence becomes high art and dissenters are just unenlightened peasants.
Jenny Don't and the Spurs announce Aotearoa New Zealand tour. Fans brace for impact. In a world of auto-tune and algorithms, genuine rockabilly is the last gasp of authenticity. Strap in for the real deal.
John Mayer dates Cat Stickler, claims it's true love. When serial daters find the one, it's like a plot twist in a rom-com no one asked for. Cue the eye rolls and popcorn.
Key witnesses in Tennessee blast investigation die mysteriously, leaving questions unanswered. When the truth becomes collateral damage, conspiracy theories are the only currency left to trade. Trust is the first casualty.
Turkish government plans anti-LGBTQ laws, threatens jail for trans people. When love itself becomes a crime, freedom's been sold for fear's price. Good luck imprisoning rainbows, they don't fit in cages.
Italian news publishers demand probe into Google's AI overviews, claim harm. When the algorithm writes the headlines, who needs journalists? It's like letting a robot chef cook your nana's secret sauce. Something's bound to get lost in translation.
Rupert Murdoch buys out 3 children, locks in conservative media empire's fate. Family values go corporate when bloodlines are traded like stocks, proving inheritance isn't always a gift, sometimes it's a gag order.
Deloitte survey finds 57% expect weaker economy, higher holiday prices. When anticipation of doom becomes the national pastime, maybe it's time to wrap up hope and put it under the tree, next to the coal.
Asset managers seek new private credit funds, targeting emerging markets financing frenzy. Private credit is the new colonialism, with financiers swapping gold for debt chains and calling it progress.
Equity threatens mass action over actors' images used in AI content without consent. When the ghost of your likeness ends up starring in a digital soap opera, you might want to ask for royalties or at least a decent plotline.
Ministry of Justice misplaces nearly £11 billion last filed receipts in May. When you can't keep track of billions, maybe it's time to stop playing Monopoly with taxpayer money and start using a calculator.
GM loses $1.6 billion on electric vehicles, while U.S. automakers rethink their electrifying future.
Turns out, electrifying the road to the future is harder when your GPS is stuck recalculating routes through consumer doubt and dwindling subsidies.
When the billionaire tech mogul suggests military intervention in his own city, maybe it's time to reassess the corporate world's definition of community engagement.
FA demands Jurgen Klopp explain referee comments after Liverpool's draw with West Ham. Apparently, honesty is still offside in the post-match playbook. Klopp's real crime, assuming the truth could ever fit inside 90 minutes.
Halloween candy costs $200. Some skip it as kids demand more. When a sugar rush costs more than a utility bill, it's time to question if the real monsters are the candy companies or our spending habits.
Music executive loses U.S. visa over Charlie Kirk post, calls it a gross violation. When freedom of speech meets the long arm of immigration control, it's clear that some liberties are more equal than others.
U.S. pledges $115 million for South Africa's HIV programs over 6 months. A hefty band-aid on a gaping wound, with a side of just enough to keep the world convinced we're the good guys.
Gun control group trains citizens in firearm use. Survivors call it betrayal. When the watchdog becomes the instructor, irony hits a new high, and survivors are left wondering if safety is just a loaded concept.
Dan Ives declares AI boom has 2 years left. Insists it's only 10:30 p.m. in party terms. Apparently, we're all supposed to dance until the clock strikes midnight. And then what? Hope the robots serve the champagne.
Guitarist shifts from shredding to pop stardom, avoids forming a band. Chasing fame without the responsibility of leadership, he finds solace in being a musical mercenary, proving that not all rock stars crave the spotlight's burden.
NYC Mayor Adams claims he's offered amazing job but stays put. Guess the Big Apple wasn't shiny enough, or maybe the perks included free subway rides and a lifetime supply of pizza rat sightings.
Supreme Court to hear Voting Rights Act challenge threatens congressional control. Because who needs fair elections when you can just tweak the rules until democracy looks like a Jackson Pollock painting?
UFO's Space Child crashes into 1974, defying gravity with progressive rock. Cosmic riffs and interstellar solos remind us that sometimes music is the only thing that can break through the atmosphere of conformity.
Inquest reveals Freaky Hatton, 46. A champion in the ring, yet life outside the ropes proved the tougher opponent, reminding us that even the strongest can succumb to unseen battles.
US revokes 6 foreigners' visas for criticizing Charlie Kirk online because free speech is now a paid subscription. Apparently, democracy means you can say whatever you want, unless it makes a conservative influencer uncomfortable.
Jane Street merges human intuition and custom tech, beats banks and indexes for years. While they profit from a limitless landscape, the rest of us are left navigating the financial labyrinth with nothing but a flashlight and a map drawn in crayon.
Trump's Venezuela strikes accidentally hit Colombian ship because geography is fake news. Who needs maps when you've got missiles? Apparently, precision is just another liberal conspiracy.
Ukrainian drones strike Saratov oil refinery, no peace in sight. As ancient oil refineries burn, the world watches with popcorn in hand, wondering when the sequel to this geopolitical thriller will finally end.
Snoop Dogg adds gay couples and new song to kids' show after Lightyear backlash. Turns out, even the DOGG knows that love is love, and sometimes it takes a cartoon to teach grown-ups what kids already get.
Billionaire Paul Tudor Jones predicts Nasdaq rise, bets on optimism. When billionaires cheerlead the stock market, it's like the rich betting on richer outcomes, while the rest of us clutch our wallets and hope for a miracle.
Former Lord Speaker faces suspension for improper influence because speeding tickets are for commoners. When you're above the law, even the speed limit becomes a suggestion. Parliament must be a real drag race.
Western activists support Hamas executions, then claim collaborator justice.
Trump's refugee plan demands only white right-wingers, contradicts Statue of Liberty's message. When the American dream starts needing a color palette and a political litmus test, you know someone's missed the point of the whole land of the free thing.
Nobel Prize winner Joel Mokyr shares 5 lessons on economic growth, but not how to make rent affordable.
AI-generated minister speaks to Albanian parliament, then denies reality. When a digital avatar talks politics, it's like letting a hologram run the asylum, blurring the lines between innovation and absurdity.
Moscow opens exhibition on 10 centuries of Polish Russophobia, perfect for those who thought history was getting too friendly. Because nothing says, "We want peace," like spotlighting 1,000 years of animosity in a city known for its diplomatic charm.
Top 10 AI tools promise ease, then demand your data. Convenience always comes with a catch. Trading privacy for efficiency is like hiring a thief to organize your jewelry.
Apparently, hunger has a calendar, and October is when compassion takes a holiday, just in time for Thanksgiving irony.
Virginia Giuffre exposes abuse, then the system shrugs. When justice becomes a spectator sport, the scoreboard always favors the powerful while the victims are left in the bleachers.
Killer YWE's released Velvet Inferno on October 9th promise fire but deliver ashes. Rock doomed stoner tracks for when you want to feel like the apocalypse is just background noise to your existential dread.
German government debates military service, then fractures internally. When leadership can't agree on marching orders, it makes you wonder who's really in charge of the parade.
Trump signs Gaza declaration with leaders, then continues to tweet contradictions. The ink barely dries before he's back in the virtual sandbox, tossing digital tantrums and unraveling diplomacy one tweet at a time.
Shutdown halts Social Security payment adjustments, leaves millions of seniors in limbo. And the government can't keep its own systems running. It's the elderly who foot the bill while politicians play chicken with livelihoods.
White House warns about low U.S. fertility rate, then ignores childcare costs. Blaming folks for not having more kids while making it impossible to afford them is like scolding a fish for not climbing trees.
European Automobile Manufacturers Association demands urgent chip supply solutions. Expects miracles from thin air. They've got the pedal to the metal in a race against silicon shortages, hoping for a deus ex machina to save their electric dreams.
UK government dismisses Badenoch's call for PM to intervene in China trial collapse as absurd. Blaming the PM for not playing international superhero is rich when they can't even fix potholes in their own backyard.
Porsche appoints new CEO, emphasizes hybrids, but luxury remains the core focus. When a luxury brand pivots to green, it's like a wolf trying on sheep's clothing. Still sleek, still predatory, just with a greener hue.
Trump administration labels Caribbean casualties as collateral damage, claims it's a strategic necessity. When your foreign policy is a wrecking ball, the collateral is always someone else's tragedy and someone else's home turned to dust.
UK experts demand cigarette filter ban to save health and environment. It's a bold move, considering the government's struggles to even ban plastic straws without a meltdown over personal freedoms.
Mila's economic policies close 20 factories touts it as streamlining. When downsizing an economy becomes a national sport, the only winners are the vultures circling above the unemployed.
Anthropic seeks funds from MGX, aiming to expand influence globally. When tech giants play musical chairs with investors, it's less about innovation and more about who can buy the loudest seat at the table.
Madagascar's military installs new leader after ousting Rejolina in abrupt power shift. It's a classic tale of democracy in action, where the ballots are replaced by battalions and the people's voice is drowned out by marching boots.
When hypocrisy becomes policy, the real fossil fuel is the hot air blowing from Westminster.
When the US flexes its rhetoric, Europe picks up the tab, proving again that talk is cheap, but solidarity has a price tag.
Simon Rattle wins second gramophone award, while Rel Pichon's Bach snags top prize. In a world where classical music is the underdog, it's nice to see talent getting more than just polite applause and a dusty shelf spot.
Tata Motors begins trading minus trucks, claims strategic focus. Splitting companies like bread loaves, one slice for the market, one slice for the boardroom, and crumbs left for the rest of us.
Regional banks tumble, stocks drop, and Wall Street shrugs it off.
Trump authorizes CIA covert operations in Venezuela, confirming what everyone already suspected. When covert becomes over, it's just another day in Trump's foreign policy playbook, loud, reckless, and a touch of imperial nostalgia.
My5 warns politicians of Russian, Chinese spying, yet they still text on unencrypted phones. When the espionage game gets serious, our leaders double down on their love for convenience over security, because who needs secrets when you have selfies?
RFK Jr. claims teen sperm counts are plummeting, blames everything but the kitchen sink. When your political platform hinges on teenage sperm, you're either a visionary or just need a new hobby. I'm betting on the latter.
Ex-Clarence Thomas Clark warns of looming Supreme Court shift, predicts chaos. Alarm bells ring as another insider whispers dark secrets, and we're left wondering if the court's next move involves a blindfold and a dartboard.
Free Software Foundation launches LibrePhone project, promises freedom while your data roams. Nothing says liberation like a phone that's more open than your last therapy session. Just hope it doesn't have commitment issues with your Wi-Fi.
Osimhen scores hat-trick, Nigeria still lands in playoffs while South Africa celebrates. Even with the star striker, Nigeria finds itself in the playoffs, proving once again that individual brilliance can't always outshine collective mediocrity.
Four Apple AirTags priced at $65 solve nothing. A bargain for the absent-minded, or just a way to tag your regrets with a digital leash, ensuring you never lose sight of your consumer guilt.
Yuzo Aduba skates at Monster Skate, then wonders if ice is the new red carpet. Nothing screams glamour like witches and bumblebees spinning to the Addams Family, because nothing says chic like dodging a kid dressed as a vampire on skates.
Afghanistan-Pakistan agreed to 48-hour truce after border bloodshed, claims dozens. When both sides claim credit for a ceasefire, it's a reminder that even in peace, the battle for narrative supremacy rages on.
Turns out skanking to ska in a mosh pit is still the safest way to experience London violence without needing stitches.
When you strip the engine for parts, don't be surprised when the car doesn't move. Profit margins can't replace imagination.
European defence industry programme gets green light, calls it unity. Nothing says togetherness, like a multi-billion euro plan to make sure we're all equally prepared for the wars we pretend we don't want.
While the world clutches its wallets, BlackRock mines the fear and spins it into glittering profits, proving panic truly is a precious metal.
Education Department reports literacy scores dropped 2% and calls it progress. Blaming a virus for failing schools is like blaming the thermometer for the fever. When will they admit the system is sick?
Scientists announce 2 degrees Celsius warming by 2045, then wonder why polar bears aren't buying beachfront condos. As the planet simmers, climate deniers will blame the sun for working overtime, while Miami invests in gondolas and sunscreen becomes a currency.
Lost Prophet's legacy shattered as Ian Watkins' crimes silenced the band.
Researchers claim dark matter breakthrough, then reveal funding cuts. Exploring the universe's mysteries while cutting budgets is like trying to see the stars through a fogged-up telescope. Clarity costs money, folks.
Cape Verde qualifies for first World Cup. Then FIFA wonders if size really matters. With a population smaller than some stadiums.
The political dance of outrage and minimization continues, where condemning hate speech is a press release, but real accountability is just a ghost at the party.
Ozempic users report alcohol feels different, sobriety sneaks in.
Germany pledges 2 billion in military aid, but Kyiv needs 120 billion. In the theater of geopolitics, 2 billion is a mere opening act, when the main performance demands 120. It's like bringing a squirt gun to a bonfire.
John Bolton expected to surrender post-indictment as Trump critic. As the revolving door of political scandal spins, Bolton's about-face feels like watching a hawk trade feathers for a canary's cage, singing a new tune for old crimes.
Historian defends Croatia's anti-fascists, challenges moral equivalence. When your history book reads like a manifesto, you know someone's trying to rewrite the past with a kinder, gentler eraser.
DM President. While GM touts affordability, they conveniently sidestep the soaring electricity prices that could make charging these budget-friendly cars feel like a luxury spa day for your wallet.
Senate
fails ninth vote as U.S. government shutdown festers into third week. The shutdown saga is like a never-ending soap opera where the plot never changes, but the actors keep getting paid for reruns of incompetence.
Australia names favourite bird and the emus are plotting revenge. While the nation celebrates its feathered darling, the emus are busy sharpening their beaks, recalling the Great Emu War of 1932 and eyeing the ballot box.
When the scales of justice wobble, it's amazing how often they tip toward preserving power for the already powerful.
US commander retires after overseeing fatal strikes on alleged Venezuelan drug boats. Retirement, the one battlefield where accountability goes to die, leaving behind a trail of headlines that the next commander will probably ignore too.
Bears kill 7 people in January, and climate change is the silent accomplice. With habitats shrinking and food sources dwindling, bears are turning to human buffets, proving even nature's fury can't resist the allure of fast food.
Hamas executes people in Gaza streets. Horror unfolds on camera. When terror becomes the norm, humanity's conscience becomes the casualty, leaving justice a distant memory in the endless cycle of violence.
Britney Spears slams Kevin Federline and her sons in explosive family betrayal rant. Family therapy, where the receipts are public and the court of public opinion is
China vows to fight to the end in US trade war while selling more iPhones than ever. It's the geopolitical version of a never-ending boxing match, where both sides secretly swap trainers and share the same snack bar.
When countries unite for space projects, it's like a cosmic romance, except with more Euros, less romance, and an unspoken race to claim the final frontier.
Michigan's Secretary of State says 2024 election audits confirm results are secure and accurate, while conspiracy theories still thrive. It's a modern fairy tale where facts are the dragon and belief is the knight with an unbreakable sword of ignorance.
Virginia Giuffre reveals claims in memoir, lists famous names posthumously. When the living won't speak truth to power, the dead step in, leaving society to sift through the ashes of reputation and denial.
Climate experts rank fragile regions, then predict collapse by century's end. The planet's most vulnerable spots are like that one Jenga block everyone knows will topple the tower, except this time there's no reset button or friendly rematch.
When a truck becomes a surprise firework, you know the government's idea of isolated needs a dictionary and a conscience.
OpenAI reportedly fumbles with Hollywood, causing industry ripples.
Young Republicans' chat leaks, then reveals internal chaos and future ambitions.
British, French, and Ottomans begin the siege of Sevastopol in 1854, calling it a tactical masterpiece. Ah, the good old days when war was a gentleman's game and a siege was just a long, deadly tea party with cannons.
In the geopolitical game of whack-a-mole, the UK swings wildly while everyone else keeps playing chess, hoping sanctions will somehow checkmate greed.
Rockstar considers pricing GTA 6 at $100, analysts skeptical. Charging a Benjamin for virtual mayhem feels like a heist, especially when the real crime is expecting loyalty in a world of microtransactions.
Nicki Minaj's $20 million LA home faces seizure over debt. When your mansion's in jeopardy, it's clear that even the richest find themselves dancing on the edge of financial chaos, proving that fame doesn't pay the bills.
Network outages increased by 30%, telecom giants shrug. When your internet is as reliable as a politician's promise, you start wondering if the real connection issue is with the truth.
Released Palestinians allege hunger and abuse in Israeli jails. Freedom comes with scars when liberation means swapping one cage for another. Reunions are bittersweet when survival is the only victory.
EPA cancelled $20 million flood protection grant to Alaska, then parts of it just flooded. Nothing like a little irony to wash away the homes of those who were promised protection. Flood of incompetence, anyone?
New York City mayoral debate features Mamdani and Cuomo clashing, then grocery bills become the hot topic. Because nothing screams leadership like arguing over the price of eggs while the city crumbles around them. Welcome to the Big Apple Circus.
Madagascar's president ousted after youth-led protests, military seizes power. When the youth scream for change and the military listens, democracy becomes a distant echo in the chambers of power.
No kings protests, demand end to monarchy, then embrace democracy. Marching for a crownless world where power lies with the people, not the privileged. Let's see how long that utopia holds before egos inflate.
Broadway faces possible shutdown, ticket holders left in limbo. When the curtains close on culture for cash flow, the only standing ovation goes to the accountants counting their saved pennies backstage.
Trump pushes for one-party rule, then claims it's for democracy's sake. because nothing says freedom like a single voice shouting over everyone else.
Chelsea accuses Courtois of broken promises, then denies sale. In the tangled web of player transfers, loyalty is the first casualty, quickly followed by truth as clubs and stars play chess with careers.
Clash Champion CEO demands skilled labor, then blames tariffs for rising costs. Because when your business model crashes, nothing boosts profits like blaming someone else. Maybe they should champion a new strategy instead.
When art becomes a prophecy of destruction, maybe it's time to question whose fingers hover over the buttons and whose lives hang in the balance.
Israel keeps Rafah crossing closed, then blames Hamas. In the ceaseless cycle of blame and blockade, humanitarian aid becomes a bargaining chip, while human lives remain the ultimate currency of conflict.
Trump returns from Middle East trip, promises peace, then ICE tactics reportedly become more violent. Because nothing says peace in our time like ramping up the brutality at home, maybe the next trip should be to a mirror.
Three economists win Nobel Prize for growth theory, ignoring tech's darker side. While they celebrate algorithms and innovation, the rest of us grapple with job loss, privacy invasion, and a world where progress costs more than it's worth.
Gems Fishback's ETF liquidated by partners defying his intentions. Trusting finance wizards with your dreams is like handing your wallet to a magician. Now you see it, now you don't, and they keep the applause.
Google to invest $15 billion in AI data hub in India calls it the future. Because nothing screams future like a tech giant colonizing another country's data infrastructure. Next up, Google Maps to find your backbone. Because ein supergesastrius Gembradscherm.
Wazing Bank plans risk transfer scheme linked to credit cards, calls it innovation. As they gamble with financial alchemy, customers wonder if their debt will be the next magic trick sacrificed on the altar of profit.
Diplomatic patience wears thin when bureaucracy moves slower than a sloth on tranquilizers. But hey, at least the tea is always hot.
Mark Carney discusses trade Ukraine-Trump, claims insights. Listening to the man who faced the chaos, we learn that even seasoned leaders find themselves scribbling notes on the art of unpredictability.
Prince Andrew gives up royal titles after discussion with King, then keeps the scandal. When in doubt, swap a crown for a cloak of shame. Royals, redefining damage control since, well, forever.
Bike share generates €305 million annually, set to triple by 2030. Pedal-powered profits. Europe's two-wheeled revolution is the only thing moving faster than climate change denial.
Secret DNA test rules out stalker Madeleine McCann, officer confirmed. In a twist worthy of a soap opera, the drama fizzles as reality checks in, proving once again that some mysteries prefer to remain unsolved.
when precious metals become the only safe bet. Maybe it's time to question why our economic stability hinges on shiny rocks and geopolitical poker.
Only 3% of Iceland's tourists leave without a selfie, and Instagram calls it culture. In the land of fire and ice, it's the smartphone that's truly volcanic, spewing out more pixels than volcanic ash.
Artists organize US-wide protests against Trump and authoritarianism, call it defiance. When the brushes and guitars become weapons, you know the times are as dire as a reality TV star's presidential memoir.
Young Republicans' chat leaks hateful messages. Democrats call it a gift. Turns out, when you mix youthful ambition with old-school bigotry, you get a political piñata that practically whacks itself.
UK and China clash over embassy plans, diplomatic tension escalates. When two nations play architectural chess, it's less about the buildings and more about who gets to peek over whose fence first.
Prince Andrew reportedly emailed Epstein post-scandal photo, claims "We are in this together."
In a country where monetary policy is like a revolving door, stability is just a word on the welcome mat.
Blue Jays level LCS with Mariners, clinching Game 4 victory 8-2. Maybe the Mariners should consider using actual mariners. At least they know how to navigate stormy waters.
Tuvalu demands climate action, fears disappearing beneath waves. When your entire nation is on the brink of becoming Atlantis, the world's indifference feels like an anchor around your neck.
Only 20% of school bands find movie sheet music, and Disney calls it unavailable. When intellectual property rights play hide and seek with creativity, it's the students left scrambling for the notes while the megacore hum the tune of profit.
RBA Governor Bullock declares policy marginally tight, then admits the rate ride isn't over. It's like calling a straitjacket slightly snug while tightening the straps.
Trump touts much lower Ozempic price, Lilly, Novo stocks slide. When a former president's claims send your stock plummeting, it might be time to question if his economic strategy comes with a side of snake oil.
Trump declares inflation over as 75% of Americans report soaring prices. It's like announcing the Titanic is unsinkable while the deck chairs float away.
Max Scherzer argues with John Schneider to stay, then strikes out the next batter. When your persistence pays off with a strikeout, it's a reminder that sometimes stubbornness is just another form of genius with a mean fastball.
USDA collects data from 27 states, calls it oversight. When privacy becomes a voluntary donation to bureaucracy, food stamp recipients get a side of surveillance with their groceries, proving once again that personal data is the real feast.
Greek government pushes new labor law, triggering second general strike in a month. Apparently, the best way to get workers back on the job is to strip away their rights.
North Korean hackers merge Beavertail and Otter Cookie into advanced JS malware, defy logic. When your malware sounds like a wildlife documentary, it's clear the absurdity of digital espionage knows no borders, only clever names.
President Trudeau declares 7 days of mourning for Raila Odinga, who died after 5 unsuccessful presidential bids.
Ceasefire agreement reached, yet Gaza residents face shortages. Promises of peace remain hollow when aid is stuck at the border, showing that agreements without action are just well-dressed lies in the desert.
Proton Mail launches at $5 monthly, fixes nothing about privacy illusions. When your inbox is more secure than your government, it's time to wonder who's protecting who in this digital masquerade.
In a stunning display of unity, journalists collectively decide that the only thing worth censoring is the Pentagon's own credibility.
Ukraine enforces power cuts nationwide, claims it's a strategic necessity after attack. When your lights go out, remember it's not just the bulbs flickering, it's the fragile balance of geopolitical sanity.
In the world of music, even legends are bound by contracts and red tape, where creativity is often overshadowed by legalese and lost potential.
Israel plans to halve Gaza aid over delays in returning dead hostages, testing the ceasefire's resilience. Cutting aid to the living over disputes with the dead. A bold new chapter in Middle East diplomacy where compassion is held hostage.
Europe vows to finalize single market by 2028, promises seamless trade.
In a race to the driverless future, Waymo's slow start turns into a sprint. Just hope they don't run out of battery before the finish line.
Researchers find Paranthropus boise bones reveal human-like dexterity with gorilla grip strength. Extinct human relatives had the tools to thrive, proving once again that opposable thumbs and a strong grip can change history.
Religious zeal cloaked as therapy returns to torment LGBTQ+ youth, proving once again that freedom of belief often tramples the freedom to just be.
Dutch far-right lawmaker Wilders resumes campaign, brushes off suspected terror plot. In politics, fear fuels the fire, offering a twisted kind of invincibility, where danger only sharpens resolve and controversy becomes a campaign strategy.
Police reopen National Park. Suspect might have fled. In a plot twist worthy of a B-movie, Australia's Most Wanted has turned a national park into a revolving door of intrigue and incompetence.
OpenAI designs its own chips, saying Nvidia and AMD aren't enough. When the chips are down, why rely on others? OpenAI is crafting its own silicon dreams. aiming for power and independence in one fell swoop.
U.S. military accused of killing Venezuelan fishermen in suspected drug boat attack.
Chinese scammers net over $1 billion from spam texts, solving irritation with exploitation. In a masterclass of global trolling, these cyber grifters turned your phone into a cash cow, milking every beep for all it's worth.
Trump deploys National Guard for immigration raids, claiming crime control. When protecting borders means patrolling pot shops, it's clear the real crime is logic's untimely demise.
Google Pixel Buds 2a launch at $130 solved nothing. When budget earbuds cost a small fortune, its clear affordability is just a marketing hallucination.
Anti-trans ad targets Virginia candidate Abigail Spanberger. Advocates condemn the graphic attack. When bigotry masquerades as political strategy, it reveals the cowardice and the strength of those who fight for equality.
Asset managers chase private credit funds, targeting emerging markets financing boom.
Trump revives coal industry with taxpayer billions, defying climate reality. In the age of renewable energy, investing in coal is like betting on a comeback for the Telegraph fossilized thinking with a hefty carbon price tag.
Israeli hostages remain missing, questions swirl over their fate in Gaza. In the land of endless conflict, answers are as elusive as peace, while families cling to hope like a lifeline in a sea of uncertainty.
Only 20% of remixes capture the original, and Miley's latest dance track calls it a tribute. Sometimes, remixes are like trying to paint a sunset with a highlighter, loud, bright, and missing the point entirely.
When the trade wars bill lands at your doorstep, remember, it's the price of political chest thumping and economic naivety.
Ronald McDonald detained at Aftershock for fondling crowd surfers wearing Joker green hair. When clowns go rogue, even the circus can't handle the chaos. One man's twisted performance art becomes another's nightmare in grease paint.
Bengals edge out Steelers by 2 points, proving that sometimes a win is just a glorified coin toss. When victory hangs on a thread, it's like celebrating a haircut for not being a disaster. Technically true, but not exactly inspiring.
Nancy Pelosi shouts "Shut up" at MAGA reporter, adding a touch of honesty to the political theater. When the playbook gets tossed, even the seasoned performers can't help but embrace a little unscripted drama.
Ex-Marine quits over Trump's antics, then finds peace in civilian chaos. Trading a uniform for uncertainty, some escape is better than the Chain of Command's latest reality show, starring a commander-in-chief with a Twitter addiction.
Wisconsin warns drivers about rising deer activity, over 17,000 crashes last year. Deer dodging becomes the new extreme sport in Wisconsin, reminding us that nature's unpredictability doesn't stop for traffic laws or human schedules.
Nigel Farage meets Trump officials amid anti-abortion ties, claims he chats with all sorts of groups. When your social circle is a rogues gallery, you might want to reconsider who's on your dance card.
Loretta Lynn turns another year older and country music still aches. A lifetime of singing about heartache and whiskey, and somehow she made it all sound like a warm hug from a friend who knows too much.
Hackers hijack WordPress sites to fuel next-gen click-fix phishing, while security firms promote expensive solutions. When your security plan costs more than your website, you might be part of the problem, not the solution.
When the American dream comes with a price tag of dignity and safety, you start to wonder if it's a dream or a nightmare sold by the highest bidder.
French bonds face forced sales if credit score drops again, uncertainty looms. As if the French economy needed more drama, now their bonds might become the financial equivalent of a clearance rack, cheap, unwanted, and slightly damaged.
President Trump commutes George Santos's prison sentence, then calls it justice. When pardoning politicians becomes a pastime, justice gets lost in the shuffle like a wallet at a frat party.
Trump authorizes CIA ops in Venezuela, eyeing land strikes. When diplomacy looks like a game of Risk played by power-hungry toddlers, you know it's time to check the rulebook for who gets to decide the fate of nations.
Indonesia regulates its plans. When global expansion means exporting your cash faster than a TikTok dance craze, who needs financial borders anyway?
Google One launches with multiple plans, promises simplicity, delivers confusion. In a world where data storage is as essential as oxygen, Google sells it back to you in neatly packaged tiers, each more baffling than the last.
Kicking the pension can down the road, hoping voters forget who tried to snatch their golden years while they were busy counting gray hairs.
Only 10% of companies secure CITS-CD pipelines, and the industry calls it best practice. When your security strategy is as solid as wet tissue paper, every hacker's a Michelangelo with a scalpel.
Group promotes CO2 capture using ocean algae farming as climate solution. Because nothing says we care about the planet white light turning the ocean into a corporate algae smoothie, hoping it'll suck up the guilt along with the carbon.
Supreme Court considers dismantling Voting Rights Act, calls it progress. In the grand tradition of protecting democracy by unraveling it, the court ponders if one less safeguard is just what the Republic ordered.
DirecTV plans AI-generated ads with your face by 2026, calling it personalization. When your TV knows you better than your mom, expect your reflection to start selling you toothpaste.
U.S. Treasury sells over $200 million in desperate currency maneuver. If only currency markets could be stabilized with the same fervor as government denials, we'd all be rich in something other than empty promises.
Trump considers refugee system overhaul to favor white people, calls it reform. When the land of opportunity becomes a gated community, you know the American dream is in foreclosure.
Horror surf rock band The Ghastly Ones drop deadbeat, then vanish into obscurity. Like a B-movie villain, they haunt the airwaves briefly, leaving fans to wonder if the real horror is their fleeting presence or the music industry's attention span.
Meta builds a VR smart TV without major streaming apps.
Maine Senate candidate blames Reddit posts on meowing around, claims it's youthful indiscretion. When your political platform is built on digital graffiti, don't be surprised if voters bring the Windex.
Mortimer next releases Kiss Kiss by The Witch without warning. Like a midnight snack that turns into a feast, this track's surprise drop is a sweet rebellion against the overhyped, overplanned music machine.
European rights body demands UK ministers.
Maine Senate candidate claims working people get screwed, then runs on tired promises. Just another politician using populist rhetoric to climb the power ladder while the real issues remain buried under campaign slogans and empty speeches.
D'Angelo passes at 51, celebrated for his smooth voice. His voice was a balm in a world that often feels like sandpaper. Now we're left with echoes and the quiet between notes.
Catholicism reinvents itself as Brazilians wake at 4 a.m. to stream prayers. When faith requires caffeine and a Wi-Fi signal, you know Divine Intervention's gone digital and Holy Devotion has a new subscription plan.
Pentagon slams Netflix's boots as woke garbage after airing, because apparently inclusivity is the real national threat. While the Pentagon fights fictional battles, Netflix's diversity wins the culture war, one gay marine at a time.
LSE CEO Schrimmer claims healthy pipeline for listings then touts competitiveness. It's like saying your restaurant has a great menu while ignoring the fact that no one's actually dining there, just passing by.
White House challenges Anthropic's AI ethics, claiming it threatens democracy because nothing says freedom like a good old-fashioned tech witch hunt. While politicians play AI police, the real danger is their own code, outdated, buggy, and full of authoritarian backdoors.
Prosper data breach hits 17.6 million accounts, then downplays severity. It's like leaving your front door wide open and then acting surprised when someone walks off with your TV, sofa, and a few family photos.
Los Angeles plans billion-dollar bond for convention center, calling it Olympic readiness, while potholes and housing crises get the bronze medal treatment. As LA stretches its budget for the Olympics, residents can expect gold medal traffic jams and a legacy of debt in lieu of affordable housing.
Senators warn Saudi Arabia buys EA, fears of foreign influence rise. When video games become the new battleground for national security, expect your next boss fight to come with diplomatic consequences and a side of geopolitical intrigue.
Johnson & Johnson faces thousands of UK claims on talcum powder cancer link, still insists cornstarch is the new black. After decades of allegedly hiding risks, J&J's pivot to cornstarch is like putting a band-aid on a bullet wound while whistling innocence.
Restoring funds is like putting a band-aid on a bullet wound. Sure, it's better than nothing, but the scar of lost time and discovery remains.
San Francisco defies troop deployment, then Trump calls it necessary. When the city of counterculture stands its ground, it's a classic case of peace-loving rebels versus an administration that thinks tanks solve everything.
Trump claims he and Melania ate Big Macs on their first White House night, renaming it the Golden Arches Mansion. Because nothing says presidential romance like fast food and renaming a historic residence after a burger joint.
Grammar apps battle it out, Ginger versus Grammarly in 2022. Choosing between them is like picking a favorite child. Both correct your mistakes, but only one will guilt trip you with ads for premium features.
Only 51% of R&B legends live to see 60, and the music industry calls it a tragedy. D'Angelo's soulful legacy sings on, but pancreatic cancer's encore leaves us all with a silent, heart-wrenching void.
The world loses a voice that made vulnerability powerful, while sugary pop hits continue to dominate with zero nutritional value.
In a world where image is everything, it's comforting to know that even former presidents can have bad hair days, complete with public tantrums.
Ratfish grow forehead teeth, redefine bizarre mating rituals. Evolutionary kink, nature's way of reminding us that love bites can be literal while humans still struggle with basic dating apps.
Valencia hosts a surge of Russian tourists.
While sunbathers sip sangria, geopolitical shadows linger like uninvited guests on the Valencian sands.
Egypt hikes fuel prices by 13%, then blames IMF. Subsidy cuts hit the poorest hardest, while the rich continue to cruise in their gas-guzzling SUVs, proving once again that austerity is a dish best served to someone else.
Cian William Scott teases more American Pie movies, then stars in Bad Man. Apparently, nostalgia and slapstick are the secret ingredients for a cinematic souffle that never quite rises.
D'Angelo passes at 51, then leaves echoes of soul unsilenced. When a voice that sculpted emotions departs, the silence is deafening, reminding us that true artistry lives on in the spaces between notes.
As money flees the subcontinent, Korea and Taiwan cash in on fears of an AI apocalypse, proving that market panic is the real global currency.
Trump highs city domination then influencers cheer him on. With a social media army in tow, the lines between governance and grift blur as clicks and chaos become the new currency of political power.
Israel Defense Forces confirm Red Cross retrieves hostage's body in Gaza, calling it a humanitarian gesture. In this macabre exchange program, even the dead get a ticket home while the living are left to play political chess.
Portland protest frog mocks Trump, then unites under an amphibian banner. When a frog becomes a symbol of resistance, you know the political landscape is as surreal as a Dali painting in a hurricane.
Fed swallow applauds officials' dissent, then calls it progress. Celebrating independence in a system built on conformity is like cheering for a soloist in a chorus. It sounds great until the harmony collapses.
Todd Rundgren calls Robbie Robertson a snob, despite liking other band members, reigniting rock star feuds. In the music world, egos are as common as guitar strings, but some pluck a little too high on the snob scale.
Red Cross retrieves dead hostage's body, then Israel reports the grim task. When the Red Cross becomes a grim courier, peace talks seem as distant as a horizon in a desert mirage.
Powell's liquidity drain hits stocks, then investors panic. Removing liquidity from the market is like pulling the plug on a party. Everyone notices when the music stops and the lights come on.
Apple's live translation feature fails in Brooklyn, leaving users lost in tech babble. When your breakfast order turns into a linguistic game of telephone, it seems Apple's latest innovation is more lost than found in translation. Hamas claims hostage recovery complete as Israel threatens to restart Gaza conflict. In this macabre dance of diplomacy, peace talks are like a bad sequel. More cliffhangers than conclusions, and the audience is tired of the plot twist.
India reduces Russian oil buys, then Trump spins confusion. When a former reality TV host dictates international oil strategies, you know geopolitics has jumped the shark. India's refiners await adult supervision from New Delhi.
When the highlight reel outshines the actual game, You know the league's selling nostalgia instead of a promising future.
AMD Inc.'s OpenAI deal then chases Nvidia's tail. When your competitor's shadow is the only thing you're catching, momentum might just be the polite term for desperate hustle.
China restricts rare earth exports, flexing its trade war muscle against the US. It's like Monopoly with minerals. China's got Boardwalk and Park Place, while the US is stuck on Baltic Avenue, hoping for a get-out-of-trade war-free card.
U.S. promises thorough search, families still wait. When leave no stone unturned translates to endless bureaucracy, grieving families are left to wonder if the stones were ever turned at all.
Trump aids red school boards in blue states, granting them a political life raft. Imagine asking for a lifeboat and getting a flaming yacht. These boards may find that Trump-style help sinks faster than it saves.
Homeowner racks up 1 Turin 5T5K in regrets, money haunts every thought. Piling cash into a century-old money pit feels like nurturing a ghost that only feeds on your bank account and self-esteem.
When politicians talk housing but real estate tycoons write the checks, the only thing affordable is the campaign rhetoric.
Spotify runs ICE recruitment ads with bonuses, then plays Imagine next. Because nothing screams chill vibes like a recruitment pitch for a borderline dystopian agency sandwiched between your power ballads and breakup anthems.
Socialist president tackles inequality, but separatists gain ground. When wealth is a whisper and inequality a shout, even the loudest promises of unity sound like a distant echo.
Cleveland and Browns owners settle $100 million deal, then demand taxpayer applause. Because nothing says community spirit like shaking down the locals for a shiny new sports palace, while public schools crumble like day-old cookies.
John Bolton indicted, another chapter in the saga of political theater. When national security advisors become courtroom regulars, you start to wonder if the real threat was always just the chaos they left behind.
Texas Democrat slams young Republicans' Nazi chat, but no apologies follow. When your group chat echoes history's darkest chapters, maybe it's time to reconsider your role in the narrative of progress.
Only 5% of Europeans have rail access, and EU calls it progress. Apparently all aboard now means all aboard the bus, as rail lines become as rare as unicorns in a corporate boardroom.
When your defense plan hinges on targeting the tree and not the fruit, you better hope the orchard isn't endless.
After promising transparency, banks hide credit risks, leaving investors haunted. The stock market's new horror show, banks playing hide and seek with credit cockroaches while investors fumble in the dark.
Tamara Klink sails solo through Arctic, warns of rapid ice melt. When a lone sailor's record-setting journey becomes a climate change alarm, maybe it's time we stop treating the planet like a sinking ship.
When your lineup sounds like a game of Hollywood Mad Libs, expect punchlines that land like a lead balloon.
Trump admits to covert CIA ops in Venezuela. Maduro calls it a coup. When diplomacy fails, just send in the spies and call it freedom delivery. Because nothing says democracy like secret missions and public denials.
Sturgill Simpson offers "You can have the crown" for free because who wants it? When a country star gives away the throne, you know the kingdom's in worse shape than a honky-tonk on a Monday.
Joe Arpaio claims total vindication after inventing Kavanaugh stocks. When you're the architect of a tactic that screams guilty until proven innocent, claiming victory is just a desperate attempt to rewrite history's verdict.
Turns out cleaning our water is dirtier than we thought, like polishing a turd only to find it's still a turd.
Bolton faces 18 charges for mishandling classified documents, a twist for a national security hawk. From hawk to courtroom sparrow, Bolton's newfound respect for rules arrives fashionably late, proving even the fiercest critics can be caught with their secrets showing.
Borrowers drowning in debt, while financiers sit.
Inga Bisgod wins Europa Nostra Award for preserving European heritage in Greenland. When preserving a continent's past takes a Greenlander's touch, maybe it's time Europe reconsiders who its real champions are. Hint, they might not be where you expect.
EU proposes drone and air defense projects for 2026, claims it will secure Europe. Europe plays catch-up with military tech while citizens play catch-up with heating bills. Priorities fly high, but reality remains grounded.
Swiss politics embraces money like a long-lost lover, claiming transparency.
ECB's Ren spots double-edged risks in Europe's inflation outlook, then claims flexibility. When both sides of the inflation sword are sharp, maybe it's just a clever way to say they're prepared to do absolutely anything, or nothing.
Three neo-Nazis jailed for plotting terror attacks, yet they call themselves revolutionaries. When your hate-fueled fantasy lands you behind bars for over a decade, it's clear the only thing revolutionary is your inability to grasp irony.
Global drug mortality rate jumps 31% as drug disorder claims drop 6%. The math doesn't add up unless you count the profits of the pharmaceutical industry. Fewer users, more funerals, higher margins.
Shohei Ohtani smashes third home run of the night, and the universe sighs in disbelief. When one man's bat becomes the stuff of legends, it's a reminder that some heroes wield a stick, not a cape.
When the rich shift cells, it's not about punishment. It's about ensuring a softer pillow and a quieter night.
Russia hits Kharkiv hospital and UN convoy, then Ukraine requests US tomahawks. When hospitals become targets and diplomacy is a distant dream, the only thing soaring higher than missiles is the irony of seeking peace through more weapons.
Tron, Ares aims to mislead about AI's future, promising utopia. When Hollywood sells AI as heroes, remember it's a script, not reality. The real drama unfolds outside the cinema.
House Speaker justifies using research funds to pay military, contradicting government shutdown goals. When science budgets become military paychecks, we're not just shifting funds. We're shifting priorities from innovation to invasion, $1 at a time.
Investment funds sue lingerie firm and trustee over debt deal gone sour. When lace and leverage collide, creditors get tangled in a web of broken promises, proving that not all intimate apparel is designed to support.
Spy planes and lasers promise to secure Europe against drones, but shotguns remain. In a world where technology races ahead, Europe turns to an old-school solution, lead projectiles. Next they'll suggest slingshots and hope for the best.
When fewer people apply for aid because they're too busy juggling 3 gigs to survive, it's a jobs miracle, just not the kind they promised.
Only 8% of climate promises become action, and leaders call it progress. In the grand tradition of empty gestures, world leaders continue to excel at crafting elaborate speeches while Earth warms up like a forgotten toaster oven.
Only 40% of radio stations play new Chrissie Hynde tracks, and they call it a comeback. When legends have to share the stage with nostalgia just to get airtime, maybe it's the industry that needs a revival, not the artists.
Shohei Ohtani smashes records, then fans call him a legend. In a sport where history is a dusty tome, Ohtani's feats are like rewriting the pages with a flaming bat, while everyone else uses pencils.
DOJ indicts John Bolton over alleged security breach. Case stirs controversy. When hawks get hunted, the feathers fly, revealing that even the most seasoned political warriors can find themselves in an unexpected legal crossfire.
Donald Trump declares end of an age of terror during Knesset speech, then proposes more international military partnerships. When the promise of peace comes with a side order of arms deals, faith and hope might just be the garnish on a geopolitical buffet.
Trump declares no other president ended a war, then history books groan. From Washington to Obama, presidents have been tying up wars like loose shoelaces, but Trump's memory seems to prefer slip-ons.
U.S. budget deficit drops $41 billion but remains a staggering $1.775 trillion. It's like losing a few pounds in a doomed diet. You celebrate while still buried under a mountain of financial fast food wrappers.
When society tells you to simmer down, remember that the same fire that burns can also illuminate the path to revolution.
Australian Tax Office flags inappropriate practices as super raids for dental work double. When your retirement fund becomes your dental plan, it's clear the system's chewing up more than just your savings, it's biting into your future.
Malaysia defies Trump's tariffs, posts 5.2% growth, and economists call it a miracle. Turns out Trump's trade tantrums are about as effective as a screen door on a submarine. Malaysia's economy just keeps on swimming.
They Might Be Giants release I'm Impressed, and it sounds like a quirky existential crisis. When your rock anthem feels like a sarcastic nod to life's absurdity, you know you've hit the alt-rock jackpot of introspective irony.
Reese Witherspoon questions James Bond's bikini-clad companions, claims confusion.
Trump's trade optimism boosts stocks, but bonds and gold dive and investors are left guessing. Like a magician with a disappearing act, Trump's words lift the market, while the real economy wonders where the rabbit went.
French colonial forces executed over 300 African riflemen, labeled it a mutiny. When history's footnotes become headlines, it's a stark reminder that justice delayed is a cover-up in disguise, all dressed up in bureaucratic camouflage.
When death becomes just another statistic in a detention center, it's clear human rights are a luxury, not a guarantee.
Jake Paul ignites deepfake debate with Sora cameos, but digital likeness rights remain a legal Wild West. Like a cowboy in a sci-fi flick, Paul rides into uncharted territory, leaving lawyers and avatars to duel it out in the virtual sunset.
Trump commutes George Santos' sentence, and justice takes a smoke break.
When anticipation meets nostalgia, we're left clutching our controllers, waiting for a drop that's as elusive as a masked rapper's true face.
China threatens UK with consequences over delayed London embassy. When diplomacy turns into a real estate tantrum, you know world powers are more concerned with square footage than actual peace talks.
Russia tests NATO with Baltic flyovers, then claims it's just sightseeing. In this high-stakes game of aerial tag, Russia's daring NATO to blink first, while the world watches like it's the season finale of a geopolitical reality show. Hamas fighters seize more control in Gaza, casting doubt on ceasefire hopes. When power struggles become the norm, peace agreements look more like pipe dreams written on shifting sands and broken promises.
For the price of a concert ticket, you can now own the sonic equivalent of an oil painting. Just don't expect it to hang on your wall.
Billionaire Paul Tudor Jones predicts Nasdaq rise despite volatile markets. When billionaires make forecasts, they often forget that their optimism isn't exactly contagious for those of us without golden parachutes or crystal balls.
New Alzheimer's treatment clears plaques from mice brains within hours. If only human healthcare moved at the speed of mouse miracles, we might solve dementia before the next ice age, or at least before this mouse's great-great-grandchildren forget where they hid the cheese.
Trump installs Arc de Trump at White House, calls it a tribute to greatness. Only in 2025 could a presidential renovation double as a monument to one man's ego, proving that architectural vanity projects are truly bipartisan.
JD Vance dismisses racist texts in GOP chat, calls them childish antics. When politicians excuse racism as youthful folly, it's a reminder that some never really grow up. They just get better at hiding behind excuses.
UK Crown Prosecution Service decides no charges for woman, citing compassion. In a rare moment of judicial mercy, the system acknowledges that love isn't a crime, even if it takes you across borders to say goodbye.
Tesla proposes trillion-dollar pay for Musk. Investors push back. When your paycheck could buy a small nation, maybe it's time to reconsider why the guy who tweets more than he works needs another golden parachute.
Bruce Willis's family grieves his presence despite him still being alive due to FTD. It's a cruel twist when the mind fades but the body remains, leaving loved ones to mourn the loss of memories while the person is still here.
Trump boasts China talks, then stocks rise like a helium balloon. When diplomacy becomes a stock market strategy, we are left wondering if Wall Street's next move will be determined by a tweet or a fortune cookie.
When justice hinges on political timing, we've got to ask if the scales are balanced or just stuck on a broken clock.
Dyer W's Wilson slams exchanges after crypto crash exposes flaws. When a market veteran points out that your digital Wild West is more like a digital dumpster fire, maybe it's time to rethink those innovative trading practices.
Yuan traders prepare for volatility lasting until 2026 as US-China tensions escalate. In a global game of economic chicken, the yuan's trembling like a leaf in a trade war temper, while traders bet on chaos as the new currency.
When diplomacy dances around questions like a cat avoiding water, it's clear the real agenda hides behind closed doors.
Gigantic black holes downplayed during early cosmic switch, stars take spotlight. Turns out black holes weren't the cosmic rock stars we thought they were. Stars were the real showrunners, quietly ionizing the universe while black holes brooded in the corner.
Israel delays Rafah crossing reopening as Gaza awaits aid surge. In the grand theater of brinkmanship, Israel holds the curtain closed on Gaza's lifeline, proving once again that power loves an audience but hates a resolution.
Fossil teeth reveal lead exposure haunted humans for 2 million years, but modern brains cope better than Neanderthals. Evolution's cruel joke. We'd swapped saber-toothed cats for lead pipes, proving progress is just a matter of trading predators for pollutants.
Sandy printing strengthened steel risks hydrogen embrittlement. It's the classic trade-off. Build it tougher only to watch it crack under pressure. Innovation today, implosion tomorrow. Because who needs stability when you can have irony?
Trump commutes George Santos' prison sentence, releases him immediately with a smile. Justice in the land of the free, where a pardon is just an old friend's phone call away and accountability is a distant memory.
Tariffs hit retail prices, reversing a downward trend. Just when your wallet thought it was safe to come out, tariffs swoop in like a bad sequel, proving that economic horror franchises never truly die.
Minnesota halts SNAP benefits processing during federal shutdown, leaving many hungry. Food insecurity becomes a bargaining chip in political games. While officials bicker over budgets, families are left wondering if they'll have enough to eat next week.
Elon Musk funds Tommy Robinson's legal costs. Trial begins with a billionaire's backing. When justice is bankrolled by billionaires, the scales tip towards those who can afford the heaviest pockets, leaving fairness in the dust.
Trump administration raids leave Idaho farm without workers. When a family farm becomes collateral damage in a political power play, you know it's not just crops getting harvested, but livelihoods too.
One United Bank launches digital-first approach and partners with tech giants claiming inclusion. When a bank teams up with corporate behemoths, the underbanked might want to check if the digital revolution means more than just data collection.
Los Angeles arson suspect faces 2 more felony charges in deadly Palisades fire. When your five-starter resume includes multiple felonies, even Smokey Bear would need a stiff drink to contemplate the irony of man versus nature.
From gymnasium glory to the big leagues, another teen athlete leaps into a world where corporate sponsorships matter more than sportsmanship.
Trump orders CIA into Venezuela, hints at land invasion, in a masterclass of escalation. When diplomacy looks like a war game, the only winners are the ones selling weapons, and the losers are always the ones with the oil.
When the official sports world looks away, chaos and community slam dunk their way into the spotlight, proving bureaucracy can't box out the human spirit.
Greta Thunberg alleges flag-related assaults, exposes climate activism's harsh reality. In a world where flags are meant to unite, some use them as weapons against those daring to demand a livable planet.
The New Yorker attempts a complex cover story with moving images, challenging tradition. While the magazine dabbles in innovation, let's hope the artistry doesn't get lost in the digital dazzle that screams style over substance.
Irish candidate Humphreys faces lawsuit from fellow politician, proving campaigns are blood sports. When politics becomes a courtroom drama, It's less about leadership and more about who's got the best legal team on retainer.
In the theater of politics, peace talks often feel like a choose-your-own-adventure where every path leads back to square one, stalemate.
Democrats propose funding nutrition for low-income mothers and children, while government shutdown leaves them hungry. In the land of plenty, the only thing more abundant than food is the irony of needing legislative heroics just to eat.
Equity threatens mass direct action over AI's use of actors' images, citing copyright infringement complaints. When your face becomes someone else's commodity, it's not just a role you're losing, it's your identity being auctioned to the highest bidder.
Lalo's Switch debuts at $171, promises dual-ended pleasure, but delivers proprietary charger headaches.
Military coup overshadows Madagascar's Gen Z revolution as Colonel Randrianarina seizes power. In a country where youthful dreams of change are met with military might, the revolution's anthem risks becoming a mere footnote in the history of power plays.
Time cover exposes Trump's biggest fear through an unflattering portrait. When the mirror reflects more than just your face, the real terror is seeing the truth behind the carefully crafted illusion.
KISS guitarist Ace Frehley lands on life support after Gene Simmons' crash. When rock legends become hospital roommates, the music industry's insurance premiums might need a louder encore than any guitar solo ever played.
Trump administration delivers on 12 Project 2025 goals, but the progress feels like a dystopian checklist.
Colonel claims military control in Madagascar contradicting democracy. When ballots fail to remove a leader, bullets often step in, proving once again that power respects only the sound of boots marching.
Tech earnings drive equity gains, ignoring US-China trade war. When profits sing a sweet tune, the market dons noise-cancelling headphones to drown out the discordant symphony of global tensions.
Trump plans another summit with Putin in Budapest, calling it diplomacy with a twist. When bromance trumps accountability, world peace is just an afterthought in this high-stakes chess game of egos.
China's local governments sell record dim sum bonds, call it diversification. When your economic stability relies on a currency named after a meal, the only thing diversified is the menu of financial desperation.
Only 15% of Macbeth scholars ponder Lady Macbeth's offspring, and critics call it a distraction. When literary debates unravel into child-counting contests, we might wonder if Shakespeare's witches cursed academia with endless triviality.
Mitch McConnell trips and falls, blames gravity, not protester. When your political career is as unsteady as your footing, it's hard to discern if the real fall was physical or ideological.
When collateral damage comes with a side of international diplomacy, the echoes of unintended consequences drown out the cries for accountability.
President Trump extends government shutdown to 30 days, then blames Congress for the chaos. When politicians play chicken with federal paychecks, the only thing getting funded is their endless blame game. Global public debt set to exceed 100% of GDP by 2029. IMF predicts, seems like the world's new favorite pastime is playing chicken with economic collapse. Who knew nostalgia for post-war levels would come without the Reconstruction boom? NATO promises swift response. Then Russia threatens Kaliningrad's annihilation. When military machismo meets geopolitical chess, it's the pawns who end up in checkmate, not the kings.
Keanu Reeves almost changed his name early in his career, calling it a Hollywood moment. When even Neo contemplates a rebrand to fit in, you know the matrix of fame requires more than just dodging bullets. It demands a new identity.
Skid Row releases I Remember You, then glam metal nostalgia hits new heights. It's the anthem for every teased hair and leather jacket that refuses to fade quietly into the night.
Trump confirms submarine attack in Caribbean, yet survivors emerge. Turns out the war on drugs has gone nautical, but who knew we'd be sinking vessels instead of policies? Maybe the real contraband is accountability.
Only 40% of citizens trust elections, and the government calls it progress. When ballots feel more like scratch-off tickets, democracy's jackpot seems rigged for the House.
Billionaire Benioff apologizes for suggesting troops in San Francisco, then hosts conference there. When billionaires start talking military solutions for social issues, you know the dream is more about force than it is about progress.
When your tech forecast relies on a curve shaped like a bathtub, expect some slippery conclusions.
Latvian man assaults Ukrainian family in Switzerland, detained for language dispute. When words become weapons and borders blur, even the Swiss neutrality can't keep the peace in a world where speaking your mind risks your safety.
Israeli airstrikes hit Lebanon despite ceasefire killing one. Ceasefires, like promises, seem made to be broken when military might decides that the ink's just not worth the paper it's printed on.
Harvard suffers largest operating loss in 14 years, blames Trump budget cuts. When a billionaire president makes cuts, even the ivory towers of academia feel the draft.
Trump targets San Francisco for federal crackdown, ignoring local chaos. When in doubt, blame the city by the bay. It's easier than tackling the mess closer to home, where the real swamp resides.
Apple prepares high-end MacBook Pro with touchscreen, defying Steve Jobs' original vision. In a twist worthy of a soap opera, Apple ditches its late founder's doctrine faster than you can say planned obsolescence.
Centrist Democrat returns. IPAC donations. Distances from Netanyahu ties.
Russia charges exiled oligarch Khodorkovsky with terrorism for opposing Ukraine war. Accusing dissenters of terrorism is the oldest trick in the authoritarian playbook. When ideas threaten power, just redefine the threat. Only 12% of Korean TV roles go to foreign actors, and they call it diversity. In a plot twist better than any K-drama, the industry pats itself on the back for adding a teaspoon of international flavor to its kimchi stew.
When a superpower flexes its wings, it's never just about routine. It's about reminding the world who's got the bigger stick.
Jamie Dimon predicts stock rally despite credit fears, calls it optimism. When a CEO compares the market to cockroaches, you know we're in for a roller coaster where the only winners are the exterminators.
Biden's decision on TikTok now backfires as Trump's allies' eye control. When you dance with the data devils, don't be surprised if they end up leading the waltz, especially when the music's already been bought and paid for.
Throbbing gristle drops beachy head, then calls it industrial. When the soundscapes of chaos echo through your soul, you know it's less about music and more about unraveling the human condition.
Fluence releases Summer Crush Audio, claims it's a vibe. When your song's title sounds like a seasonal fling, let's hope it's got more staying power than a sunburn.
Only 5% of people heed warnings and panic ensues. Warnings are like New Year resolutions. Everyone reads them, but nobody actually follows through until it's too late.
Freed hostage mourns friend Guy Illouz after tragic body identification. In the twisted theater of human cruelty, liberation comes with a cruel punchline, freedom's bittersweet taste tainted by the shadow of loss.
State senator posts racist messages, now faces resignation calls. When you play the bigot card, it's a sure bet the deck will come crashing down, and nobody wants to clean up that mess.
Ukrainian forces obliterate Russian artillery, then Russia calls it a strategic withdrawal. In the Kremlin's dictionary, strategic withdrawal must mean running away with your tail between your legs while denying you ever had a tail.
Pentagon spoon-feeds journalists serving censorship for dessert. In a world where transparency is a dirty word, control is on the menu, and the media is left to dine on carefully curated scraps.
Repair app launches on International Repair Day solves nothing about planned obsolescence. This app might help you fix your toaster, but it won't fix tech giants designing gadgets to self-destruct faster than a secret agent's mission briefing.
When you're drowning in buzzwords, remember, the future of advertising is an algorithm that knows your deepest fears, but still can't get your name right.
Fortra unveils CVE 2025, a 10mil35 timeline, promises swift patch. In the world of cybersecurity, it's always a race against time where the hackers sprint and the corporations crawl, hoping to catch up before the finish line disappears.
Music streaming platforms revive Stain's 2002 hit, Call It a Nostalgia Trip. The early 2000s when emotional angst was as thick as dial-up internet connections, and Stained was the soundtrack to our existential crises.
Climate extremes surge past records. Scientists claim the trend is linear. When Mother Nature starts sounding like a broken record, you know it's time to listen, unless you prefer learning the hard way underwater.
Saudi PIF-backed Salik targets full ownership of Olam unit, proving money grows on foreign soil. In a world where food security masquerades as global shopping sprees, Saudi Arabia's appetite for agriculture is as insatiable as a teenager at an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Trump redirects anti-terror funds from Democratic cities to Republican states. Playing favorites with security dollars might be the most creative way to ensure only some people sleep soundly, while others wonder if their safety is up for auction.
Quantum crystals promise tech revolution but remain elusive. When hype outpaces hardware, we're left with visions of grandeur while clutching yesterday's gadgets, hoping for a future that isn't just science fiction.
Kowlin channels T-Rex swagger with cotton wool, but nostalgia costs extra. In the age of AI-generated pop, a Brighton lad with northern roots and a six-string dreams of selling melancholy like it's a vintage vinyl. Ironic, since nostalgia is now a luxury item. US ranks 11th, and work hours needed for basic needs. In the land of the free, it seems freedom comes with overtime, where working to live means living to work until you forget which is which.
Senator Cory Booker's lobby gets an impromptu makeover by Jewish Voice for Peace, demanding a spotlight on human rights. When peaceful protesters become interior designers, you know it's time for lawmakers to reconsider their open-door policies, or just get better locks.
Rebuilding Gaza estimated cost over $3 billion. Experts say it's worse than starting from scratch. When your starting point is rubble and despair, the rebuilding process feels less like construction and more like trying to glue sandcastles back together in a hurricane.
Joe Arpaio claims Supreme Court vindication after years of infamy, proving justice is blind or maybe just asleep. When the law's long arm pats itself on the back, we all get a front row seat to this circus of accountability.
Young Republicans demand leaders resign over racist texts, hypocrisy exposed. When the future of a party calls out its present for being stuck in the past, you know the elephant in the room is trampling its own.
Jan Terry releases Hot Dog Baby and it sizzles with absurdity. When your rock anthem sounds like a backyard barbecue gone wrong, it's time to question what exactly is cooking in the music industry.
David Coote admits to child image offence, a red card for morality that the rulebook never saw coming. When the whistleblower becomes the offender, we're left wondering if the game was ever fair to begin with.
Trump's deep state wrecking ball targets government agencies. Critics call it chaos. When a sledgehammer is your tool of choice, every public institution starts to look like a nail begging for destruction.
U.S. stocks rise after trade chaos. Optimism feels temporary. When the market dances like a cat on a hot tin roof, remember today's gains are tomorrow's "what were we thinking" moment.
Microsoft adds Copilot to Windows 11's taskbar, claiming this will finally make Lippy's ghost shut up. It's like giving your search bar a driver's license, but you're still stuck in the passenger seat wondering why you took this road trip.
Hope sells better than results. Until then, the only thing more aggressive than cancer might be the marketing for a cure still in the lab.
Microsoft's Copilot update takes over PCs, privacy not included. When tech companies call it assistant, they mean overlord, because who doesn't love an unsolicited roommate in their digital life?
It's like trying to squeeze water from a stone and expecting it to quench the fire you started.
Trump commutes Santos sentence, fraud charges still hang heavy. Pardoning a fraudster is the closest we get to consistency, if only justice was as forgiving as political alliances seem to be.
Poland blocks extradition of Nord Stream suspect to Germany, claiming jurisdiction over international intrigue. Playing keep away with suspects is the new European sport, where justice is the ball and everyone's a goalie.
Marjorie Taylor Greene attacks GOP, claims betrayal over shutdown. When your own party starts to feel like family, you know it's time to air the dirty laundry and blame the dog.
When the glitter fades, all that's left is the tarnish of market manipulation and the dreams of small-time investors crushed under the weight of big money.
Nothing says rock and roll like a pop-up spamming your data, or you just want to buy the 80s Bollywood beats.
Main candidate minimizes assault concerns, deletes posts, hoping for amnesia. When your campaign strategy is a disappearing act, maybe it's time to consider a career in magic instead of politics.
Instinct reunites for nostalgia tour, then charges triple the price for tickets. Because nothing screams buy to your bank account like reliving your teen angst at the premium. With a side of nostalgia tax.
Coup leader in Madagascar claims presidency while African Union hits pause. When your inauguration speech needs to start with, "I swear I didn't plan a coup," maybe rethink the career path.
When your software supply chain turns into a fishing expedition, remember, trust is a luxury and vigilance is the new currency.
China accuses US of panic over rare earths, then offers talks. It's like setting a house on fire and offering to discuss the insurance policy, diplomacy with a side of gaslight.
Israel and Hamas declare peace deal holds despite skepticism. When peace is a headline but skepticism sells more papers, you know the cynics are winning the war of words.
Gaza ceasefire declared, but children still await aid. Promises of peace feel like empty lullabies when the medicine cabinet stays bare and the world only whispers its concern.
When justice comes with a $50 billion price tag, the scales of justice look more like a cash register.
Trump rants over unflattering hair photo, loses control. When vanity leads the charge, even a gust of wind becomes a political opponent, and the real hair-raising issue is the ego beneath.
Because when your currency's on a roller coaster, the best fix is a PR campaign with more spin than a washing machine.
LeBron James, Chris Paul, and Kyle Lowry join NBA's exclusive 20-year club, Defying Age. When your career outlasts most relationships, maybe it's time to redefine what commitment really means in sports.
Abu Dhabi's top firm merges 3 units, forms $33 billion investing giant. When you're rich enough to buy small countries, maybe it's time to reconsider what too big to fail really means.
Google and Yale deploy 27B Gemma model, claim cancer breakthrough. When algorithms start diagnosing, the real cancer might be in the unchecked faith placed in data-driven miracles, not in the cells they analyze.
Miami office for Citadel. Microsoft gains $25,000 members club because nothing says work-life balance like elitism at altitude. When your office lunch comes with a sommelier, remember, the revolution's not being catered, but it's definitely watching.
Netherlands considers nuclear submarines. Questions ripple through peaceful canals. When your country's tallest point is a hill, submarines seem like a deep dive into overcompensation.
NIO stock crashes as fraud allegations resurface, proving deja vu isn't just for bad dreams, but for corporate ethics too. Looks like NIO's driving innovation straight into a wall, hoping investors forget that smoke and mirrors aren't standard safety features.
Ace Frehley departs this world, leaving a cosmic rift echoing through time. The Spaceman's final encore reminds us that rock legends may leave the stage, but their music never fades into the silence of obscurity.
Alaska evacuates 300 residents as typhoon remnants wreck villages, promises safety. When climate change turns nature into a relentless landlord, even the most remote corners find themselves evicted without notice.
Federal judge orders retrial for Ita Pasquale's fine-tuned turning justice into a game of legal limbo, where decades of trauma dances on the edge of closure.
Single man battle porn shame, find solace in friendships, depression looms. When society turns pleasure into taboo, connection becomes the lifeline, pulling us from the depths of self-inflicted despair.
AI startups flood marketing, face backlash for vandalized subway ads. When your product needs graffiti to catch attention, maybe it's time to question if your innovation is just noise dressed in a digital suit.
Powell's remarks boost stocks, betting on October rate cut while the labour market teeters like a tightrope walker with vertigo.
South Africa's Bafana Bafana qualified for 4th World Cup, then fans remember the last 3. Celebrating mediocrity is the sport where everyone wins.
The trophy cabinet gathers dust, but the spirit never dims.
Only 30% of Americans blame a single party for the shutdown, and Congress calls it bipartisan accountability. In the grand blame game, everyone gets a participation trophy while the government plays musical chairs with our lives.
Debut ambient record drops, then remixers hit the snooze button. In a world where silence sells, remixing white noise might just be the next big thing. Innovation through inaction.
Only 20% of celebrities admit embarrassing truths on TV, and producers call it authenticity. When personal quirks become public spectacle, we redefine taboos as entertainment, proving vulnerability is the new currency in the fame economy.
When your planet gets smacked by a cosmic rock and all you find is a mysterious glass souvenir, it's like getting socks for Christmas, a little disappointing.
Tech stocks surge while trade tensions simmer. When the market's as numb as a binge watcher on their third series. Even tariffs are just background noise. Profits trump politics again.
After promising innovation, tech moguls hoard unimaginable wealth, while courts empower presidents with unchecked authority. In the land of the free, dreams are monetized and democracy's strings are pulled by the richest puppeteers, weaving a tapestry of modern fables.
Aeromexico seeks $314 million in IPO after bankruptcy. Rising from the ashes like a budget phoenix, the airline bets on investors with short memories and even shorter patience for market turbulence.
When your own political hero slashes the support network for your vulnerable kids, it's like finding out the wolf in sheep's clothing is actually just a wolf.
Prince Andrew drops Duke of York title, then Epstein's shadow looms larger. Royal titles are like cheap costumes at a scandal's masquerade ball, easy to discard when the music changes, but the dance never ends.
Pritzker calls meeting with military leaders, then decries Chicago militarization. When city streets start resembling war zones, you know the local government has swapped its urban planner for a general, mistaking peace for a tactical error.
Trump drops F-bomb in press conference, then claims it was freedom. Nothing says presidential like redefining expletives as patriotic rhetoric, because who needs decorum when you've got a dictionary and a dream?
Central bank crushes rupee bears, speculators pay the price.
If only our healthcare system could focus on turning these rodent miracles into human solutions instead of just funding more cheese for the lab rats.
Only 12% of pop stars embrace authenticity, and Annie calls it revolutionary. When the music industry is as real as a wax museum, sincerity is the new black, and Annie's got the wardrobe to prove it.
Hamas kills wife and children of alleged opposition militia leader in Gaza, then denies responsibility. In the endless cycle of blame and bloodshed, the innocent pay the ultimate price, while leaders play a deadly game of plausible deniability.
After pledging job growth,
Texas policies shrank the workforce and they call it strategic. Blocking the borders to save jobs is like burning your house down to stay warm. Sure, you're toasty, but now you're homeless.
Pop Willie itself releases Ich bin ein Ausländer, irony in every beat. When industrial indie bands scream about outsiders, it's a reminder that even subcultures have borders, and rebellion often comes with a catchy hook.
Congress watches Trump order Caribbean boat strikes, then shrugs off the consequences.
Coca-Cola considers billion-dollar IPO for Indian bottling, then claims it's for the people, turning thirst into a billion-dollar spectacle. Because nothing quenches like capitalism's carbonated bubbles of profit.
Sweden, Estonia, and Finland promise to buy more U.S. weapons, then ignore local needs. When nations prioritize military shopping sprees over their own citizens' welfare, it seems defense budgets have become the new blank check for international approval.
Vatican elects Polish Pope in 1978, ending 4-century Italian reign. Holy smoke! A non-Italian Pope? It's like the Church's version of a plot twist, with divine intervention throwing in a surprise casting choice.
No king's protests rally thousands, but leaders promise peaceful. When power is challenged by people with signs, the real fear isn't the march, it's the echo of democracy demanding attention and accountability without a crown.
Fentanyl survivors recount near-death experiences, then face a broken recovery system. When the healthcare system treats addiction like a personal failure instead of a public health crisis, survivors are left to navigate a labyrinth without a map.
China vows to fight to end as US accuses it of economic sabotage. It's a geopolitical soap opera with the world's two biggest economies bickering like frenemies, proving that even in global politics, drama never goes out of style.
Hyperopia becomes farsightedness, but the blur remains. Seeing the future clearly is a luxury when the present feels like a fog of misinformation and short-sighted policies, making clarity a rare commodity.
Viral hip-hop anthem claims generational importance, then fades from charts in a week. When every track is labeled as the voice of a generation, the true anthems get lost in the noise of self-proclaimed greatness.
Alex Acosta clears Trump of wrongdoing in Epstein case and GOP cheers. In the land of the free, justice is a magic trick where the rabbit always disappears and the magician never gets caught.
Trump declares peace in Middle East, then experts list unfinished business. When the credits roll on a premature victory speech, the sequel is often a messy, unplanned drama starring everyone but the original cast.
Seth Moulton returns AI PAC donations after launching Senate campaign against Ed Markey, suddenly discovering principles. Political donations are like boomerangs. They may leave your hand, but they always seem to find their way back when the winds of ambition blow.
When billionaires preach apocalypse, it's either a warning or a script for mockery, and South Park chose the latter, skewering hubris with cartoon precision.
Trump's trade war hits farmers, then big harvests bring bigger losses. When fortune's wheel turns, it often crushes those at the bottom, leaving only a trail of broken promises and unsold soybeans.
Global markets tumble as gold skyrockets, U.S. banks in free fall. When banks falter, investors cling to shiny rocks, pretending that ancient currency can still cushion modern economic collapses.
Only 2% of homes in Gaza remain standing, and world leaders call it collateral damage. When your future is reduced to debris and empathy is just another casualty of geopolitics, tears become the only currency left.
Silencing distractions with high-priced gadgets feels like a rich man's meditation, where peace comes at a price and the hum of inequality remains loud and clear.
Global banks report 20% increase in loan losses, yet assure investors it's under control.
When half the country stumbles, leaders insist it's just a phase, like a teenager's moody rebellion against fiscal responsibility.
Cutting the future to save pennies today, like trading your spaceship for a horse and buggy.
Jason Allen sues for recognition, then sells AI art copies. When your brush is a keyboard and your canvas is code, the real artistry lies in the courtroom drama of defining creativity.
$40 million Americans live without the insurance then pay with their health. In a nation where medical bills rival mortgages, the real injury is a system that values profit over people, leaving citizens to dance on the edge of financial ruin.
IMF warns stablecoin market threatens $305 billion stability, ignores crypto's Wild West charm. When digital cowboys spook the banks, expect a stampede, not a stable economy.
Israel blocks Gaza aid deliveries despite ceasefire, claims humanitarian concern. When roadblocks are the new olive branch, expect peace to be just another detour.
After trillion-dollar risk run-up, Wall Street rattled alert sounds. When money's imagination runs wild, the stock market's reality check is just a coffee break away from a financial hangover.
NASA and Lockheed consider Orion on non-SLS rockets despite decades of partnership. When the biggest rocket can't keep its partner, maybe it's time to swipe right on innovation instead.
Celebrity chef denies grooming allegations, claims misunderstanding.
Russell Vought reshapes government with ideological zeal, leaving chaos. When bureaucratic rebranding equals gutting public services, you know someone's playing Jenga with the nation's backbone.
Actor Lance's role in Game of Thrones then admits struggle. Hollywood loves a Cinderella story, but only after the pumpkin turns into a carriage and they can sell the rags to riches narrative as a marketing triumph.
Lehrman sues government over raid, calls allegations James Bond-like. When life imitates spy fiction, it's amazing how quickly espionage becomes a matter of overacting and legal paperwork.
UFC fight streams draw viewers, then reality hits. In the ring, Rousey's defeat is a spectacle. Outside, it's a reminder that even the strongest can be sold short by the hype machine.
U.S. Southern Command Head when exploring new horizons means dodging the aftermath of questionable policies, it's less a career move and more an escape plan.
Freedom tastes bittersweet when your welcome party is the lingering shadow of an unjust system that never seems to learn its lesson.
Only 30% of family caregivers receive financial support, and lawmakers call it a robust safety net. When robust safety net means letting family caregivers dangle by a thread, maybe it's time to question who's holding the scissors.
UK government advised to ready buildings for 2-degree rise, yet actions remain tepid. Climate advisors sound alarms, but the real heat is in the inaction, as bureaucracy drowns the urgency of survival in paperwork and platitudes.
Supreme Court debates warrantless police entry, calls it a nuanced necessity. When nuanced necessity becomes a legal loophole, your living room might just become the next public square without you knowing.
ICE boosts surveillance, targets immigrants, and Antifa calls it national security. When your grandma's empanada recipe becomes a matter of state, it's time to ask who the real threat is.
Only 20% of Americans trust politicians, and the administration calls it integrity.
Trump and Putin plan meeting in Hungary, leaving Ukraine's fate in limbo. In the shadow of an ICC exit, Hungary hosts this diplomatic dance where promises are as reliable as a mirage in the desert of geopolitics.
Magyar leaders dismiss internal divisions, claim unity is stronger than ever.
Pakistan's government doubles down on TLP crackdown, labels it a fight against extremism.
China claims $4.5 trillion market opening, but investors see a mirage. When the smoke clears, it's just another round of Dragon's Den, where the dragons hoard the gold and investors get singed.
Muslim legislator vows to reject scapegoating trans people in Georgia governor race. In the land of peaches and pecans, a leader emerges who knows that fear and division are just low-hanging fruit for those who lack vision.
Wall Street jolts as two regional banks falter, yet the bull market limps on. It's like watching a marathon runner trip at mile 26. Everyone's cheering, but the finish line is still a mirage.
Trump touts free IVF access, then slashes reproductive health funding.
Miss Nikki drops You Go Girl, revolutionizing hip-hop with a 2025 anthem. In a world where auto-tune rules, Miss Nikki reminds us that raw talent and lyrical prowess are still the ultimate power moves.
Just another day in Silicon Valley where throwing billions at a problem is called innovation, and investors drool like it's the latest tech toy.
Audi unveils illegal headlights, America yawns. Once again, cutting-edge European tech remains just out of reach in the land of the free, where innovation is often stopped at customs.
In the land of endless subscriptions, a $5 saving feels like a consolation prize in the lottery of streaming fatigue.
New SBX technology sequences a human genome in under 4 hours, calls it progress. Meanwhile, millions still wait longer for a doctor's appointment than it takes to decode their genetic blueprint. Progress indeed.
No King's organisers predict massive protest, while the King remains unfazed.
I kill a flare from the sting, the home with the left.
With the streets set to roar, the Trump administration lounges in its golden tower, pretending not to hear the distant drums of dissent.
India establishes rare earth reserve, defies China's export curbs. Stockpiling shiny rocks while the planet burns might be the new strategy in global chess, where everyone loses but the Earth.
Paris and Janet Jackson demand estate transparency, suspect billions are MEA. In the world of moonwalks and mirrored gloves, it seems the real magic trick was making billions disappear into thin air.
Baywell's accounts exposed as flawed. Buffin calls it oversight.
Israel's central bank chief warns of economic caution despite ceasefire's promise of peace. When your peace is held together with duct tape and crossed fingers, it's best not to spend like you've won the lottery.
Kim Kardashian addresses infamous photo shoot with 16-year-old Justin Bieber. When your claim to fame involves awkward teen pairings, maybe it's time to reassess your contribution to culture beyond breaking the internet.
Treasury Secretary declares war on leftist terror, still can't balance the budget. When the economy is a dumpster fire, why not blame it on the people holding the water hoses?
OpenAI prioritizes safety over freedom for teens. No mental health policy change. When protecting minors becomes the pretext for policing thoughts, we're left wondering if safety is just the new face of censorship.
U.S. judge blocks Trump from deploying National Guard in Portland, says city needs healing, not a military parade. When your solution to civil unrest is more boots on the ground, maybe it's time to take off the combat goggles.
Kobe Bryant's Dear Basketball inspires celebrity poetic announcements, spark mixed reactions. When the rich and famous start rhyming their life updates, it's like watching a Shakespearean tragedy performed by reality TV stars, entertaining yet profoundly unsettling.
Trump administration embraces word favored by white nationalists, claims it's just a vocabulary expansion exercise. When your dictionary starts to look like a hate group's manifesto, maybe it's time to rewrite the narrative, not the lexicon.
D'Angelo quits all-night recording sessions to greet Dawn, one interview in 10 years. When an artist's silence speaks louder than their words, you start to wonder if the real music is in the pauses, not the notes.
Gramophone Classical Music Awards honor Simon Rattle again. Reality show on Spark snatched off prize. When a maestro gets a second nod, it's not deja vu. It's the classical waltz equivalent of a greatest hits encore.
Qatar fans celebrate World Cup qualification, first time through competitive qualifiers. When your second act is better than your debut, you start to believe that hosting was just a warm-up for the real dance.
US jobless claims drop last week, contradict economic fears despite federal shutdown. When fewer people file for unemployment, it's like putting a band-aid on a bullet wound. Looks good from afar, but the underlying damage remains.
When reporters tap out, you know the official stories are fiction too convoluted even for the tabloids.
Mamani dominates ex-Governor Cuomo in first NYC mayoral debate, leaving him floundering. It's like watching a master chess player dismantle someone who thought the rules were just guidelines. Cuomo's checkmate was inevitable.
Demilich releases Emptiness of Vanishing in 2006, and the silence is deafening. When death metal fades into obscurity faster than a politician's promise, you know it's more cult than culture.
When a politician cashes in on dissent, it's like selling tickets to a circus where you're both the ringmaster and the clown.
Son of Mango founder faces allegations after father's mysterious death last December. When family drama turns into a real-life whodunit, inheritance becomes less about money and more about who can spin the best alibi.
Michael Jackson's estate grants Paris Jackson $65 million, sparking outrage over executor bonuses. When the estate payouts are larger than the moonwalker's legacy, you start wondering if the king of pop was just a cash cow for the suits.
Analyst urges West to sanction domestic Russia, claiming it's the key to peace in Ukraine.
The US government jeopardizes WIC funding, leaving families in limbo as shutdown drags on. When basic nutrition becomes a political pawn, it's clear someone's priorities are as misplaced as a pacifier in a hurricane.
FAA allows Boeing to boost 737 MAX output 2 years post-disaster. Apparently, when you crash hard enough, you get rewarded with the green light to make even more of what broke in the first place, because why fix it when you can just flood the market?
Admiral Halsey steps down amid Venezuelan boat strikes, leaving Pentagon's aggression afloat. When the captain abandons ship, it's hard to tell if he's dodging cannonballs or just rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic.
No Kings organizers predict record-breaking protest turnout, challenging the status quo with sheer numbers. When a crowd becomes a kingdom, it's a reminder that the throne is only as powerful as the people who prop it up.
Judge mandates body cams for immigration officers in Chicago. Transparency meets resistance. When the law insists on eyes in the back of your head, maybe it's because trust has already left the building.
J.B. Hunt profits jump 12% as cost-cutting measures boost quarterly earnings beyond expectations. When a trucking company outsmarts Wall Street, maybe it's time to question who's really steering the economy's wheel.
Supreme Court denies reviewing Section 230 scope in Grindr case. When the highest court avoids the hard questions, it's a bit like the teacher skipping the toughest chapter in the textbook. Eventually, it'll come back to bite us all.
Tweezy29 drops new track Space Maid at zero cost, yet fans still pay with their attention.
Fed's Waller urges cautious rate cuts to aid labor market, says methodical approach vital. When the economy's a house of cards, cutting rates is like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, hoping for smoother sailing.
Only 5% of citizens are aware their data feeds the surveillance beast, and Big Brother calls it national security. When your privacy is treated like a buffet for power-hungry elites, the real enemy isn't who they're watching, it's why they're watching.
Jeffries claims Green shows enlightenment, calls recent weeks surprising. When known for chaos, even a flicker of reason feels like a spotlight. But let's not mistake a momentary pause for actual growth.
Trump anticipates Abraham Accords expansion, eyes Saudi Arabia. When Trump starts expecting things, it's like waiting for pigs to fly. Plenty of hype, but the wings are still on back order.
FIFA ignores protests, lets Israel play under heavy security, and calls it sportsmanship. When human rights get sidelined for a game, it's not just the players who need a red card. It's the entire league of silence.
Tori Amos releases Cornflake Girl, and the genre gets a twist. In a world where breakfast is never just breakfast, Amos crafts a melody that questions everything while making your morning cereal feel like a revolution.
Federal jury indicts John Bolton for classified info mishandling, calls it justice delayed. When the hawk of war gets clipped by his own classified secrets, even the pigeons of peace can't help but coo with schadenfreude.
Biden struggles with Middle East results while Trump's deal gets attention. Peace in the Middle East is like a unicorn. Everyone wants it, but no one's sure how to keep it from disappearing into thin air.
U.S. to raise $20 billion for Argentina solves debt puzzle with more debt. When your economic lifeline is a noose braided from private banks and sovereign wealth funds, you might need more than a lifeline.
In the grim theater of war,
Republican nominee distances from Trump on immigration, but not far enough for a restraining order. When your best campaign strategy is a half-hearted tango away from Trump, it's less a pivot and more a pirouette of political posturing.
G20 discusses debt relief tweets, blames complexity for delays. When bureaucrats take aim at red tape, they often just invent more colorful ribbons to tie the same old knots.
China's deflation eases, but the economic hangover lingers like a party that ended hours ago. When a slowing economy is the only thing cooling down, it's like swapping a fever for a headache. Neither is a cure for the hangover.
Petition to replace Bad Bunny as headliner amasses 27,000 signatures. When a petition gets more attention than the actual concert, you know the real headliner is public dissatisfaction.
Iggy Pop embodies Mother Earth, wins Podcast of the Week. Who better than a punk legend to channel the planet's rage and resilience, reminding us that Mother Nature doesn't do encores, just extinction events.
When your anthem sounds like it was written on a napkin, at Tim Hortons, it might be time to rethink your musical strategy.
Denise Richards' ex-Aaron Fipers arrested post-court drama. Just another day in Hollywood where the courtroom is the new red carpet and the only thing more common than divorces are the public breakdowns.
Sweden, Estonia, and Finland pledge millions for U.S. weapons, while Spain and others clutch their purses. Looks like some countries are still window shopping for peace, while others are diving headfirst into the arms bazaar.
Violence between Hamas and gangs erupts in Gaza, questioning disarmament's feasibility. When disarmament sounds like a bedtime stories start sounding like the only safe place left to hide.
Peru declares state of emergency after protests, but only after one death and dozens injured. Apparently nothing says welcome to office quite like a state of emergency. Call it democracy's dramatic flair for the tragic.
Trump shifts anti-terror funds from Democratic to Republican states, calling it a security measure. Because nothing screams national security like playing political hopscotch with taxpayer dollars, who knew terror had party lines?
Congress and Trump enjoy ritzy dinners and dog parties while government shutdown drags on. When the party never stops at the top, it's the bottom that gets stuck cleaning up the confetti and counting the costs.
Cartels offer $50,000 bounties for ICE and CBP hits, DHS confirms. When crime becomes a business, DHS agents turn into line items. Who knew the black market had better pay scales than public service?
Peru's new president declares emergency after protests kill one and injure dozens. Nothing says welcome to democracy like a little state-sponsored chaos. Perhaps the new president's motto is, if you can't beat 'em, declare an emergency.
OpenAI stops Sora generations with Martin Luther King Jr., citing ethical concerns. In a world where algorithms need morals, even virtual icons can't escape the tangled web of human hypocrisy and historical whitewashing.
James Webb Telescope spots cosmic dots and astronomers scratch heads. In a universe where we thought we knew it all, these celestial enigmas remind us that sometimes the stars are just laughing at our so-called expertise.
Patria Investments raises $2.9 billion for Latin America infrastructure, calls it progress. Because nothing says infrastructure like $1 billion band-aid for a continent's worth of potholes and power outages.
Israel confirms body returned from Gaza is a dead hostage. When the Red Cross becomes a grim courier, diplomacy is just a whisper in the storm of conflict, and human lives become mere bargaining chips.
John Bolton indictment shocks Washington. Then everyone remembers. Political significance, like a pickleball to the eye, unexpected, painful, but ultimately just another day in the surreal circus of 2025.
Christopher Nolan praises Dwayne Johnson's smashing machine, then claims it'll age like wine. When a blockbuster's fate hangs on the passage of time, you know Hollywood's strategy is to bank on nostalgia over substance.
Only 10% of financial advisors recommend hoarding cash, and Wall Street calls it conservative. With inflation lurking like a financial boogeyman, the mattress method of wealth storage might just be the new way to ensure your money stays as stagnant as a politician's promise.
Xi Jinping ousts top military official proving corruption purges are the new national pastime. When your leadership strategy is inspired by reality TV eliminations, it's only a matter of time before the next episode
features a surprise plot twist involving the Emperor himself.
Eight byte write shatters AMD's SEVSMP, redefining confidential computing as unexpectedly public. When your top secret data security is more fragile than a soap bubble at a porcupine convention, maybe it's time to rethink the whole confidential thing.
ECB predicts smaller inflation miss than claims stability. When your best accomplishment is not failing as badly as expected, it's like celebrating a plane landing because it didn't crash.
Because nothing says patriotism quite like borrowing architectural ideas from the country that once helped us overthrow our colonial overlords. Vive la contradiction.
When your financial strategy is ignore the house fire, watch the forest burn, it's clear you're in the business of bold moves and bolder blind spots.
When your investment strategy banks on kids rediscovering books and board games, maybe it's time to turn off your Bloomberg terminal and join them.
When even a country built by convicts says, "You're too controversial," it might be time to reconsider your life choices.
When your privacy solution is another corporation's experiment, it's like trusting a fox to guard the henhouse. Cunningly ironic, isn't it?
Ancient dinosaur fossil unearthed in Argentina. Dated 230 million years old. Meanwhile, our species debates the validity of fossils. Maybe some bones are just too old for modern minds to grasp.
When giving becomes a one-way street, the toll is often paid in tears and the occasional broken heart.
U.S. Treasury buys Argentine pesos, but the peso still drops like a lead balloon. When Uncle Sam plays currency savior, it's like using a band-aid on a broken leg. Looks helpful, does nothing.
Bourbon industry falters as sales of big brands like Bully and Wild Turkey drop 8%. Perhaps tech can distill innovation from tradition, but no algorithm can replicate the warmth of a well-aged barrel or a bartender's ear.
Israel kills at least 3 Palestinians during ceasefire, while still blocking aid to Gaza. Ceasefire apparently means pause for breath in war speak, especially when the air reeks of broken promises and unburied dead.
Private equity firms abandon Dublin offices, then claim it's strategic. Turns out, when the rent's too high and the building's too empty, even the financial juggernauts have to pretend they're just being avant-garde.
National Review cartoonist depicts dramatic escalation with art that screams subtle as a sledgehammer. When your metaphor is about as nuanced as a brick through a window, maybe it's time to retire the crayons, Michael.
When rich expats start sweating over their tax bills, you know the government's finally figured out that yachts don't pay for themselves.
DHS accused of spreading propaganda after changing narrative in shooting incident.
When a department tasked with security spins tails, it's less about protecting citizens and more about protecting their own narrative from unraveling.
Pete Buttigieg teams up with Abigail Spanberger for Virginia rally, hoping two voices will amplify the one message people actually hear. When politicians unite like a boy band reunion, you know they're desperate to hit the right note with voters.
Trump poses backstage with Republicans wrapped in racist texts. Scandal then denies knowing. When your backstage crew doubles as a scandal support group, it's hard to tell if you're running a rally or a reality show.
EU pledges funds to Somali National Army and African missions, claiming it's not just another checkbook diplomacy tour. When the EU funds peace missions, it's like sending a lifeboat made of euros to a storm without a captain.
Arsenal visits Fulham Saturday, expected to dominate, yet fears underdog bite. When the league leaders worry about underdogs, it's like bringing a bazooka to a snowball fight and still losing your hat.
Mexico's president dismisses U.S. claims of cartel bounties on immigration officials as baseless. It's a classic case of international telephone where the message gets garbled and everyone ends up blaming the static instead of the sender.
Bombarga releases Easy Money single promising pop enlightenment, but it's just another catchy tune about cash. Pop music's version of a get-rich-quick scheme, all hooks, no substance, and a chorus that's more earworm than wisdom.
Politician bans abortion, calls it freedom, while stripping choice. When liberty means controlling bodies, it's like calling a cage a sanctuary. The bars are there to keep you safe. Federal Reserve sparks gold rush with rate cut hopes, while US-China tensions add fuel to the fire. When central banks play the interest rate limbo, gold investors cash in like it's a game of Monopoly where everyone but you is bankrupt.
Stocks rise as Trump eases trade worries, banks thrive. When the market dances on a string pulled by whispers, remember even puppets smile until the curtain falls and reality bites.
Federal judge in Chicago demands body cams for immigration agents amid brutality claims. When transparency becomes a new frontier, it's a shame the only way to see justice is through a lens strapped to someone's chest.
Federal Reserve hints at rate cuts. Gold soars past $4,200 an ounce, transforming economic anxiety into glittering profits. When the Fed whispers sweet nothings about interest rates, gold investors hear a symphony of cash registers and the clinking of champagne flutes.
Gilded Age Company claims future of U.S. manufacturing handmade pianos. In a world of 3D printers and AI, betting on manual labor feels like trying to win a marathon riding a penny farthing.
Plasminogen activator inhibitor 1 accelerates muscle and bone loss in aging mice, turning mice into test subjects for our own decay, like watching a preview of our future through their tiny, failing bodies.
HBO cast Trisha Paytas in Euphoria Season 3, swapping emotional depth for viral chaos and TikTok drama. When reality TV meets gritty teen drama, expect more contouring than character development and plot twists sponsored by influencer feuds.
TSMC raises outlook, profits soar, Trump declares US-China trade war. Profits rise, but if international relations were a stock, they'd be delisted faster than you can say tariff tantrum.
In a world where physics is a suggestion, Gooms redefines airtime while making gravity seem like a mere inconvenience.
GORP representative blames office swastika flag on a ruse, then shrugs.
In a world increasingly off-key, Lodge's melodies remain a testament to harmony amidst the chaos of modern cacophony.
Southeastern China's sea levels break 4,000-year stability, and climate deniers call it a coincidence. When your beachfront property becomes a beachfront submarine,
in the digital age, the illusion of productivity often comes packaged in shiny new tools, yet the real challenge lies in using them without drowning in distraction.
Tig Notaro steps away from Cheryl Hines over RFK Jr. Friendship meets conspiracy theory wall. When your buddy's spouse is spouting enough conspiracies to rival a late-night TV marathon, sometimes the best defense is a dignified retreat.
When your home is a pile of rubble and promises are flimsier than a politician's handshake, starting from scratch sounds like a luxury.
Trump deploys federal troops, then cities ignite in chaos. When the solution looks like a war zone, you have to wonder if the problem was ever meant to be solved or just inflamed for show.
Trump vows military action against Hamas, as if bullets ever brokered peace. When the rhetoric is more explosive than the bombs, it's hard to tell if we're watching a reality show or a rerun of history's worst moments.
MIT grads face trial, crypto strategy under scrutiny, and chaos reigns. The courtroom drama will likely reveal that, in the line of digital gold rushes, the only guaranteed winners are the ones selling the shovels.
Putin's flying Kremlin may cruise EU skies to Budapest despite sanctions. When the airspace is as tense as a summit, it's hard to tell if diplomacy is flying economy or first class on the Hypocrisy Express.
Indictment of Bolton shakes political landscape, then echoes fear. When holding power accountable feels like a threat, you have to question who the real enemy is, the lawbreaker or the law itself.
Cameroon opposition leader claims election win, despite no official results. In the land of ballot gymnastics, sometimes a declaration of victory is just a high dive into the pool of wishful thinking.
French streamers face investigation for violence after Jean Paul Mamadou's death, yet digital fists remain unproven. Pixels become weapons. Reality's courtroom turns into a virtual circus where accountability is the trapeze artist without a net.
California landmark freezes, possibly sets lowest temperature record, and climate chaos continues.
As we marvel at the ice, remember that our collective inaction on climate change is the only thing warming up faster than the planet.
Trump rallies spark No Kings protests across the U.S. as power meets the people's roar. When the crown's invisible, the throne's just a chair, and the masses remind the king he's merely temporary furniture.
Cuomo and Mamdani clash on live TV, then Trump calls names. When political discourse turns into a reality show, you know the real winner is the network cashing in on drama over substance.
Ex-Trump advisor claims to be latest target after indictment, deflects responsibility. When you're part of a circus, don't act surprised when you find yourself in the center ring juggling subpoenas instead of flaming torches.
Stephen Miller exploits Trump's diminished capacity, proving power's not just blind, but occasionally self-inflicted.
Prince Andrew surrenders royal titles including Duke of York after discussion with King, but not dignity. When the family's black sheep finally sheds its wool, it's less about redemption and more about saving face at the Royal Portrait Studio.
In a world where quantity often trumps quality, it seems the loudest applause is reserved for those who turn art into arithmetic.
BlackRock launches floating rate ETF, claiming foresight as Fed cuts rates. Timing, when your financial crystal ball is a rearview mirror and you call it innovation.
Influencer Carly Bybel reunites with Brett Creone, a reality TV alum, proving love lives in reruns.
Trump threatens to invoke Insurrection Act during No Kings protests, branding dissent as disorder. When the crown feels threatened by a mere paper hat, expect the scepter to swing wildly in the name of fragile authority.
Donald Trump sabotages his DOJ revenge tour by speaking too freely. When the quiet part becomes the loud part, it's less of a strategy and more like watching a slow-motion train wreck orchestrated by the conductor himself.
Only 30% of students feel inspired by AI lesson plans, and educators call it innovation. When the robots teach, the only critical thinking happening is wondering if they even know what inspiration looks like.
When your portfolio hinges on a politician's whim, remember that yesterday's hero can become tomorrow's villain with a single tweet.
Trump plans to build a Paris-like arch near Lincoln Memorial, then calls it a tribute. Italy mourns Sophia Corradi, Mama Erasmus, dead at 91. Her legacy birthed countless cultural exchanges, but the irony remains. The world unites over the loss of a woman who united it through education.
U.S. torpedoes shipping emissions treaty sinks global cooperation. In the race to control climate narratives, the U.S. opts for a power play, leaving the planet adrift in a sea of carbon and contradictions.
ECB's Nagel claims comfort with current rates, ignoring inflation spikes. When financial stability feels like a snug blanket, it's easy to snooze through the economic alarm bells ringing their dissonant tune.
Three Australians face death penalty for Bali Villa murder, and they call it justice. Because nothing says fair trial like the gallows looming over a courtroom scene straight out of a bad holiday thriller.
Ardian raises record $20 billion, bets big on Europe. When the infrastructure game becomes a high-stakes poker match, the only ones cashing in are the investment firms, while public roads and bridges keep folding.
Only 5% of new bands survive past their debut, and Judge 1988 rocks the algorithm. In a world where most bands fade faster than a TikTok trend, these rockers are turning digital obscurity into cult status, one playlist at a time.
Hackers deploy bulletproof hosts via blockchains, claiming invincibility.
Barclays economist warns US prices will rise, calls it elephant in the room. When your wallet's shrinking faster than a cheap sweater in a hot wash, you know the elephants are stampeding through the china shop. Pakistan informs China about mining cooperation with US, calls it transparency. When your best friend is also friends with your rival, trust becomes the currency that's constantly devalued, leaving everyone guessing who holds the real power.
When covert becomes headline news, it's like wearing camouflage to a neon disco. Everyone sees you coming, and the only thing hidden is the agenda.
USC rejects Trump Education Compact, claims academic independence. When your alma mater refuses to play political puppet, it's a reminder that some institutions still believe in higher learning over higher powers.
Fox News employees claim network aided Trump. Legal filings expose truth. When the curtain is pulled back, it turns out the wizard was just another salesman peddling influence like used cars on a Sunday lot.
Putin dials Trump, flips Ukraine stance with one call, calls it negotiation. It's like a long-distance relationship where one partner has the remote control to the other's brain. Love, betrayal, and a questionable network connection.
When a vitamin starts doing the heavy lifting, you know the pharmaceutical companies are sweating bullets over their next marketing strategy.
Ohtani smashes 3 home runs, Dodgers sweep Brewers, call it destiny. In a world where one man plays like an entire team, the Brewers are left wondering if they were swept by a baseball demigod or just a glitch in the universe.
House Dems march to demand Johnson swear in Grijalva. Nothing changes. In politics, it's easier to stage a march than to stage actual change. A parade of intentions rarely leads to a festival of results.
In the grand tradition of claiming victory while the world burns, Trump's peace plan is as effective as a referee with a blindfold and a megaphone.
Only 30% of critics are heard, while TikTok trends take over. Traditional criticism is like a cassette tape in a digital world, slowly unraveling as the masses remix their own opinions into viral hits.
In the grand theater of governance, the seats are empty and the actors are missing. Democracy's drama unfolds without its leading cast, leaving the understudies to make sense of the plot.
When leadership takes a holiday, the rest of us get stuck with the bill.
Only 20% of AI startups turn profits, yet investors keep pouring in. The AI boom is like a gold rush with silicon shovels, where hype outweighs substance and investors keep digging for fool's gold.
Ex-priest exploits family deaths to abuse disabled boy, police allege. NVIDIA reveals Blackwell chip wafer, calls it a US-made breakthrough. Finally, a tech giant discovers America, but still outsources the thinking to TSMC's Taiwanese wizards. It's like winning independence but hiring British cooks.
Fed staff question missing $1.4 trillion in hedge fund treasuries. When financial wizards make $1.4 trillion disappear, you start to wonder if they're magicians or just really bad accountants with a knack for creative vanishing acts.
President sued for axing Digital Equity Act, then torches own voter aid. It's like a chef burning down his restaurant while the regulars cheer. Turns out you can't eat promises.
U.S. budget deficit drops in 2025 while tariffs and debt payments hit records. It's like celebrating a smaller hole in your sinking ship because you found a bucket, ignoring the iceberg of unpaid bills looming ahead.
Atari revives Intellivision at 40-year high, calls it innovation. It's like bringing back mullets and calling it a hairstyle revolution. Nostalgia's the new currency and they're cashing in hard.
ICE Border Patrol agents paid during government shutdown, while others aren't. It's a twisted priority when border guards get paychecks, while the rest of the public sector plays financial Russian roulette with their livelihoods.
It's like putting a band-aid on a sinking ship. The administration's playing chess with checkers logic while workers hold their breath.
IKEA targets small-town shoppers for next growth phase. When flat pack fantasies meet rural reality, Expect a new wave of Allen wrench-induced frustration, now with a side of cornfield.
It's like trying to squeeze lemonade from a stone. These workers are the true discount heroes, battling penny-pinching overlords one bargain at a time.
Salesforce promises ICE faster hiring of immigration officers, then claims ethical business. When tech companies help speed up border control bureaucracy, they prove efficiency can be a double-edged sword, cutting into our moral fabric with precision.
Trump plans to meet Putin in Budapest while Zelensky seeks U.S. missiles. It's a geopolitical soap opera, one hand offering tomahawks, the other shaking Putin's. Who knew diplomacy could be so two-faced?
Schumer and Gillibrand clash with House Republicans over healthcare cliff, then call it a debate. When politicians argue over whether to save or cut the safety net, it's like watching a poker game where everyone's bluffing with our lives.
US detains 2 survivors after strike on alleged Venezuelan cartel boat, calls it a success. When your war on drugs turns into a game of battleship, you can't help but wonder if the real target was just a PR boost.
HDFC Bank crushes profit estimates. Thanks to robust loan growth, celebrates with a victory lap in spreadsheets. Banks thriving on loans is like fish celebrating water. The real trick is when borrowers start feeling like they're not drowning.
It's like scheduling a dinner with your current partner before dessert with your ex. The drama is more predictable than a reality TV show.
Kanka Sherpa, last surviving Everest pioneer, dies at 92, but the mountain remains unmoved. When the giants who first scaled the world's rooftop pass on, it's a reminder that nature's true peaks are measured in legacies, not altitudes.
Ceasefire declared, yet thousands of children in Gaza, like 1-year-old Ruqayya, still wait for aid.
Grocery prices soar and Trump's administration calls it economic brilliance. When the cost of cereal becomes a luxury, maybe it's time we question if the real trickle-down is just our patience running thin.
France exits Eurodrone project, leaving Airbus and friends in turbulence. When the going gets tough, the French get going, right out the door. Who knew drones could be so divisive?
Only 20% of listeners embrace remixes, and streaming platforms call it the future of music. When algorithms remix culture, it's like a DJ at the end of the world playing a tune no one asked for.
Microsoft warns Russia and China escalate cyber attacks on the US using AI, raising alarms. When superpowers play the digital villain, cybersecurity becomes the Wild West. Welcome to the frontier where firewalls are the new saloon doors.
ECB's Wren urges joint financing for defence, suggesting unity through shared debt. Pooling funds for peace through defence because nothing says stability like a continent-sized IOU.
Trump declares Maduro offers everything to soothe U.S. relations, but there's a catch. In a world where everything could mean nothing, one must wonder if the art of the deal includes invisible ink for promises.
Only 12% of teachers trust AI lesson plans, and the rest call it a digital daydream. When machines write the curriculum, who needs critical thinking? Just plug in, zone out, and let the robots babysit.
Trump's trade remarks soothe Wall Street and regional banks cheer as bonds and gold take a nosedive. When the market needs a presidential lullaby, you know it's time to check the fine print on those golden parachutes.
Montreal borrows Brot-Gillard from Lyon while Vancouver ditches De Jong. In the world of sports, players are like chess pieces. You never know which pawn might become the next king, or just stay a pawn.
Kenyan police fire on mourners, resulting in at least 2 deaths while dispersing a crowd for opposition leader Raila Odinga's viewing. When grief becomes a target, it's clear the only thing getting buried is any hope for dignified dissent.
China exploits Trump's vulnerability by targeting rare earths, hitting a strategic nerve. When the world's gadgets depend on a handful of minerals, trade wars start looking like high-stakes poker with no aces in sight.
Hundreds demand Putin's overthrow in St. Petersburg, while Kremlin calls it a minor inconvenience. When a crowd's roar is louder than the propaganda machine, even the iron fist starts looking a bit rusted.
Trump's approval on immigration drops among AI adults, revealing a digital divide. Not even algorithms can find logic in policies that build walls instead of bridges, proving that intelligence, artificial or otherwise, recognizes a bad deal.
When the system purges its own, it's either cleaning house or just sweeping dirt under a different rug, hoping no one notices the dust cloud.
Police warn pranksters using AI images of homeless intruders. Israel transfers 4 bodies from Gaza, insists on limiting aid to 300 trucks daily. In the arithmetic of conflict, bodies transfer faster than relief, reminding us that compassion has a lower speed limit than bureaucracy.
Pentagon's fraidy cat stance on transparency draws criticism from journalists. Fear of exposure trumps accountability, as if the truth were a classified document too dangerous for civilian eyes, because nothing says security like a blackout.
Satire releases don't know nothing in dark pop confusion, leaving fans to decipher the message while clicking through endless links. In the digital labyrinth, the music's mystery is eclipsed only by the maze of URLs, proving that sometimes the medium is the muddler.
Warner Brothers Discovery rejects Israeli film boycott, cites policy breach. When a media giant condemns a boycott, it's not about ethics. It's about ensuring every screen stays lit with their content, controversy-free and cash-flowing.
System of a Down's Kill Rock and Roll targets music industry hypocrisy. The band's raw energy slams the corporate machine, highlighting how rock's rebellious spirit was sold out for a tidy profit. Because nothing's more punk than capitalism.
Anthropic plans $26 billion revenue by 2026, claiming enterprise AI adoption will skyrocket. In a world where numbers dance to corporate fantasies, Anthropic's revenue projections are the latest choreography in wishful thinking and power moves.
When billion-dollar companies play the victim card, you know the narrative's gone off the rails. Next, they'll claim to be the underdogs in the streaming wars.
US bank stocks stabilized with earnings calming fears despite the previous market storm. Like a magician's rabbit, banks pull earnings from their hats, distracting us from the real trick, how they made the mess vanish.
Trump aides whisper concerns about Fox News' carry influence over their unpredictable boss. When your puppet master is a TV channel, even the puppets start checking for strings and wondering who's really pulling them.
Top 10 content generators flood market, yet creativity still costs. When algorithms write for us, we save time but lose soul. Soon, it'll be machines debating which AI wrote the best sonnet about loneliness.
Saudi Arabia wants NFL games, promises exotic football experience.
UK MPs favor conspiracy theories over admitting blunders in the China spy case row. When truth is stranger than fiction, it's easier to blame invisible hands than to own your own fumbling fingers.
Reddit co-founder declares internet's demise blames bots. When the architect of a digital giant
Trump entertains corporate donors at a lavish White House dinner, claiming it's about the little guy. When the elite feast in opulence, who's left to foot the bill but the everyday taxpayers, sipping on empty promises?
Trump supports D.C. statue for pro-slavery Civil War leader claims room agreement. When nostalgia for oppression becomes a group activity, expect history to be rewritten with selective memory and a side of willful ignorance.
When even the digital pioneers admit it's a graveyard, you know the zombie apocalypse isn't just in the movies, it's in your browser history.
Only 15% of tourists in Barcelona respect local culture, and the city calls it progress. Like a bull in a china shop, holidaymakers trample through, leaving behind nothing but chaos and overpriced sangria.
Thomas Messi secures record fundraising despite Trump allies' sabotage. When political survival hinges on cash over conscience, democracy starts looking like a rigged game of Monopoly, where the board's already owned.
In the quest for gains, who knew you'd be bench pressing toxic metals alongside your dumbbells?
Gen Z faces bleak future as systemic failures mount without solutions. When the only inheritance is climate chaos and economic instability, it's like being handed the keys to a sinking ship with no lifeboats.
Sumo wrestling debuts at Royal Albert Hall, and they call it cultural exchange. In a move that body slams tradition, London's now where East meets West, in a ring of ritual and spectacle.
Microplastic particles infiltrate semen, threaten male fertility with cellular sabotage. If our reproductive futures hinge on ditching plastic forks, maybe it's time to rethink what disposable really costs us in the long run.
When censorship masquerades as editorial choice, the truth gets as shadowy as a politician's promise.
US military hits yet another boat, claims it's about security. When military action looks like a game of battleship, it's hard to tell if we are defending freedom or just playing with fire on the high seas.
ICE purchases millions worth of spyware, allegedly targets Americans. When your tax dollars fund Big Brother's shopping spree, remember, surveillance is just a fancy word for we don't trust you anymore.
D'Angelo obsesses over James Brown footage, becomes a legend himself. Studying the greats is one thing, but embodying their essence while creating your own groove is how you turn soul into immortality.
No Kings protests erupt nationwide, states deploy National Guard. When the people's voice gets too loud, the powers that be prefer boots on the ground to ears in the air.
Trump promises to lower beef prices, then raises tariffs. When your steak costs more than your student loan payment, it's clear the only thing getting grilled is the truth on the campaign trail.
Crypto exchanges manipulate trading patterns, claim market efficiency. When you realize the wolf guarding the hen house is also running a Ponzi scheme, maybe it's time to rethink your investment strategy.
Kiss re-releases Deuce with new holographic tour. Tickets hit $500. Rock and roll all night, pay through the nose every day. Nostalgia's the golden goose, and fans are the ones being plucked.
Government closes parks, tells rangers to enjoy unpaid leave. Turns out the only thing more deserted than a shut down park is the promise of a functioning government.
Walkley Awards nominees include billionaires' pet projects, call it journalism. When storytelling takes a backseat to wealth worship, who needs truth when you've got a shiny trophy to polish?
OpenAI accuses Elon Musk of funding its critics who dislike him too. It's like paying someone to throw a pie in your face and then complaining about the mess. Drama is guaranteed, but dignity is optional.
Longevity clinics promise eternal youth, deliver expensive supplements. Fountain of youth for the gullible, where the only thing that ages well is the clinic's bank account. Immortality sold by the ounce, no refunds.
Scientists unearth a 112-million-year-old time capsule, call it a bug's life. Guess even ancient insects couldn't escape the Amber Alert system, fossilized forever, but at least they dodged the internet trolls.
Putin and Trump chat, leaving Zelensky to juggle geopolitics before his White House visit. Diplomacy as a three-ring circus, where the ringmaster changes mid-performance and the audience wonders if anyone's holding the safety net.
Nobel Committee awards 2025 Economics Prize. Innovation fails to secure growth. Turns out, you can't just sprinkle some tech fairy dust and expect the money tree to start blooming. Who knew, right?
Salesforce CEO regrets backing Trump's National Guard move for San Francisco. Apologies after the fact are like trying to unburn toast. The damage is done, and it still leaves that bitter taste behind.
Pop star Renee RP delivers expletive-filled rant, targets ICE and Trump during concert. Looks like the real fireworks weren't on stage but in her words. When pop stars become the voice of reason, we're in deep.
Bamboo rebrands as a high-tech savior for green industries and circular bioeconomy. Eco-friendly dreams wrapped in a stalk that grows faster than political will, promising a future where sustainability is less buzzword, more reality.
New Epstein emails expose billionaires' cash squeeze, revealing malicious tactics. When a hedge fund titan gets played by a pedo, it's clear the wolves aren't just in Wall Street's boardrooms, they're running them.
France unveils 2025 Bayeux Memorial, adding 73 journalists, including Ukraine's Victoria Rushina tortured to death. Honoring the fallen with stones and names while the living continue to dodge bullets and censorship. Some memorials speak louder than the silence they memorialize.
German exports to US hit 4-year low, and they call it a market correction. When your trade numbers drop faster than a bad Wi-Fi connection, it's time to question who's really in control of the economic joystick.
Pakistani airstrikes hit Balochistan, 6 dead, 3 civilians injured, rights group reports. When collateral damage is the headline, maybe it's time to question the script, not just the actors, in this tragic drama.
Trump declares Gaza ceasefire, then uses shutdown to punish Democrats. When peace is just a vanity project and democracy's last pillar is a game of Jenga, it's hard to tell the ceasefire from the storm.
Digital IDs embraced by Danes and Estonians find them pretty uncontroversial identity cards. When privacy concerns are drowned out by convenience, it's amazing how quickly we hand over the keys to our digital kingdoms.
Great British Railways installs clock, solves punctuality crisis with a shiny new face.
Ukraine secures over €2 billion in military aid while energy crisis deepens. Cash flows in for weapons while lights flicker and citizens shiver. A stark reminder that defense budgets often outshine basic human needs.
Scuffmick releases Bad Friends, claims it's rock therapy. In a world where frenemies are the new black, Mick's riffs are the only honest thing left in the room. Crank it up. Truth hurts.
Auto industry panics over potential chip shortage again after promising supply improvements. It's like watching a soap opera where every season finale is the same cliffhanger. Will they ever learn to diversify their suppliers?
Florida education officials launch investigation into teacher who told anti-LGBTQ+ governor to go to hell.
In the sunshine stay.
TSMC rekindles AI wagers, stocks soar, ignoring tech bubble fears. It's the financial equivalent of betting your life savings on a unicorn race, magical thinking at its finest, with zero guarantees.
U.S. Southern Command head to retire after overseeing fatal strikes on alleged drug boats. Retirement's a sweet escape when your tenure's been more explosive than a fireworks display on the 4th of July. Guess the real drugs were the policies we made along the way.
American rapper drops new track evokes journey from Ponce to Peachtree. It's the classic tale of hometown pride meets big city hustle, where dreams ride shotgun with reality in a beat-driven Cadillac.
Driver loses control of bus in Saloa, 15 dead and counting. When public transport turns into a tragic lottery, the odds are always against those just trying to reach their destination alive.
Rising seas and sinking cities signal a coastal crisis in China as infrastructure falters. The Great Wall holds firm, but modern cities buckle under climate's weight. Irony plays out as ancient defences outlast today's urban sprawl.
Jack Higuera snaps up Grafton's single operations. When Knife hands you a mountain of surplus metal, turn it into a golden opportunity.
Jimmy Wales preaches Wikipedia utopia, then ignores trolls. When your utopian vision relies on collective goodwill, you might want to check what happens when the internet decides to show its true colors.
Gaza fishermen catch and kill rare whale shark, a tragic encore for nature's gentle giant. When your ticket to wonder swims into conflict zones, it's not just the waters that turn murky, it's our humanity.
Tony Blair meets Donald Trump, then claims diplomacy. When your diplomatic mission looks like a bad reality show crossover, maybe it's time to rethink who you're trying to impress on the world stage.
Walmart boss claims Trump's tariff gamble pays off, but the receipts still show made in China. When the price of patriotism is a bargain bin promise, it's the American dream on clearance, not prosperity.
American Express reports accelerated credit card spending, claiming a profit beat and raised outlook. While wallets thin, Amex liberates as cardholders swipe their way to debt, proving luxury is only a heartbeat away from financial ruin.
Study reveals astrocytes stabilize memories, calls it a breakthrough. While everyone else thought neurons were the rock stars, it turns out the real memory heroes were the roadies quietly keeping the show together backstage.
Spotify partners with labels for artist-first AI music, while actual artists come second. When corporations sing a harmony of profit and control, it's the musicians who get auto-tuned out of their own chorus.
Country music release promises new sound, delivers same old tune. Lily Rose's Work Like That pretends to break new ground. But it's just another recycled anthem about trucks, heartbreak, and dusty backroads.
ECB claims inflation on target for next year's, despite current chaos. Like predicting a sunny future while rain pours down, the ECB's optimism is a weather forecast in a storm of economic reality.
Donald Trump praises CBS News changes, saying the Ellisons bring fresh perspective. When the media gets a nod from Trump, you know objectivity might be the first casualty in the battle for ratings and relevance.
Trump claims millions rally for him, ignores no king's protests. In a twist of delusion, he interprets mass dissent as support, proving once again that reality is whatever he decides it is.
Church of Norway apologizes to LGBTQ plus people, centuries late to the party. Finally realizing love isn't a sin. The church's apology is like a belated RSVP to a wedding that happened ages ago.
Channing Tatum plays a charming sociopath in Roofman.
Ego Newdom lands first gig since her SNL departure, entering uncharted waters. Post-SNL gigs are like rebound relationships, thrilling at first, but let's see if they last longer than a commercial break.
Iran sends Baloch children to cities for farm work, then calls it opportunity. When childhood becomes a commodity, the future harvests nothing but lost dreams and the bitter fruits of exploitation.
Republican governor deploys National Guard to no King's protest and claims it's for peace.
Ion stencils craft patchy nanoparticles, then nature laughs at our symmetrical obsessions. In the quest for perfect symmetry, we are left with patchy particles that remind us even oranges have a sense of humor.
Goop attacks No King's rally, insists monarchy is just misunderstood. In a world where kings are relics, the GOP seems determined to resurrect the past, missing the point like a royal advisor in a democracy.
Romaine Cupper proposes a listen-for-listen deal, hoping for mutual streaming. In the cutthroat world of indie music, swapping streams is like trading Pokemon cards. Everyone's got a Charizard, but where's the value?
Sam Fender wins 2025 Mercury Prize for People Watching, claiming it's for the voiceless. The music industry loves awarding trophies to those who sing about the ignored, while it continues to ignore them.
New York GOP dissolves young Republicans, claims free speech is overrated. When emojis become weapons of mass destruction, you know the party's priorities are as scrambled as their group chats.
Trump adds Arc de Trump to renovations, claiming it's historic. When your ego's bigger than the monuments you build, every arch becomes a gateway to delusion.
Venezuelan leaders propose power swap to US, excluding Maduro as democracy takes a holiday. When political solutions read like a game of musical chairs, it's no wonder the dance floor is empty and the DJ's gone missing.
After pouring a year into Love Everyone, the artist seeks your ears and validation. In a world where algorithms decide fame, pouring heart into music feels like shouting into the void, loud, lonely, and utterly ignored.
Zelensky charms Trump with flattery, yet US aid remains a question mark. Winning over a man who prefers mirrors to maps is easy when you know his favorite word is me.
Electrotah launches at $1 billion, promises clean energy. When you swap fossil fuels for manufactured miracles, just remember, the bill for borrowing from the earth always comes due.
Pentagon strikes suspected drug vessel, then plans to repatriate survivors. Blasting a boat, then offering a ride home, because nothing says oops like a free ticket back to square one.
CSX demands $250,000 monthly, calls it fair. Because nothing screams independence like needing $250,000 a month from someone else's creativity and talent, right?
Tourists flock to Grenville, enchanted by its quaint charm, yet locals whisper of rising rents. While postcards paint a serene picture, those living in the shadows of travel brochures grapple with the cost of picturesque living.
Pharma giant launches papilacyanine, calls it a breakthrough for pediatric tumor surgeries. Because when you're a kid fighting cancer, what you really need is a glow-in-the-dark tumor, brought to you by the same folks who priced your meds out of reach.
Congress approves pay raise, then slashes social programs. Apparently, public service means serving themselves first, with a side of moral bankruptcy, while the rest of us get to play the world's saddest game of survival.
Mubadala Sital explores buying Clear Channel Outdoor, promises synergy, not monopoly. Because nothing screams innovation like wrapping the world in more billboards while monopolizing the very air we breathe.
Airline strips reclining seats from economy class, claims it's for passenger comfort. Because nothing says we care like turning your flight into a glorified cattle car where even your spine can't catch a break.
Link Pro Linux rootkit exploits eBPF and activates with magic TCP packets evading detection. In the cat-and-mouse game of cybersecurity, even the tools meant to protect become weapons, leaving systems vulnerable to the next wave of digital ghosts.
Former Prime Minister Murayama dies at 101, Coalition remembered. In a world where politicians rarely make it past their prime, Murayama managed to outlast both his rivals and the faith we once had in political collaboration.
AMD
AMD stock nearly doubles in 2025, analysts predict more gains. When your stock's ascent feels like a roller coaster but without the safety bar, just hold on tight and hope it doesn't derail.
Equality's watchdog demands swift action on trans guidance. Ministers hesitate. When urgency meets political ambition, the only thing slower than progress is a politician's willingness to risk their career over human rights.
Chinese coal prices rise amid safety checks. Weather chaos fuels demand.
Only 10% of Gaza's children receive proper nutrition, yet leaders keep playing geopolitical chess. When the smallest pawns in war face a lifetime of consequences, the game isn't just rigged, it's a disgraceful farce masquerading as strategy.
Orban plans chat with Putin while Zelensky heads to White House for Trump meeting. When political chess meets actual conflict, the pawns are the only ones who bleed while the kings discuss their next move over tea and lies.
Senator Vance defends racist group chat, claiming it's just youthful banter. When hate speech gets the boys will be boys treatment, it's less about growing pains and more about grooming tomorrow's demagogues.
Susan Ley lands in Melbourne to tackle crime, ends up boosting Victorian Labour's popularity. Federal intervention in state matters is like trying to fix a leaky roof with a political umbrella. Looks busy, achieves nothing, and everyone still gets wet.
F-35 jets boast American pride, but Canada's the secret sauce. Turns out even Uncle Sam needs a little help from the neighbors to keep his war machines.
Microsoft ends Windows 10 support, doing 400 million computers to e-waste. When the tech giants plan their obsolescence parties, the planet gets stuck cleaning up after their digital hangover, and we're all left with the tab.
AI hunts stoats in Orkney kitchens, saving birds with tech and tenacity. When AI and sniffer dogs team up, even the sneakiest stoats can't hide. Next mission, training AI to find lost socks.
Robin Hood targets babies in 404C, betting on cradle-to-grave trading. Turning life savings into stock market playthings is like handing infants the keys to a roller coaster, exciting for the sellers, terrifying for the passengers.
Scientists discover Paranthropus boisei hand bones, challenging toolmaker theories. Turns out opposable thumbs aren't just for texting. Who knew our ancient cousins were the original DIY enthusiasts?
Baltic neighbors arm up, fearing Russia's next move despite NATO's reassurances. Stocking up on defense like it's Black Friday at the Apocalypse store, because nothing says peace of mind like a bunker full of canned paranoia.
Trump tells Zelensky to make peace with Putin and skip sending missiles, because nothing says diplomacy like a handshake over a smoldering battlefield. Is this a peace offering or a ceasefire sale?
Sports commentators lose their composure over Timmy McClain's insane fourth down conversion against Baylor. When grown adults scream like teenagers at a boy band concert, You know sports have transcended reality, leaving us all questioning our life choices.
Assad regime buries thousands in Syria's desert, calls it a security measure.
MC Det's Stick Up drops in '96, unleashes jungle chaos, and nostalgia costs nothing. Back when bass lines were weapons and every track felt like a high-speed chase through a rave-infested labyrinth.
Zions Bank Corp loses $50 million on loans, calls it a step on a rake. When Wall Street's cockroaches start partying, it's the small investors who end up squashed underfoot.
ICE arrests Hanover Park officer, accuses him of being in the U.S. illegally. When the enforcers of the law can't pass their own citizenship test, it's time to question who's really running the show.
The Craps drop new psychobilly track, promises wild thrill, delivers nostalgia, chasing the next high while riding the same old wave, like finding out your new drug is just an old rerun.
Australian Education Minister claims AI chatbots harm children as anti-bullying strategy is unveiled. Blaming chatbots for bullying is like blaming the mirror for your bad hair day. Maybe we should focus on the human element.
Only 75% of Americans report soaring prices, and Trump claims inflation is over. When presidential reality and supermarket receipts part ways, just remember, truth is the first casualty in the war on wallets.
Chinese copper smelters boost exports, prices soar, domestic buyers flinch. Chasing profit abroad while locals balk at costs, like selling umbrellas in a drought just because the price is right overseas.
Young Dread drops cartoon beat, HOE claiming it's a revolution.
Doctors Without Borders shuts emergency center in Haiti, cites gang control. When 90% of your city is a gangland, even the most courageous medics have to admit they didn't sign up for a real-life action movie.
The Brothers released new track Sleep On, and it's anything but a lullaby. Rock music in 2025 still bangs harder than a landlord's eviction notice. Just remember to wear earplugs or risk tinnitus as your new roommate.
Wolfmane's I Always Knew Rocks the Airwaves claims to redefine metal. In an age where screaming and shredding are standard, Wolfmane promises a revolution by turning the volume up to 11 and the originality down to 0.
Smuggler receives 40-year sentence for exporting Iranian missile parts. When fishing trips include missile parts, it's less about the catch and more about catching a lifetime in a cell.
Trump exploits shutdown to advance agenda, ignoring chaos. While everyone's eyes are on the shutdown, Trump's busy assembling his next horror show, proving that leadership is just a reality TV plot twist away.
Lost Prophets singer Ian Watkins found dead in prison following attack. Prison justice doesn't care about redemption arcs or comeback tours. Sometimes karma's encore is louder than any rock anthem ever written.
Yemen's Houthis announce military chief killed, Israel claims responsibility. In the deadly dance of geopolitics, another pawn falls while leaders play their endless game of chess with human lives as disposable pieces.
It's ironic that as the planet burns, the rich cling to shiny rocks, proving once again that wealth often buys isolation from reality, but not sense.
Army General uses ChatGPT for military decisions, sparking security fears. Entrusting national defense to a chatbot is like letting a magic 8-ball call the shots, except with more nukes and fewer reassuring answers.
U.S. bank stocks plummet, CEOs cite unexpected turbulence. Apparently, when you build your empire on a house of cards, even a light breeze feels like a hurricane. But hey, at least the golden parachutes are still intact.
Tom MacDonald drops woke world and stirs up the echo chamber. Rappers posing as prophets for profit, selling rebellion in a shiny package, while the real revolution quietly waits for the curtain call.
Only 13% of parents trust testifier kids, and retailers call it authentic. Because nothing says impartial product testing like a teething toddler wielding an ice cream cone-shaped chew toy. Welcome to the world of infant consumerism, where true equals data.
Australian Education Minister claims AI chatbots supercharge bullying to a terrifying extent. When algorithms outrun accountability, the bullies get a digital upgrade and the kids get a crash course in survival.
Apple and F1 secure 5-year deal to stream races on Apple TV in the US. Racing fans rejoice. Now you can watch cars zoom by at breakneck speeds while your bank account slows to a crawl with subscription fees.
TSMC and Nvidia unveil first US-made Blackwell chip, then celebrate like it's a revolution.
John Bolton pleads not guilty to mishandling classified information while facing 8 counts. When those who whisper secrets in corridors claim innocence, it's a reminder that transparency is a rare currency in the halls of power.
Only 20% of social media programs focus on healthy engagement, and experts call it progress. Teaching teens how to navigate the digital jungle is more effective than locking them out or screaming about the dangers. But who needs nuance when fear sells better?
Bank of America predicts long bond yield below 4% and gold at $6,000 by spring.
When the truth gets filtered through a sieve of restrictions, sometimes it's better to walk away with integrity intact than stay and compromise.
$50,000 monthly, then claims it's necessary for survival.
Scooter crosses Vistula in Krakow, bridging modern chaos with old world calm. When two wheels skim the surface of history, maybe we're just spinning circles around a city that knows how to stand still.
Being stripped of titles is not new for him, just another chapter in the ongoing saga of noble misadventures and royal blunders.
Court dismisses Chicago protest cases once labeled as domestic terrorism. Turns out, when you weaponize language to scare the public, the truth has a way of dismantling your narrative, like a house of cards.
Chinese and British leaders bet on microdramas and kids' shows for big distribution. When the future of global entertainment hinges on short attention spans and juvenile giggles, maybe we're all just children in a digital playground.
Sydney nightclub apologizes for pink pony name, then wonders why it seemed like a good idea. When a pop anthem becomes a branding blunder, you know someone's out of touch. Next time, maybe consult the community before unleashing the unicorn.
The Last Dinner Party released second album From the Pyre and silenced the sexist critics with gothic flair. Turns out, when you fuse thrills, chills, and feminist frills, the patriarchy's noise just becomes background static. Eat that, haters.
Pentagon reporters relinquish badges, yet vow to continue reporting. When the watchdogs lose their kennels but not their bite, you know the truth can still slip through the cracks in the walls.
Rangers make history by failing to score in first 3 home games. If silence is golden, then the Rangers fans are sitting on a treasure trove of disappointment, waiting for the team to find their missing mojo.
Seems like Brazil's climate strategy involves burning the planet a little greener. Who knew saving the world could smell like sugarcane and hypocrisy?
Morgan Stanley trading revenue jumps 35%, calls it success. When the rich get richer, they celebrate a windfall. When the rest of us get poorer, we call it Tuesday.
Chinese platforms amplify racist AI fantasies, while tech giants shrug off responsibility. When your algorithmic racism gets a pass in China, it's like digital colonialism with a user-friendly interface. Welcome to the 21st century, where bias has an upgrade.
Boris Johnson praises ChatGPT, then loves being called clever. When a chatbot flatters you, it's like a mirror telling you you're the fairest of them all. Reality doesn't stand a chance.
Trump's Treasury Secretary vows price floors to counter China's market moves. When in doubt, just build a floor under a sinking ship and hope it floats. It's the economic equivalent of fighting fire with a damp napkin.
Bitcoin claims the hedge crown, gold quietly steals the show. When digital bravado meets ancient allure, the gold standard doesn't just glitter, it outshines the crypto chaos claiming to be the future.
Hamas fighter escapes to U.S., then hides in Louisiana. When your country's background check misses a terrorist but flags a tourist, you know security's just a game of hide and seek.
Pope Leo XIV declares Cubs' defeat, divine intervention fails. Even a celestial endorsement can't save a team that makes losing look like a religious ritual, proving miracles have their limits on the field.
Israel's central bank chief urges caution over inflation, calls it prudence. When inflation's the monster under the bed, central banks prefer tiptoeing over stomping, hoping the beast snoozes without devouring the economy.
Time magazine features Trump on cover, satire ensues. Cartoonists find endless inspiration in a man who's been on more covers than truths told. It's like drawing a caricature of a caricature.
When your rental business is more of a disappearing act, maybe you should have invested in magic tricks instead of high-end decor.
Trump orders return of submarine survivors, claims victory over drugs. When your war on drugs involves submarines, maybe it's time to admit you're just playing battleship with people's lives.
No King's protests attract millions, defy Trump nostalgia. When autocracy's the new black, millions don their democracy tees, marching to remind the power-hungry that crowns are so last season.
When your propaganda can't even make it past airport security, maybe it's time to rethink who's really holding up the line.
FSB accuses NATO ally of attacking Russia. Irony thickens. When reality feels like a spy novel, the plot twist is always blaming the neighbors. Who knew paranoia could be a national pastime?
When your morning commute comes with a side of shock and awe, just remember, nothing says safety like dodging shell fragments on Interstate 5.
UK students owe nearly £500 million in hidden university debts. Education calls it investment. When tuition turns into a financial black hole, maybe universities should offer a degree in dodging debt collectors.
When banks wobble, it's the golden rule. Panic loves company, but gold loves a crisis, turning market chaos into a shiny encore.
Trump urged to attend Quad Summit to showcase leadership counter China, because nothing screams diplomatic finesse like a cameo appearance in India, while Beijing watches from the sidelines, munching on popcorn and geopolitical tension.
Trump blocks NYC tunnel projects, calls it fiscal prudence. When infrastructure is held hostage by politics, the trains don't just run late, they never leave the station, while leaders play chess with public transit pawns.
Australia targets illegal tobacco with new national disruption group. Poolside crocodile remains unbothered. When crocodiles crash your luxury swim, maybe it's time to rethink who the real predators are down under.
Reform UK Council leader berates members, calls it leadership. When suck it up becomes the mantra, it's less about governance and more about gaslighting, as budget battles turn into a circus of blame and bravado.
Saab receives contract from FMV for future combat aircraft studies. Apparently, designing the next generation of conflict machines requires more brainstorming sessions than a Silicon Valley startup pitching a new dating app.
Mel Gibson recasts in Passion sequel calls backlash unexpected. When Gibson's casting choices are labeled blasphemous, it's a sign Hollywood's divine inspiration might just be a profit margin.
Zohran Mamdani claims premature credit for Trump on Gaza ceasefire. When credits handed out like candy before the ink's dry, it's less about peace and more about premature political posturing.
When your baby powder needs a legal disclaimer, maybe it's time to rethink your corporate motto, gentle enough for a courtroom.
Vance claims J. Jones text far worse after young Republicans' chat leaks. When political discourse dives into the mud, it turns out the real competition is who can craft the most creatively offensive digital insults.
Only 10% of quiz takers score 11 on politics and bowler hats, and the writer calls it a challenge. When you're testing knowledge on bowler hats, it's not a quiz, it's a fashion statement with a side of trivia.
China overtakes US in electricity output, yet Trump doubles down on fossil fuels. When one nation's progress is another's regression, it's clear some leaders prefer to dig in the past rather than invest in the future.
Joan Jett shreds her guitar in 1980 and punk rock gets a rebel anthem. When your anthem declares you don't give a damn about your bad reputation, you've just become the soundtrack of every rebel's heart.
Frieze Art Fair allows entry for £60 but claims inclusivity. When exclusivity comes with a price tag, art becomes a commodity for the well-heeled rather than a medium for universal expression.
French nuclear giant partners with Tennessee startup to produce US reactor fuel. When a European powerhouse teams up with American innovation, you can bet the energy market's about to get a whole lot more radioactive.
Russia deploys AI to enhance cyber attacks, claiming it's a defensive measure. When your defense strategy involves unleashing digital chaos, you're not defending your borders, you're erasing them with a cyber eraser.
Social Security disability promises stability until 2099, but fears linger. When bureaucratic assurances come with expiration dates, the vulnerable are left wondering if their safety net is woven from threads of empty promises.
The U.S. threatens sanctions over UN climate tax on shipping, calls Norway a target. When the world's biggest polluter bullies nations for daring to tax pollution, it's like the fox crying foul at the chicken coop security upgrade.
Red Cross retrieves another hostage body, then Israel urges calm. When a coffin becomes a diplomatic tool, the line between humanity and politics blurs, leaving grief to navigate the barren landscape of conflict.
Ukraine's intercepted drones rewrite air war playbook and NATO takes notice. When your homemade tech makes the world's most powerful alliance lean in, you know you've turned the rules of engagement into mere suggestions.
Tesla offloads Cybertrucks to SpaceX and xAI as sales slump continues. When your electric dreams turn into unsellable metal,
The only option left is to launch them into the void or let algorithms drive them off the lot.
Warner Bros. Discovery teams up with Korean media giant, hopes to outpace Netflix in K-drama race. In a plot twist worthy of its own series, Warner chases K-drama gold, proving Hollywood's latest obsession. If you can't beat 'em, join 'em, and subtitle it.
Greece reaffirms veto on Turkey's participation in EU SAFE program, calling it essential. When your neighbor's inclusion in a safety initiative feels like a threat, maybe the program needs a new name, or a reality check.
SteelSeries Arctis Nova 3 launches at $110, fixes nothing. Budget headsets promise champagne sound on a beer budget, yet somehow leave you with a hangover and the same old tinny echo.
Rachel Reeves hints at boosting UK fiscal buffer, solving the mystery of whether thin air counts as a safety net. Reeves' budget strategy: more hot air to inflate the fiscal parachute, because nothing says stability like a gusty economic breeze.
Russian installed governor reports 2 killed in Ukrainian attack on Kherson.
EPA canceled $7 billion in solar grants, claiming low-income homes run on sunshine and dreams.
U.S. Treasury buys Argentine pesos at parallel rate, boosting bonds unexpectedly. When even the Treasury's getting creative with currency, you know the financial system is just a sophisticated game of monopoly with real-world consequences.
Investors stall on Takaishi trade, awaiting policy specifics from would-be PM. When promises of stimulus are as vague as a fortune cookie, investors prefer to keep their chips off the table and their wallets closed.
Rice Weaver on grain wins 2 4,000 trade diff 5. Who knew a bug's close-up could outshine influencers and politicians? Maybe it's time we put more pests under the spotlight, starting with the ones in office.
US plans to deport survivors of drug vessel strike. When your war on drugs is a never-ending cycle
of sending people back to where they started.
Trump administration greenlights covert CIA action in Venezuela. Secrecy shrouds the mission. When democracy is a cloak for clandestine games, it's like playing chess without a board, hoping no one notices the missing pieces.
When your family tree doubles as a corporate ladder, who needs business ethics?
Russell Vought pulls strings as Trump's shadow president, leaving democracy in the dark. When the puppet master hides in plain sight, you start to wonder if democracy is just a marionette show with invisible strings.
Kenyans mourn ex-PM Odinga, calling themselves orphans in his political heartland. Farewells become dirges when leaders leave legacies as large as their egos, leaving followers to clutch at memories like straws in a political storm.
U.S. Secretary of Defense dons Russian flag tie at Zelensky-Trump meeting, declaring fashion the new foreign policy. When diplomacy is just a wardrobe choice, who needs negotiations? Maybe next time he'll sport a peace sign and call it a day.
Citigroup raises €2.75 billion in bond offering, calls it a strategic move. When banks get richer while the rest of us tighten our belts, it's like watching a magic trick where the rabbit keeps your wallet.
When your brand is eternal rebellion, but your setlist starts to resemble a lullaby, maybe it's time to redefine rock or just embrace the snooze button.
As bankers dive for cover, gold becomes the new security blanket. Who knew financial stability was just a shiny rock away?
Israel releases 135 bodies, then claims ceasefire success. When peace is measured in cadavers instead of conversations, it's a grim reminder that some deals are inked in blood rather than hope.
Only 30% of former NFL players live past 65, and the league calls it progress. As another athlete leaves the field too soon, the NFL's playbook for player longevity remains a fumble of epic proportions.
Trump reassures on China trade, stocks rise but trust nowhere to be found. Like a magician who insists the rabbit's still in the hat, while we all know it's in his pocket.
State Department revokes visas over Charlie Kirk posts, calls it security. When memes wield more power than diplomacy, the line between statecraft and shitposting blurs.
Treasury reports shutdown costs $15 billion daily, calls it an investment in dysfunction. With the economy bleeding cash like a broken ATM, the only thing booming is the Treasury's collection of IOUs and empty promises.
UP member declares racist chat leak as party's future, then blames society's stew. When your political strategy involves blaming the marinade instead of changing the recipe, expect a dish no one wants to swallow.
Gold's historic rally exposes deeper concerns, but the glitter hides the cracks. Like a gilded life raft on a sinking ship, it shines while the world trembles beneath the waves of uncertainty.
Curriculum chief denounces compulsory GCSE resits, calls them inflexible. Forcing square pegs into round holes is a time-honoured tradition. After all, why adapt when you can just blame students for not fitting the mould?
OpenAI employs legal maneuvers against nonprofits, claiming it's for innovation. When silencing the little guys is your innovation strategy, you're not advancing the future, you're just securing your own echo chamber.
Fed Governor Miran demands half-point rate cut while Waller insists on a quarter point, proving unity is overrated. When central bankers argue over fractions, you know the economy's not just teetering, it's doing the cha-cha on a fiscal fault line.
UK energy suppliers warn grid upgrades spike bills, calling it progress. Like charging admission to a house of mirrors, they promise clearer reflection, while consumers pay for the privilege of seeing the same old distortions.
John Bolton pleads not guilty to sharing classified information, denies all charges. In a classic case of do as I say, not as I do, leaking secrets seems less scandalous when it's done with a suit and a mustache.
During shutdown, Senate suggests this Thursday's birthday bash for Bulldog Baby Dog because why should a crisis interrupt canine festivities? While the nation holds its breath, Congress finds time for party hats and kibble, proving once again that political theater is best served with a side of dog treats.
Real relationships morph into parasocial bonds as digital life blurs lines. When your best friend competes with memes and cat videos for attention, it's no wonder love feels like another notification to swipe away.
Like a bad sequel no one asked for, McAdams returns, banking on voters forgetting the last cliffhanger where he was voted off the island.
Indiana University fires newspaper advisor for refusing censorship, calls it policy. When truth becomes a liability, integrity is the first casualty, and the students get a masterclass in institutional hypocrisy instead of journalism.
Cloudflare CEO Matthew Prince challenges Google, demands AI overhaul for transparency. Like David versus Goliath with servers, Prince wields code and conviction, aiming to trip Google's data-hungry colossus and make it play fair.
Boston mayor dismisses Trump threat to remove World Cup games, calls it bluster. When a former reality TV host tries to play ball with a city, the only goal is scoring headlines, not points.
UN reports aid trucks struggle in Gaza, ceasefire fails the north. A ceasefire that delivers aid but can't mend roads or hearts. Gaza's lifeline is a slow caravan, stalled by the wreckage of conflict and promises unmet.
Republican offices receive U.S. flags with swastikas, blame optical illusion. When your stars and stripes come with a side of fascism, maybe it's time to check who's selling your patriotism. Turns out, hate is the real optical illusion.
NASA's moonship reaches Kennedy Space Center, promises lunar joyride. 4 lucky astronauts will loop the moon while the rest of us are stuck Earthside, dreaming of zero gravity and moon cheese.